I'm Slobodan Perović. I'm professor at the Department of Philosophy in Belgrade, at the University of Belgrade. And I'm actually a principal investigator of the project that is organizing this conference. The conference, the entire project is run by our institute, but it is provided by the Ian Ramsey Center for Science and Religion at the University of Oxford, and it is also financed by the John Templeton Foundation. Now, I will not really tell you much beyond what you could read in the description of the conference. We actually planned this to be sort of a smallish conference of maybe 15 participants, and the call for abstract was quite short. However, it turned out that we got a large number of really interesting abstracts, and we were very happy to extend the conference for one day. And we also received submissions from sort of seasoned, senior, really prominent scholars, mid-career people, junior researchers. So in that sense, it's pretty diverse group of people. It's also diverse in terms of the disciplines that they are working in. And I think it sort of confirms our intuition that guides the entire project, that there is a sort of a cluster of common methodological concerns and approaches across the sciences that look at the origins of various natural phenomena. And that there's a sort of shared feeling among these people and sort of motivation for their research that there are certain problems and phenomena, natural and social phenomena, that you have simply to treat historically, that you will not know enough unless you know where did this thing come from and how it developed. To what extent we need to look at every physical or biological social phenomenon through that lens is another question, one of the questions that we'll discuss, I hope, in this conference. But I would like to welcome you all.
I sat down for a few minutes with Google and started sort of looking up, well, what are some examples in journalism, at least, of people reporting, the oldest or the earliest of a certain thing, right? So it's very important that you found that, the oldest known human fossil. It's very important to find out when humans arrived in Australia, when the first animal fossils are identified. And I started just putting in random animals and seeing if I could get the earliest, right? So big deal, discovery of the elephant's oldest known relative. Sadly, I tried to find the earliest hedgehog and I didn't find it, but it does turn out that perhaps the earliest mammal was somewhat hedgehog-like. Why is there so much emphasis and interest on finding the earliest or the first example of something? Well, of course, it's in part because we're very interested in understanding the origins of things that interest us. And I don't think that that is, as it were, unprincipled. There are certain ways of thinking about history and certain ways of thinking about life that really do lead us to ask after origins. So here's Darwin's sort of famous sort of initial sketch of what you might think of as a cladogram. It has this branching tree-like structure. We have various lineages splitting and becoming new lineages. And sometimes we think about history itself in the same kind of way, right? We have these choice points where things could go one way and yet they go the other way. And when we're trying to understand history and tell narratives about it, we're often focusing on those choice points. And so I think an interest in origins, in part, is founded in this interest, in this perception of history as this sort of unfolding series of choices. And when we're trying to understand these interesting, putatively unique things, what we often do is describe it using, say, an origin narrative. What is that? Well, It looks like an origin narrative gives us a sort of sequence of events that leads to some important, putatively unique phenomenon, right? They roughly explain how we got from a world without that thing to a world with it. So to go with a classic example that I'll talk about very casually, 67 million years ago, no dinosaurs, lots of dinosaurs, sorry, 50 million years ago, no dinosaurs, bunch of mammals, lots more birds. What happened? Well, maybe a great big rock hit the earth or some other kind of mass extinction event happened, which led to their extinction. We're explaining how we got from a world with dinosaurs to a world with lots of mammals by talking about a great big rock hitting the earth. And to do so, what I do is I inquire after the things that enabled and precipitated that event. So we might ask, did the big rock hitting the earth cause the mass extinction? Or I might ask, were other things required as well? Do we have to pay attention to the sort of massive volcanism that was going on at the same time? Should I care about the changes in paleogeography going on at the same time? So we look after the conditions that seem to lead to that event happening. And also, of course, the things that event itself enabled and precipitated, right? Plausibly, that mass extinction event seems to have opened up the space for mammals to radiate as much as they have. So note that these explanations are not just telling me this happened and then this happened and then this happened. They're really interested in understanding the contingency of the phenomenon. I want to know if the rock, for instance, had hit at a slightly different position, would the mass extinction have happened differently? If the mass extinction had happened 20 million years earlier, would we see a similar radiation as we did today? And so when we give an origin narrative, we're not just giving a sort of sequence of events, we're also situating them in, if you want, a kind of possibility or a sort of modal space. The origin narratives that I'm really interested in here today are those that seem to be unique. They seem to have happened once, or perhaps happen in highly heterogeneous ways. The mass extinction event 66 million years ago, of course, is just one of several mass extinction events. But at least some people think, I think plausibly, that mass extinction events happen for different types of reasons. There's a heterogeneous set of ways in which those mass extinction events occurs. And so they seem to be unique in that sense. When scientists are trying to reconstruct the past, there are two sorts of complementary broad stroke strategies they tend to use. The first is you treat the event, as it were, as a token of a type. And you ask, well, how similar is it to these other events? I think about the mass extinction event 66 million years ago as a token of a type, mass extinctions. And I ask, well, under what conditions do events like that occur? The other approach is to treat the event as it were as unique, and you situate it within a particular causal sequence. I look at the particular events, the particular things that happened that seem to have led to this occurrence. So I ask, how did this event occur? An important thing to note, and this is something that Aviezer, who's here, said, I think, a while ago very well, I think, is that when you're dealing with these putatively unique events, it looks like that first strategy is kind of weak, or at least quite limited. After all, if the event only happened once, if it's unique, then I don't have any other tokens. I don't have, on the face of it, a way of unifying them with a set of other types. And in those circumstances, when I'm dealing with something that I cannot treat as a type, or it seems difficult for me to, the second strategy really comes to the fore. Building causal connections between the phenomena and other events really matters. I'm not just finding connections between this great big rock hitting the earth and, say, things in the fossil record. I'm also drawing connections between the great big rock hitting the earth and other events in the past, maybe changes in paleogeography, maybe volcanic activity, so on and so forth. And so the strategy involves really situating and building a rich story around that event. So that's the sort of epistemic situation you're often in when you're trying to explain these origin situations. Now, some people worry about these origin scenarios. They worry that there are these, what I'm going to call foibles about trying to ask or answer such questions. And part of my job here today is to very partially mitigate those worries. I do think there are circumstances where we should take them seriously, but I'm going to suggest that there are at least some features of the way that we investigate the past that mitigate it. To get a sense of what sort of worries we have, I want to start with this really nice quote from Foley et al. Here they are worrying about origins research. They say that it's being criticized on both theoretical and practical terms. Theoretically, the argument's been made that a focus on origins prioritizes particular periods and features and creates essential traits and moments of significance in what is really a continuity of process. On the pragmatic side, the search for origins seems to be a recipe for frustration. There may be a hypothetical point of origin for Homo sapiens. It might be the point where our species emerged. But to find one fossil closer to that elusive point than another is only to engender the search for another that is closer still, until the path leads inexorably to the origins of something else. So there are two theoretical worries there. The first is to do with what we're prioritizing, what we're treating as being significant. The second is to do with the kind of explanation we're looking for. We tend to treat things as essential traits, and we tend to look for a kind of simple, continuous process. So one foible I'm going to call significance bias. When I am doing an origin narrative, when I'm trying to understand where something came from, significance of other events is going to turn on their relationship to that focal event. There's also what I guess I'll call a moment bias. What I'm looking for is a switch point in some linear sequence. Where was the point in that branching sort of history where things could have gone one way, but they went the other way? There's also a deeper kind of worry we might have about these events, about these looking for origins. And that's less to do with significance or moments or anything like that, and more to do with the sorts of things we think deserve explaining. Derek Turner has a really nice discussion about the ways in which some paleontologists treat the fossil record and how those clash with some of the expectations in evolutionary biology. As he says, what should we expect to see when we look at the fossil record? The traditional view, which is sometimes called phyletic gradualism, tells us that in the fossil record, which is the evidence of a gradual, directional, cumulative morphological change, punctuated equilibrium tells us that, in fact, we should see stasis. This way of framing the issue raises the question whether stasis or gradual change should be our default expectation in our evolutionary models. In other words, when I'm looking at the fossil record, what things should deserve explanation? Is it when I see things as changing, or is it when things stay the same? A group of philosophers who have recently picked this up and run with it are people who are defending what they call a processual conception of, I suppose, metaphysics. These folks tend to distinguish themselves from what they call substantialist people. Substantialist metaphysics says that there are things, and these things are in some sense inherently stable, whereas processualists say that things are inherently unstable. Here's what De Baerdemaeker and Nicholson have to say about this. In any scientific inquiry, it's necessary to distinguish what requires explanation from what is background or taken for granted. The orthodox substantialist position, these naughty thing people, typically takes this background to involve stability. If there's no change, then there's nothing to explain. If you're thinking about processes, though, change is the norm, and it is relative stability that takes priority in the explanatory order. And so there's a further bias, which is about being interested in explaining change. I take explaining an origin of something to be a subset of explaining a change generally. And so there's this focus on explaining change rather than stasis. Now, how should we react to these kinds of worries? I think they are, in a sense, real worries. These are things that do happen when we try and give origin explanations. But I think first off, there's a kind of cheap answer. And that cheap answer, well, cheap is a bit rich, easy is a bit rich, but anyway, an answer I'll mention and then move on, that we actually find in that De Baerdemaeker and Nicholson quote. As they say, in any scientific inquiry, it is necessary to distinguish what requires explanation for what is background. Given that there don't seem to be, as it were, objective rules about what it is I should be interested in, about what it is I should focus on, then on the face of it, it doesn't seem like there's anything in principle wrong with me asking after the origin of something, right? It does seem to follow, though, that if everyone is asking after the origin of something, if we don't have a sufficiently diverse community of people asking different questions, then that looks like a mistake. And so a very simple answer to these foibles is simply to say, yes, but we have to start somewhere, and it may as well be here. And so long as as long as different people are starting at different places, it should be fine. But I think there's a sort of richer thing we might also say about origin narratives. And wonderfully, this is also in one of the quotes we've seen. This is Foley et al.'s worry about their pragmatic issue with trying to discover the origins of Homo sapiens. As they say, the path leads inexorably to the origins of something else. And they're saying this like it's a problem, whereas I think it's actually a significant strength. What's going on is when we think about the dinosaur extinction, say, that leads us to then think about all of those conditions in the past, and then they become focuses of research. The path inexorably leads to us to asking after the origins of something else. There's an expansiveness, and that is, I think, a real advantage of research targeting origins when they work well. So that's my kind of setup. I want to say that a critical epistemic strategy for trying to understand the origins of these unique events involves finding out these dependencies, these enabling and precipitating conditions between that event and other events. I've previously argued that what this does is this adds to our evidential resources. As I add more points of contact in my narrative, that gives me more opportunities for bringing empirical and theoretical evidence and data to that hypothesis. But here, importantly, it also expands the story. In a sense, the phenomena of interest increases in scope as further dependencies are mooted. And so I want to say that even so far as inquiries into origins, insofar, as they have that virtue, if they're expansive, then I think that the apparent bias of focusing on something's origin is not in itself a problem. So to show this, I just want to give us a little case study, which I'm going to speak about a little bit less casually than I did the dinosaur extinction, but it's still going to be super casual. And that's going to be talking about feet. So here is a rather remarkable find from Poland, 390 million, well, aged to 390 million years ago. It's a series of trackways, which seem to be very clearly from a tetrapod, that is something with feet, that is walking on the ground, or at least in very, very shallow water. The emergence of feet is a remarkable emergence in the history of life. You think about tetrapods, that includes me and you, it includes cats, it includes dogs, it includes flying squirrels, it includes all of the birds, it includes lizards. It's an extraordinary array of morphology, and it all seems to come from critters a little bit like our friend Tiktaalik, around about 375 million years ago. Of course, from our fossils, we can see that they're actually tetrapods much earlier than this. And this leads us to ask, well, what was it about Tiktaalik and things like it that allowed it to evolve into a tetrapod? Well, it's about them fins, right? It's got those special fins that it's able to slowly use to start moving about on land. So now let's think about pectoral fins. Here's, I think, a lamprey. This is using as a model of a sort of primitive fish state. Notice the fins. The fins are just along the back. These are what are called median fins. We can compare that with, let's call it a modern fish, a modern jawed fish. Notice that they do have median fins like 3 and 4, but they also have paired fins like 1 and 2. They have bilaterally symmetrical fins coming from either side. Number 2 in particular are the pectoral fins, which in at least some lineages seem to have evolved into feet. As Meynell put it, the evolution of paired appendages in this group enabled more sophisticated control of movement and subsequently the development of a diverse array of complex fins and tetrapod limbs. So we've gone from asking after feet to asking after pectoral fins, because there's a dependency between evolving feet, a dependency between having pectoral fins and being able to evolve feet. So notice this kind of very expansive structure to the inquiry. We start from feet, we move to things like Tiktaalik, we then start asking after the evolution of pectoral fins. And when we're asking after the evolution of pectoral fins, this itself raises a bunch of really interesting hypotheses. So for instance, there are 2 main going hypotheses with roots in the 19th century about pectoral fins. On one story, the pectoral fin kind of emerges by an evolutionary development of the way the gill develops. And so the gill effectively, as it were, comes out and forms a fin. On the other hypothesis, the fin-fold hypothesis, it develops from fins, right? Just from the median fin itself. And trying to distinguish between these hypotheses leads biologists to do a lot of functional morphological studies, to do a lot of experimental developmental studies, and to incorporate those into things in the fossil record. And they're not just trying to figure out how these things evolved, they're also trying to find out, again, the robustness or contingency of their evolution. Final little bit about the story I'll put in. Here's a very strange toothless fish that Meynell report back in 2013. The thing to note about this fish is that it has paired fins. Those paired fins, however, are around the anus, as opposed to around the pectoral, as per usual. That's kind of surprising. Sansa Meynell go on to point out that it looks like during this time, you have quite a lot of experimentation with fins amongst these various fish. It looks like we're developing a picture of a period where there were lots of different types of paired fins evolving in these lineages. Here's what they have to say. They say, look, there are two possible ways to view these patterns. Different appendage structures have appeared independently in different groups, so they're convergent. Or conversely, there's been a single origin of these paired and anal fins followed by multiple losses. So this unusual case in Euphanops, the paired anal fin fish, lends support to the idea that there was some degree of developmental and evolutionary plasticity in some stem gnathostomes. And so within that group, it looks like we've had this period of experimentation out of which this paired pectoral fin design comes. Again, we're developing a richer idea of the circumstances and the kind of modal space in which these fins evolved. I think this is a really nice example of what I'm calling expansiveness. We start asking after the origins of feet, and this leads us to a remarkable series of really interesting, really broad questions about how these things evolve that draw in a bewildering array of different types of evidence. So to sort of sum up the idea here, a lot of scientific investigations are after origin narratives. That's what we are really interested in here today, after all. The question is, how do we get from a world without the phenomenon to one with it? I've brought up a bunch of worries, right? Maybe this means we look after particular significance too much. Maybe it means we're focusing on the wrong type of explanation. Maybe our expectations are wrong. We're trying to explain change rather than stasis. And I pointed out that there's kind of an easy response, right? Investigation has to start somewhere. And so I may as well start with the origins of something I'm interested in. Of course, that kind of response then leads us to ask after the diversity of our research community. Is everyone asking the same type of question, or are people asking different questions? If so, if people are asking different questions, seems fine. But I also want to say beyond that, that origin narratives work really well when they have this property of expansiveness. When asking after the phenomena's origin leads to further questions and investigations of further phenomena. And the reason that I think they have this expansiveness is because of the strategy that historical scientists adopt. We try and link your events in the past to other events in the past, and you have this opening up of your picture of the way that history works. So that is my partial defense of origin narratives. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Adrian, for this very exciting and interesting and inspiring talk. And now we are open for the questions from the floor. No, there isn't a raised hand. Okay, well, perhaps I should ask one. How in fact, did you start thinking about, from your philosophical background, I believe, start thinking about this kind of not very posh team about the disciplines talking about origins? It is not what's usually thought of as a real science. How did you get into the field?
Well, I suppose for me, I'm a philosopher of science, and so I'm fundamentally interested in scientific reasoning and how it is science works well when it does and why it works badly when it does. And I suppose very few philosophers of science, I think, take the idea that there are the good sciences and the bad sciences very seriously. We don't tend to, we spend a very long time trying to demarcate the good sciences and the bad sciences, or the science from the non-science, and we very quickly worked out that that didn't work. Or at least it was extraordinarily difficult and rather unhelpful. And so we don't do it. The reason I found myself thinking about the historical sciences in particular is because most of the time when philosophers of science think about science, they think about the grand victories, as it were. They think about, Newton or Einstein, or, insert your favorite, big thing that people figured out, the DNA structure, blah, blah. And I thought, well, what happens if you go and look at sciences that have a really hard time of it? What do scientists do when they have very little evidence? What do scientists do when they're having to make do? And the thing that I found is that scientists use different strategies, often very creative, very opportunistic strategies. And as a philosopher, I found that really, really fascinating, because it shows that there's no one way to be a good scientist and there's no one good way to generate knowledge. And so the reason that I sort of look at these sciences is to gain those sorts of lessons.
Okay, that's really encouraging for archaeologists, first of all, and then for all the other people that are not physicists and still think that there is something to their science. Okay, we have two or at least three raised hands. First was Professor Tucker, please.
Good morning. Let me just ask you a general question. You talked about narrative and types of causation. How do you relate the concept of origins to narrative and causation? Arguably, maybe you don't need an independent concept of origins if you can make do with common causes and narratives.
Yes, I mean, one thing you would notice is that I quite quickly moved from very specifically talking about origins to thinking about explaining change. And I think I suspect that in many cases, when we're interested in origins, there doesn't seem to be a sort of very special particular thing about the origin. It's rather about trying to explain important changes. It may be that there are particular cases that we'll hear about when we hear from the physicists and the cosmologists, that there might be sort of very special origin stories where things kind of work differently. But certainly in the sciences that I'm interested in, or at least understand, you know, as it sort of came out with Foley, like asking after an origin is really a way of asking after more origins and more origins. It really just means asking after a series of kinds of changes. And so I think that one could say all the things I said, talking about narrative and talking about causation and change. However, I do think that there's something really important I think there's a reason to take the notion of origin seriously, because I think that something that makes history, properly speaking, really important, I don't just mean human history, I mean history broadly speaking, is that in history you see the emergence of new processes, new regularities, new things, new rules emerge as history goes along. And I think often asking after the origins is kind of a little bit like asking after, where did those new rules come from? And that's really useful for explaining how sort of history is this weird combination of fragile events and robust events.
Thank you. Professor Doolittle has also raised the hand.
Hi, Adrian. It was a really enjoyable talk. I think the sociological factor, which is really important, is, you know, getting your paper into Nature or Science or something like that. And if you talk about origins, that you found the origin of something, then that gives you a real heads up, you know, on getting something published. So I think that's a very strong factor in origins research right now. Of identifying the origin of something.
Yeah, so I completely agree with you. So that wasn't where I sort of took the talk. There was a reason why I started by sort of showing all these news articles. When you think about that, you know, the what I call the sort of easy answer, which is in no sense easy, you know, it's really like scientists really do work towards the incentive structures that are in front of them. And if I find another, you know, boring primate, who cares? But if I find something which I can link to human evolution, or I can, you know, claim is the earliest of something, then that gets a lot of high profile. And I think that's actually really problematic if you take what I said about narratives and the way that origin research actually works seriously, because I'm not just interested in knowing when the earliest thing was. I need to be able to build up a picture of how it is, the sort of processes by which this thing evolved. And if you're just going through and highlighting the oldest version of it and giving that a lot of you know, impetus, it's not going to encourage people to develop, as it were, sort of data sets, or to develop sort of richer pictures of that landscape. So I do think that you're absolutely correct. That's a sort of sociological worry we have about the structure of science.
And we do have time for one more short question by Professor Predrag Slijepčević.
Hello, I'm a bioscientist, so I'm not used to sort of philosophical talks, but I enjoyed yours. So my question is about how do you see what is known as a typicality? In other words, the more typical, the longer the evolutionary lifeline of a life form, the more typical it is. Whether typicalities tell us anything about the origin, I mean, and also say the biomass. We know that the biomass of the biosphere is about 550 gigaton of carbon, and animals in that are less than 1%. So when you're talking about your origins, that refers to less than 1%. So my question really is, how do you relate typicalities to the origin?
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's a really interesting question. There's a lot in there. I think so a few things to say. So, Gould and others sort of famously said, of course, the history of life is the history of microbes. We are a, very small blip if you frame things right.
Plants as well.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. In the, history of life. I suppose I tend to think that, so I'm having a little bit of trouble tracking exactly what you meant by typicality. But one thing to say is that I think the answer to this is really going to turn on sort of multiple evidence streams, right? If you look at the current, talking about, macrofauna, talking about, charismatic eukaryotes, if you look at all of the sort of animals alive today, that would be a pretty bad guide to a lot of the ways that things worked in the past. So what's typical now is not necessarily a good way of figuring out what was typical in the past, because as I said earlier, history involves these big changes. And that's why things like, for instance, the sort of fossil record actually, I think, deserves a lot more emphasis than it often gets in a lot of biological science, because that's one of our only ways of actually finding out these sort of very surprising, atypical morphological things happening in the past. And so I guess what I would say is that a lot of the sort of molecular techniques we have at the moment are extremely good at telling us certain things. But there are certain things that they're also really bad at, namely things that didn't leave molecular traces, things that don't have extant relatives. And I would never predict that a brontosaurus ever existed, just looking at the current space of living creatures. And so I think that paying attention to how typicality forms and understanding how something becomes stable, becomes general, becomes typical is fundamentally important for understanding how the way things are now can be a guide to the way things were in the past.
By the way, bacteria are still the most typical life form on Earth.
Of course, yeah.
That's a pleasure to present a project I've been working on for some months that's called Thresholds in Origins of Life Scenario. And so that are some results of a paper that we recently published with Christophe Malater from UQAM, Canada, and Philippe Engue from ESPCI, France. First of all, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm a PhD student in biochemistry, but very interested in philosophy of science and stuff like that. So I guess we are all aware here that there is no consensus on how life began on Earth and how it is even possible to synthesize life from scratch in the lab. However, unfortunately, we do have more and more experimental, observational, and theoretical results, but it is very easy to get lost and hard to draw a complete pathway from non-living things to living beings. Here, we propose that selecting key thresholds between non-life and life can help to better organize the knowledge of and the research on the origins of life. So first, what do we exactly have in mind when we talk about threshold? It can be defined as a major qualitative change undergone by a physico-chemical system upon relatively minor changes in the values of control parameters. In the case of the origins of life, they can delineate quantitatively distinct states of pre-biological system, and above all, they can be assessed quantitatively. So here's a sample of threshold found in origins of life studies literature. So without going into too much details, here's a phase diagram taken from a theoretical studies. It is parameterized with two variables related to a meteor impact. That is the velocity and the radius of the meteor. It happens that a threshold delineates the space of parameters into two domains. One where HCN polymerization occurs and one where it does not occur. According to the parameters, the meteoritic shock can generate more or less HCN that polymerize above a concentration threshold. And importantly, HCN is a molecule that is decisive for prebiotic chemistry, since its polymerization can bring about adenine, for instance, that is a component of DNA. Here's another phase diagram, parameterized by spontaneous polymerization rates and catalyst catalyst efficiency. So this is a second parameter. And this is applied to a simulated set of polymers. As you can see, the studies ends up in thresholds that delineate a space without replication, here called dead state, from a space with replication, here called living state. And maybe it's worth to precise that the tags living and dead are probably for catchy purpose rather than scientific ones, as we just discussed it minutes ago. And finally, here's a third example of a phase diagram extracted from an experimental study. The diagram is parameterized, so here, by temperature and by the molecular crowding of a solution of polymers. As you can see, by changing the parameters values, it is possible to spontaneously bring about some compartments that are liquid crystals droplets. This kind of compartment has been proved to be of interest for prebiotic chemistry, since it catalyzes polymerization of nucleic acids, for instance. So what is important to get from these examples is that very few parameters enable to draw a pathway towards the acquisition of property relevant to the origin of life. Now let's take the time to go a bit deeper into probably the most studied threshold in the origins of life studies to highlight the benefits of such an approach. The error threshold was introduced by Huygens in 1971, and it puts a condition for sustaining polymer replication. In many theories, a system of replicating polymers, such as RNA-based replicases, is regarded as a primordial entity capable of Darwinian evolution at the beginning of the origin of life. To bring about Darwinian evolution, the system must bring about reproduction with heredity, variation, and selection. Here, reproduction would be possible via template-based replication, variation via the error rate of the replicase, and any process of selection of specific sequences could be added. For each length of the polymer replicated and each value of selectivity of the same polymer, the maximal error rate is set as this ratio, with many approximations, of course. This means that above this value, the replicating system undergoes too many errors, and the selection can't maintain the correct sequence. The sequence is then lost in what is called the error catastrophe. The error threshold is drawn here in red on the following diagram, which axes correspond to the length of the replicated polymer and to the related error rates. As you can see above the red limits, no sustained replication is possible because of the error catastrophe, whereas it is possible underneath in the gray area. This area refers to the area of existence of such a regime that is delimited as well by this blue curve here. And this curve corresponds to the minimal error rates a replicase can achieve at a specific length. This restricts even more the area of existence of the replicase regime, since a very accurate and small replicase is biochemically impossible. Many theoretical and experimental studies have shown that it was possible to change the error threshold equation by taking into account different biochemical features, different environmental settings, or by adding other dynamics such as the selection of compartments. The research on these thresholds has proved to gather many scientific disciplines on a very precise and well-defined question, qualitatively and quantitatively accessible. Some considerations lead to increase the area of existence of the replicase regime, and other leads to erase it totally, like in this example, where you can see that Emax in red is lower than Emin in blue. That means the replicase regime is impossible in this particular setting and could not be regarded as a step of a corresponding origin of life scenario without any revision. So now I'm going to show you a way to generalize the threshold approach to many origins of life transitions with phase diagram. Here, the y-axis represents a relevant environmental variable, whereas the x-axis represents a variable of the system itself. In this case, the system undergoes a transition from A to B because of an internal variation of the system in a given environment via what we call an intrinsic transition. In this example, we have here the diversity of catalytic polymers that increase, and then the system crosses a threshold and starts spontaneously template-based replication. So this is taken from a simulation. Now here an example of generalization with environmental parameters. The system, initially in point A, acquires a novel property in point B, thanks to an environmental change from E1 to E2 via what we call an intrinsic transition. Here's the example of a vesicle formation. If you increase the concentration of CO2 in an atmosphere in contact with an aqueous solution with micellar fatty acids, at some point, a concentration threshold is crossed and vesicle starts to self-assemble spontaneously. And now here a way, a bit more complicated, but I'm going to explain it simple at the end. Here's a way to combine system and environmental parameters changes to cross a specific threshold in what we call a scaffolding transition. So on this diagram, the y-axis can correspond, for example, to environmental humidity, and the x-axis can correspond to polymers concentrations of the system. So let's say there is a pond filled with polymer in low concentration, and that do not replicate with each other. A sunny day would cause the pond to dry, going from E1 to E2. And at some point, a volume threshold would be crossed where the polymers are sufficiently concentrated to cross a replication threshold called here a catalytic closure threshold, going from X1 to X2. And then, even if the volume of the pond increases back because of a rainy day, the system would still continue to replicate thanks to the new process triggered. And last but not least, it's possible to cross a threshold by merging different systems into one, in what we call a symbiotic transition. That can be applied, for instance, to the compartmentalization of replicating polymers. And indeed, it has been shown theoretically and experimentally that dynamics of compartments can help to sustain replication and that polymers can stabilize compartments like vesicles. On a larger scale, identifying thresholds enables to put them one after the other to reveal evolutionary pathways from the non-living to the living. Thresholds can then serve as modular building blocks to design origins of life scenario with modular settings, historical or synthetic. Specific evolutionary features can then be formalized easily, such as entrenchment, contingency, or facilitation. Making scenarios with thresholds also offers a convenient way to quantify the degree of liveness of any system as the numbers of thresholds crossed in a particular scenario. To finish, I would like to show you graphically how studying thresholds can help to unify interdisciplinary design of origins of life scenario. So identifying a threshold allows the formalization of a parameterized theoretical model. This model can be refined with the output of appropriate experiments, which reciprocally benefit from the refinement of the theoretical model. This back and forth relation make it possible to refine the threshold model. The selected parameters help to integrate different disciplines, among which are physics, chemistry, or molecular biology. If the transition of the threshold is possible, then it can be used in a broader scenario, and transition possibilities can then constrained by supposed environmental parameters as determined by earth sciences or geometry or geochemistry, sorry, and astronomy. Plausibility estimates of such transition allow to build and estimate multi-stages scenario articulated around well-identified thresholds for historical or synthetic purpose. And if it appears that the scenario reaches a dead end, it then needs to be revised and another threshold might be identified and the process can go for another round. So to finish, here are the key take-home messages of my presentation. Thresholds indicate different transition modes depending on environment and system parameters. Articulating theories of thresholds reveals evolutionary pathways in the origins of life scenario. They can be quantitatively tested and restrict these very scenarios. And at last, they gather interdisciplinary coordination of experiments, observation, and theory. So I'm finished, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your interesting talk. And now we have time for one short question. Professor Perović.
A few of us, some of the participants, actually, Milan Ćirković, Andrej Kornić, Paul Anton, Mikel, we have actually quite a similar account to what you've been presenting. The only difference is that we looked at a sort of a more specific way of sort of these transitions or thresholds through symmetry breaking processes, starting with homochirality in amino acids and so on. So it seems to me a sort of a next step in making this more precise. My feeling now is that there is in the sort of first stages of life formation in the abiogenetic sort of processes, that the thresholds which are related to autocatalytic processes are very special compared to the catalytic processes. Of course, we're going to have all sorts of thresholds and symmetry breakings in catalytic processes, but it seems to me that sort of defining transitions of that sort are related to autocatalytic processes, which are not that well understood, really, like pretty much anything in that area. But do you think that sort of more generally, the thresholds in a sort of very deep and early history of life are harder to pinpoint, or maybe even different in nature than those later ones when sort of replication started and sort of changes with modification and so on? Do you think there is kind of a substantial difference between the two?
Yeah, so I think, yeah, so of course there is a big difference with complexity because it's like if you start to have dynamics of protocells, they are very, very less previsible than just a solution of fatty acid, for example. So the more complex you get, the harder it is to combine theory and experiments and to predict something. And if I can give like 2 examples of this threshold, so we have like a quite well understood threshold that is a concentration threshold of HCN. After that, it polymerizes. So it can be very accessible to experiments, and it has been, I think it has been studied theoretically, and we start to understand this process going on. But for example, you have in later stages of the origins of life, you have some hypotheses, for example, with the Darwinian threshold. That means that a threshold that separates a dynamic of horizontal gene transfer from a vertical gene transfer, and you really start to have like a speciation, and then individual that can be selected by Darwinian evolution, whereas before it can be called somehow a progenote, that everybody is a bit mixed and just genes are under the pressure of selection. And this threshold, Darwinian threshold, has been subjected to many theories, but I think we are very, very far to implement this in experiments. So of course, all this encouragement I made during my presentation to go for thresholds, we have to be well aware that it's more and more complicated when you are going more and more complex. But I think it's still worth to do it.
Before I start, I just want to thank the organizers for putting together such an excellent conference, and note how pleased I am to share with you some new work of mine that I look forward to getting feedback on. Alas, my talk is preposterously ambitious for a 15-minute slot, so with apologies, I implore you to buckle up. The title being in the form of a question is meant to signal that my aim here is to raise a question. Moreover, it's not entirely clear to me what exactly the answer is, so I'm hoping to put a question on the table, basically. So let me start with the end, with the question that I'd like to put on the table. Although the question that I want to raise is specific to cosmology, I do think it relevant to endeavors to understand other types of origin as well. My question is this: is there a mismatch between the methodology or tools employed by higher energy physicists and their aims in probing the beginning of it all? As we'll see, my concern is with the powerful dynamical systems approach, or the attractor dynamical approach to initial conditions. I want to know what the cost is for using this kind of tool. There's surely lots of different motivations for studying origins, but isn't one important one the search for new dynamics, as well as the testing of existing theories? In a moment, I'll touch upon what is epistemically challenging, but I just want to note that the retrospective stance, call it, can be an epistemically powerful one. Retrospection affords the possibility of testing our knowledge of the dynamics that shape the world on scales that cannot be probed in the present, on dynamical regimes that are otherwise inaccessible. As for early universe cosmology, the early universe involves a series of dynamical regime changes or transitions at density and energy scales that far exceed the regimes in which the standard model of particle physics is applicable. One hope is that probing these early epochs will yield empirical constraints on a quantum theory of gravity, and so help resolve one of the outstanding puzzles of fundamental physics, namely the well-known incompatibility between our two best theories, general relativity and quantum mechanics. Cosmology's promise is the possibility of turning astrophysics into a particle accelerator that can probe the highest energy scales. The so-called Planck regime is many orders of magnitude beyond the scales achieved in, for example, the mighty Large Hadron Collider. In the famous words of Zeldovich, the hope is for cosmology to be the poor man's particle accelerator. Using history in this way is challenging. For the kinds of systems or processes that we tend to be interested in, history is complex, uncontrolled, and contingent. It is very difficult, for example, to discern the effects of initial or boundary conditions from dynamics, for we don't get to do repeated trials, holding some aspects fixed and so forth. And often, though not always, the target phenomenon is singular or unique. Moreover, the world need not be safe for the historian. Since history involves otherwise inaccessible scales, we often don't know the relevant dynamics. And even if we do or did, the dynamics are seldom time reversible. Even though we're looking back, we're often stuck with dynamics that are only forward-looking. Historical inference tends, therefore, to look much like an Okazaki-style DNA translation. Alas, information loss is also an ever-present issue. Traces or relics or records, what you want to call them, are often lost, overwritten, as it were, by subsequent goings-on. And the further back we go in time, this problem tends to get worse. The relaxation time of marks made by past causes is not infinite. Finally, equilibrium poses a serious threat to the historical endeavor. The marble in the bottom in the bowl is a depiction of this. Once the ball reaches equilibrium at rest in the bottom, its initial position is erased, for the later state is completely insensitive to its starting point. It is this kind of erasing of history that is my primary concern in the remainder of the talk. The retrospective stance, then, is potentially powerful, but only when nature cooperates. Note that even still there are immense challenges owing to all sorts of ambiguities, which I have not touched on. But what do we need? What sort of cooperation from nature is crucial? The most general way to say it, I think, is that we need later states to depend upon earlier states. This may not always be sufficient for knowing the past, but it is at least necessary. Indeed, the past is knowable in proportion to the degree of sensitivity of later states on earlier ones. Such dependence is essential for later states to provide empirical constraints on theories concerning the initial regime. In this sense, contingency is epistemically invaluable. To sum up so far, when going back to the beginning, information loss is expected, but sensitive dependence on earlier times is expected too, when information isn't lost, that is. And indeed, this type of dependence commonly grows the further back in time we go. Such is the backdrop with which I now wish to consider a few aspects of early universe cosmology. One of the surprising findings is that the universe is very close to thermally uniform. Moreover, the energy density of the universe is very close to the so-called critical density, which is the density that makes the global curvature of the universe equal to 1, or i.e. flat. Indeed, the universe's curvature differs from 1 flat by no more than 1%. Why is this surprising? Well, the dynamics governing an expanding universe such as ours are such that this state is unstable. Small perturbations drive the universe away from a state like this. This is fortunate, epistemically speaking. For the universe to be like this now, it had to be even flatter and more uniform in the past. Given the stage that I've set, this is outstanding, for it means that history matters. The present is sensitive to the past. But how far back does this sensitivity go? You can't talk about cosmology without talking about the extraordinary relic that is the cosmic microwave background radiation. All around us are the photons that were emitted when the universe was just around 300,000 years old. The pretty picture, which shows a map of the temperature fluctuations in the CMB, and the graph is the so-called power spectrum, which shows how the intensity of the temperature fluctuations between regions varies with angular scale on the universe, on the sky. What we know from this is that at the time the photons were emitted, the universe was even flatter and even more thermally uniform, and that the tiny non-uniformities are highly correlated. This turns out to be contingency in the extreme. In order for the universe to be within 1% of flatness today, it could not have differed from flatness by more than 1 part in 10 to the 5th when the CMB was emitted. Going back further, at the time of nucleosynthesis, the universe had to be flat within 1 part in 10 to the 15. And going back to the Planck regime, the universe had to be flat within 1 part in 10 to the 60. In terms of sensitive dependence needed for the present to empirically constrain theories at the Planck time, we've got an incredibly strong signal. Moreover, no need to worry about the thermal uniformity and correlations of the CMB being equilibrium, for it cannot be equilibrium. Regions of the CMB greater than about 1 degree apart are space-like separated, meaning they are not in causal contact now, nor at any time in their past. And for equilibrium, you need correlated regions need to be in causal contact. This is puzzling, deeply puzzling, but this sure looks like an epistemic bounty, given the aim of using the present to empirically constrain the past, and so use cosmology as a poor man's accelerator to probe the Planck regime. The needed contingency goes all the way back to the beginning. But these findings are truly puzzling. There's no reason to expect the initial state to be like that. Moreover, it seems that if it were not like that, we would not be here talking about it. For the universe to be hospitable to life, it had to start with this very special and strange initial condition, which seems to require a spooky kind of fine-tuning, including a prearranged harmony among regions that are causally disconnected from each other. A plausible theory simply cannot invoke such a special initial condition. Okay. It is here where inflation saves the day. By postulating an attractor dynamics that drives the universe's curvature rapidly to flat, regardless of initial value. It's actually an elegant solution, rich with predictions such as that we live in a multiverse, etc. I won't discuss this aspect of inflation. It also solves the spooky correlation problem. For the exponential accelerated expansion of inflation makes it such that the causally disconnected regions of the CMB were once in causal contact. here's the rub that gives rise to the worry and the question that I want to put on the table. What inflation does is dilute the pre-inflationary energy and matter distribution completely away. The subsequent universe's energy density then derives from the inflaton field that drives inflation. And so the CMB is no longer telling about what came before the inflationary epoch. The temperature fluctuations in the CMB derive not from the Planck regime or the initial condition, but they derive from the quantum fluctuations in the inflaton field, and so do not tell us about the state in the Planck regime. Okay, since we don't have the Planck regime dynamics, one thing I want to know is, does the fine-tuning reasoning that motivates inflation, does it make sense? Is it right to assume that all the puzzling features have to be written into the initial condition as opposed to being handled by the dynamics? Can we really claim that the strange initial regime was improbable if we don't know the dynamics? After all, initial conditions and dynamics are not independent of each other. And so how do we assess the probability if we don't know what the dynamics are? Inflation's oft-touted success is that it solves the fine-tuning problem. But notice how it does so. It makes the state encoded in the CMB an attractor. Regardless of the initial energy distribution, a CMB-like state results. Inflation is new physics, but not close to the Planck regime, which was the motivation for doing cosmology. I'm worried about this pattern of reasoning, for it strikes me as a self-undermining victory. Sensitive dependence of later states on earlier ones is an epistemic blessing when you have it, and cosmology seems to be flush with sensitivities to the Planck regime, but then inflation threatens to wipe it all away, depriving cosmology of empirical constraints on Planck physics. This use of attractor dynamics, and I fear it may also be true in other areas, is a potentially powerful tool, but it may also be pulling the plug on the poor man's accelerator prematurely. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any raised hands or questions after this last performance? Adrian Currie, please.
Thanks, Craig. That was really interesting. Obviously I don't know much about physics stuff, but a sort of question I had about the way that you're sort of phrasing the worry is I can imagine someone saying, well, hang on, look, you're phrasing it as if, you know, physicists have made this decision that they're going, or cosmologists rather, that, you know, inflation solves this puzzle. And then there's this kind of cost that they pay by making that decision, as it were. And I can imagine someone saying, well, hang on, isn't it just a matter of fact as to whether or not inflation has occurred or not? And if we've discovered that inflation has occurred, then it turns out we're in that bad epistemic situation. It turns out we don't have that kind of sensitivity. And I wonder, so the sense I got was what you were sort of, in the very last slide where you said the word premature, that gave me kind of a sense of maybe what you're trying to get at. So is the idea that there's a worry that, and you know, I think I get the sense that cosmologists are very good at this. There's a tendency to sort of, because they want these sort of unified stories, they go, okay, cool, inflation's going to be in everything now. Great, cool beans. And that's going to stop them from then being able to explore those other theoretical possibilities. Is that the sort of worry you're trying to get at, or is it something different?
Yeah, good, thanks. Right, so I certainly don't mean to say that inflation, it can't be that inflation occurred or something like that, because I guess what I want to say is, if your motivation is to probe the Planck regime, then it would be really unfortunate if inflation is right, you know, if inflation occurred. and so I'm curious about this. I guess it strikes me that the postulation of inflation has this sort of undermine. It's almost kind of a Kantian argument here. Is like, do we really want to undermine ourselves, by postulating this kind of dynamics, and really what the game of inflation is to eliminate sensitivity to the initial state. And so, do we really want to do that? And by the way, because we're looking back in time, we find that when information isn't erased, we find that sensitivity builds, right? And so should this be surprising that it turns out the present is mind-bogglingly sensitive to the initial state? And as puzzling as it is, isn't that then providing us, we may not know what to make of it at the moment, but isn't that providing us with constraints on what the real dynamics are going on back there? Maybe this strange state is totally to be expected once we know what the dynamics are. Maybe it turns out. So yeah, did I answer your?
Yeah, that was really helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
My project, it's a book project, is to try and understand origins as a philosophical concept that is clear and distinct. Clear by connecting the concept of origins to the philosophy of information, and distinct by making a distinction between origin and cause, to create two separate fields of study in philosophy. And I will not have time to get to it now, but I would argue that distinguishing origin from cause is going to solve a number of problems in the philosophy of causation by demonstrating that some problems of causation are actually not problems of causation, they are problems about origins, and actually it's much easier to solve them if we discuss origins. So let's start by having a few cases of origins. We have origins in biology. The Darwinian origin of species is the most obvious. That was what we see here, the original Darwinian view. Today, we believe that the origin of life look much more like this kind of diagram, which also include horizontal gene transfer, that's the red dots. We just heard a lecture about the origin of the universe. In geology, there are origins of strata and fossils. There are origins of languages, and there are origins of texts in documentary theory. Now, the advantage of showing you all these slides has been in, you can see that there's a structural similarity in all these inferences. That is, whenever we are talking about origins in science, we start seeing trees or bushes. And the question would be, what do these bushes or trees represent? And I would argue that they represent the transmission of information rather than the transmission of causation. And I'll try to get to that in a moment. Historically, what is interesting is that more than 2 centuries ago, more than 200 years ago, humanity had no idea about any of these trees, any of these origins. This is something that evolved only since the second half of the 18th century. And interestingly enough, the first inferences were in documentary theory, the kind of trees or less sophisticated trees than the one that you see in the current slides about the history of the documents that became the Old and New Testaments in Protestant theology departments in Tübingen and Göttingen. From there, the search from origins and this drawing of trees moved to philology, which was the master science in the late 18th century. And from there, it moved indeed to Darwinian biology, when Darwin attempts to explain the origin of species and the genealogy of species. He's using analogies from the history of language, because by the time Darwin is writing, it is well entrenched in popular science that people, the readers of Darwin already are familiar with the evolution of languages. They're not familiar yet with the evolution of species. And then Darwin says something like, species can be like languages. Okay, what is common to all of them? Well, I would argue that in all the cases that I just outlined and a few others, in terms of the era of time, the ontological era, we start with origin. The origin creates a signal that is encoded. The signal is transmitted. There's a period of latency. Then the signal is reaching receivers in the present. The information is preserved in those receivers. And then the historical scientist is decoding that information. The epistemic era moves in the opposite direction. The scientist starts by decoding the information, inferring which kind of information was preserved, then tracing back the signal through latency to the event of the transmission, the encoding, and trying to then infer the origin. In terms of the transfer of information, what we see is that each science is using different channels of information transmission that are, of course, very different. In cosmology, background radiation and redshift. In biology, we are talking about DNA transfer. History of languages is the evolution of language. Social evolution in history, and oral traditions in oral history. And each channel has different rates of entropy. So oral traditions decay extremely quickly, get mixed with noise. So oral tradition that lasts more than a few years is useless. On the other end of the scale, background radiation started at the origin of the universe. So there the level of entropy is much lower. What scientists are dependent on is, of course, on the level to which information is preserved. If entropy takes over, scientists can't do anything to infer the origins. What scientists are looking for then is to subsystems within larger systems that suffer from lower levels of entropy, that information is preserved more reliably. And to take just a few examples, textual critics are looking for errors that are similar to what Darwin called, let's say, rudiments in biology. That is, properties of texts that do not increase the probability of preservation. That is, when texts are copied, there's no reason to keep errors. You'd rather want to correct them through editing. So if you have separate texts that have the same errors, they are probably copied from the same origin. In languages, we look for linguists are looking for those features of language that change more slowly than other features. That would be the deep structure of grammar and special vocabulary, usually the first three numbers, body parts, immediate family members, and fauna and flora. And then they find rules of correspondence. So, for example, before the beginning of today's lecture, the hosts were talking, I take it in Serbo-Croat. I speak Czech, so I moved the G to an H, and then I understood some of the words. In geology, we look for fossils within rocks. Species, we look for parts of the DNA that mutate more slowly than others. And when we talk about history, we look for primary sources recorded immediately after the fact. In epistemic terms, they fall under the epistemology of testimony, the ones that mutate more slowly or not at all in relationship to, let's say, oral traditions that mutate very quickly and are not reliable. I would argue that the historical sciences, and that's a field that Adrian Currie here, people like Derek Turner, Carol Cleland, and myself are trying to understand are concerned primarily with this kind of decoding and tracing information that is preserved in the present in order to infer history in the grand sense of the word, because history is not observational at all. I am a realist about history, but my interpretation of history, of historical realism, is very different from one of, let's say, a philosopher like Bas van Fraassen, who poses a counterfactual: what would you have observed had you been able to be in there? In order to make any sense of this counterfactual, you have to know a lot about history to begin with. So it begs the question, as it were. And then in some cases, it means absolutely nothing. For example, what does it mean if you are realists about the Big Bang? What does it mean to have a counterfactual when somebody would observe the Big Bang? There's an episode of Star Trek about that. And they have sort of, the starship is transferred into emptiness and they perceive nothing. And then suddenly they perceive the Big Bang. Well, that's a false analogy, because when there was nothing, there would be nowhere for the Starship Enterprise to be and observe something, because there was nothing. So I would argue that all the historical sciences are concerned with the influence of origins from information preserving aspects of the present, and that is the evidence. So they all start with information science. They're asking which aspects of the present preserve information from the past reliably that allow us to infer then and trace back the information signal to the origins. I would then argue that origins are distinct of causes because some causes do not transmit information even though they have causal power. Two obvious examples. The perfect crime. What makes something into a perfect crime? It is that somebody caused a change, the crime, let's say the murder, but no information about that cause was preserved. And in the same way, if the question what happened before the Big Bang make any sense at all, there was a cause there, but nothing, no information goes through a singularity. So this is a cause that was not an origin, because no information would have been preserved through a singularity. Vice versa, it is possible to infer origins without knowing anything about causal mechanisms or about their causes. Two obvious examples: Darwin inferred origin quite reliably, even though he had no idea about genetics or the causal mechanism that underlie origins. The horizontal gene transfer, especially between eukaryotes, that is pieces of, let's say, insect genome that we find in human genome, do not have a clear mechanism. We don't know exactly what sort of causation could have been, or even more generally, what sort of causal mechanism were involved. With prokaryotes, it's easier to know that. But here we see a clear distinction. Another example would be the Polynesian potatoes. The origin of the potato, of course, is in South America. Polynesians were cultivating potatoes before, in the pre-Columbian era, before they came in touch with Europeans who had potatoes from the other side of South America. The question is how they got there. It's highly unclear. There are a number of articles about that. It seems like the Polynesian potatoes split from the South American potatoes about 100,000 years ago. So it may not have been human transfer, even though they discovered now that actually there was a genetic human mixing between South Americans and Polynesians, for example, in the Easter Islands. How the transfer would happen, how could it have happened? Nobody knows, but we know for sure the origins. And my final example would be science fiction example. There's a wonderful science fiction story from the Golden Age, Frederick Pohl, about the first astronauts on the moon. And they walk on the moon, and that's what they see is the background to Da Vinci's Madonna on the Rocks. The origin of the Madonna on the Rocks in that short story is obvious. It must have, because Da Vinci was depicting this scene here, it must have been the moon in that story. how on earth could Da Vinci have arrived on the moon as a thought experiment? It's not implausible to think that you could encounter such a situation, but this would be origin without causation. Another example would be the room in the final scenes of 2001 Space Odyssey. The origin of that room is the Dorchester Hotel in London, where Stanley Kubrick was staying while he was filming it, the Rococo room. A causal mechanism, at least within within the framework of the 2001 Space Odyssey story, is impossible because it would have had to travel faster than light. There's no transmission of information faster than light. But somehow this origin is obvious. Why is it obvious? Because there's no alternative explanation. And then I would have to go further into what origins are, tokens, and so on. But I'm running out of time. So I just kind of created a general framework of what origins are. And hopefully we can continue that in the discussion. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. So we've got at least a couple of questions now. Letitia, would you like to go ahead?
Hi, thanks. So it's really interesting. I have to admit that I'm not always sure what exactly is meant by information, especially when it's distinguished from causation. And so just teasing that out a little bit, it seems to me like you're using information and kind of reforming the notion of origin as an epistemic notion. And so is that right? And there's a kind of parallel ontology, which is about causation, but only little bits of causation gets out to be information stable enough to reach the present. Is that the right kind of story?
Right. Well, once we talk about information in the philosophical context, we obviously are walking into a minefield because there's so many different theories of information. Nobody agrees with anybody else. They work within different frameworks. I'm trying to be agnostic here about what information is, because if I start trying to clarify that, I would end up writing a paper about information. So at most, what we can say is what I'm saying is inconsistent with some theories of information in philosophy, but I hope it's consistent with more than one. And the same thing goes to causation. I'm also not defining causation, and there are many different theories of causation. The idea is to show that it doesn't matter which theory of causation you work with. I can show that there is a conceptual distinction between causation and origins. The idea is that there is, of course, a partial overlapping of their extensions. That is, some causes are origins, some origins are causes in the real world. But the concepts are distinct, and I do that by showing extreme cases of causes that are not origins and origins that are not causes.
Okay, thank you. Adrian?
Thanks, Aviezer. I really enjoyed that. I'm really sympathetic to informational accounts of how to think about the way that historical sciences make inferences from, what we currently have, the current state, to things in the past. But I wonder how this squares with the way in which they use what look like, causal mechanisms and their understanding of, regularities to extend upon that, right? So one of the things I'm always struck by is the way that you start off, inferring from a funny shaped rock to an animal in the past, but then you use your sort of causal knowledge of how those animals work to then fill out that picture in various ways. And I wonder, do you think that all of those, what seem to be causal mechanisms should actually be understood in terms of information? Or is the move to say something like the inferences rely on information, but they provide sort of causal explanations or something like that?
Well, some information transmissions can be traced as causal mechanisms. And it's possible to use theories of information, some of them very sophisticated, like in physics, some of them not very sophisticated, like in philology, just saying some types of vocabulary remain more constant than others. My argument was that it's actually not necessary, because suppose that you land now the moon, we've already been there, that it wouldn't work. But suppose that you land on some exoplanet and you observe the scene from Leonardo da Vinci's Madonna on the Rock. There's no idea, I would have no idea what was the causal mechanism there, but I would still say it is so implausible that Leonardo would depict a scene from another planet without having some kind of informational link, because the possibilities for this kind of wild background are so wide that actually depicting exactly it, as a thought experiment, are so low without actually receiving some information, that it would be shocking. Or to take another example, suppose that the first human astronauts land on some exoplanet and they meet an intelligent civilization. Now, if they have the same mathematics as ours, that doesn't have to be the same origin. We live in the same universe, so the same causal mechanism would work there as well. But suppose as astronauts descend from the spaceship, they encounter a red carpet and there's an orchestra that plays the theme music from Star Wars. What we would know for sure is there was some kind of information transmission between planet Earth and that exoplanet. How on earth would they get into the theme from Star Wars to welcome our astronauts, right? So the two concepts I would argue are independent of each other. And what is distinct of the historical sciences as opposing the theoretical sciences is that they're sciences of information, primarily. When they talk about causation, they infer it from their inferences from information. So causation, I would argue, is secondary to information in the historical sciences.
My name is Michael Stamenkovic, and I'm a PhD student of philosophy at the University of Novi Sad, and a PhD student of linguistics at University of Belgrade. It is a matter of no small anxiety on my part to try to outline the key points of this particular line of investigation in matters of language origin and evolution. It is the most recent addition to my studies, so I am the obvious novice here, and I would advise you to adjust your expectations accordingly. In any case, I feel privileged to be granted this opportunity to participate and to learn from you fine lots of established scholars. For this occasion, I chose mainly Simon Kirby's research in order to introduce this approach and its findings. I made some connections within this platform with my previous research on child language acquisition, as well as with semantic primitivism in both philosophy of language and in linguistics, but we will have no time here for such finery. Shadmary and Maynard Smith gave this list of major evolutionary transitions of life in the first column of the table. The emergence of language is included here as the most recent and the most sophisticated metamorphosis of life itself. Language is viewed as the last major link in a chain of radically new systems of information storage, use, and transmission, given in the fourth column. Language conveys rich semantic information, and its novelty culminates in the unlimited cultural heredity it provides. More importantly, while transmitting semantic information, language emits the information about its construction and its proper use. This is how language is being acquired or learned. But no amount of learning input can exhaust potentially infinite spares of language constructions and meanings. Therefore, we are always forced to learn a language from its extremely impoverished subset that we experience. This is the poverty of the stimulus claim within the logical problem of language acquisition, which is an induction problem that involves picking up a correct generalization from thin set of data to instances of new linguistic experience. But let's take a closer look at the last two evolutionary transitions. Within this scheme of things, human language originated from animal communication systems. But there is a huge gap between the two. Human languages exhibit systematicity, share universal structural elements, and are infinitely expressive. So how was this gulf bridged by evolution? The saltational view claims that we moved in one sudden step from largely innate, limited, and fixed repertoire of unstructured signals to complex, open-ended syntactic system of today, due to biological evolution only, through genetic change, due to mutation pressure and natural selection. Let's put this aside in favor of a more gradual process involving intermediate stages, i.e. the proto-language, on account that the language is way too complex to be plausible for it to emerge in one fell swoop. Last two major transitions, as presented here, indicate that first, proto-language evolved from systems of animal calls and signals due to the process of social learning in animals and in humans. And second, the unique process of cultural transmission caused proto-language to develop into modern human language by giving it structure in form of the complex syntax. We can study the proto-language by researching the living fossils, i.e. the instances of modern human language lacking some of its usual defining features. For Bickerton, proto-language possesses words, but little or less or no syntax, and it was supposedly transformed into full human language straightforwardly by biological evolution. On the other hand, Ray's holistic proto-language mirrors the unanalyzed chunks of language in our everyday use, like idioms, collocations, etc. Completely holistic proto-language, as the origin, was an aggregate of expressions which are mutually unrelatable in form, each having an idiosyncratic, conventionalized meaning. So the original holistic language would very closely approximate to animal communication systems. From this point of view, it is rather the cultural transmission of this holistic proto-language that transformed it into languages with systematic structure. Intergeneration transmissions made random changes in its appearance and mappings, producing observable correspondences between signal meaning pairings. These correspondences, being analyzed by subsequent learners, gave rise to generalizations that eventually led to emergence of increasingly regular human languages. Multiple dynamical systems approach to language evolution entails the investigation of non-trivial interactions between three complex adaptive systems of information transmission: individual learning, cultural evolution, and biological evolution. They are dynamical because the transmission of information which they facilitate over time changes the information being transmitted. In the first place, the way learners or agents individually learn is being shaped by their genes. The mechanisms for language learning and processing are part of our biological endowment. They include our prior biases and they are subject to biological evolution. Combined with non-linguistic environment, genes determine our inherent prior linguistic bias and therefore the learning of a language. Secondly, these learning mechanisms function as the pillars for the cultural process of language transmission through iterated learning down the generations of individuals in a population. Although any innate predisposition is a feature of an individual learner, the universal structure of human languages arises from social interactions of many individuals in series of generations. Thus, cultural transmission is the mechanism that links together biological bias and language universals. The process of cultural transmission itself eventually leads to emergence of a set of language universals, establishing the distribution of possible language types. At the same time, the distribution of acquired languages is partially determined regarding their structure by the biological prior bias of individual learners. And finally, even when genes do code for a strong learning bias, the biological fitness of an individual learner, and therefore the selection of his genes, is being partially determined by the extended phenotype, i.e. by the culturally emergent language structure itself. This leads to gradual change in the genetic structure, changing the strength of the prior bias. So, culturally evolved language structure will in part determine the fitness of its individual speakers, which leads to biological evolution of language learners, which leads to changes in evolutionary trajectory of the mechanisms for individual learning, thus closing and restarting the interactional loop. So, language originates and develops within this circular interlocking set of complex dynamical adaptive systems, each operating at a different time scale. Mathematical models and computer simulations are used in this approach in order to compensate for inaccessibility of direct observations of the deep past or hypothesized events. Here, agents embody a specific learning mechanism, i.e. a theory of learning investigated in a given model. Agents form different generations in a given population of language learners. First generation learns a holistic artificial miniature language, a set of random idiosyncratic pairings of signals and meanings. Usually the signals are given in the form of the strings of alphabet characters and the meanings as the numerical vectors or as the structured representations of external environment. Agents in the second generation learn their language from a limited subset of linguistic production of the first generation speakers. Third generation learners from a limited subset of production of the second generation speakers acquire their language, and so on. This concept of iterated learning reflects the fact that linguistic behavior is learned through observation of that behavior in others who themselves learned that behavior using the same mechanism. Language is therefore repeatedly transformed from external linguistic behavior to internal linguistic representation to external linguistic behavior and so on. The limited subset of language production used as the learning data for agents in subsequent generations represents the bottleneck of language transmission. In reality, this bottleneck corresponds to the poverty of the stimulus children face when acquiring language. Agents in later generations being denied insight to the entirety of the language they are learning in order to produce and understand unobserved instances rely increasingly on the generalizations of correspondences between signal meaning pairings, correspondences made by the fluctuations that arise in the very process of social transmission. The results of this simulation, of the simulations for various types of learning models, all run through the same iterated learning setup, converge to the same conclusion. Given enough generations, the less amount of training data agency, i.e. the tighter the bottleneck, the faster languages adapt to be more compositional, more regular, more learnable, and more transmissible. Moreover, the structure of languages that finally appear in the simulations is found to be identical to the structure of natural languages. Since language acquisition involves generalization, Hume's problem of induction applies, meaning we have to have some kind of a priori bias towards some types of generalization over others. This prior inductive bias represents the learning constraints which are genetically encoded in our language faculty. It represents our innate preference for particular kind of language structure. Modeling of individual and iterated learning as processes of hypothesis selection based on Bayesian probability calculations is used in order to determine general relationship between the prior linguistic bias of an individual learner and the emergent universal linguistic structure implied by iterated learning. In the case of individual learning, viewed as the selection given data of the most likely grammatical hypothesis, i.e. a language, to have generated that data, the Bayes law is used to recast this problem as one involving prior bias. Thus, we can determine the most probable grammatical hypothesis, i.e. the language with the highest posterior probability a single learner would choose, as one that maximizes the product of the likelihood of the observed data given the hypothesis and the prior probability of that grammatical hypothesis. But in the case of iterated learning, the expected distribution of languages for a given original bias is being considered as the population level phenomenon that emerges out of cultural transmission. If we focus just on the languages acquired by any singular sequence of learners, we can analyze iterated learning as a Markov process. Therein, the probability that the learner acquires a particular language, i.e. a grammatical hypothesis, depends only on the language acquired by the preceding learner. When these probabilities are calculated for all languages, they form a transition matrix representing the probability of transitioning from any one language to any other. The stationary distribution of languages within the established transition matrix is the probability distribution over grammatical hypothesis that we expect to see once cultural evolution has run for enough generations for the influence of the initial hypothesis of the very first learner to no longer be felt. The stationary distribution of languages equates to the state of existing language universals. The results of simulations of this integrated model show that regardless of the strength of original prior biases in favor of regular linguistic structures, languages that appear in stationary distributions display high regularity and strong language universals, mainly due to the bottleneck selection effect. In conclusion, the completion of the gene culture coevolutionary model of Bayesian iterated learning requires that biological fitness of learners should be determined by how well they have learned the language of the population, by how successfully they communicate. Fitness is assigned by how closely an agent's language after learning is complete matches the language of other agents in the same generation. The fittest individuals pass on their genes to the next generation with some small chance of mutation in the genes. Afterwards, a continuous type of prior bias is introduced, one that arises from the additive effect of multiple discrete genes, each contributing a small amount to the bias. In simulations, whether we start with a population of learners all possessing a set of genes cumulatively coding in favor of acquiring language with hard, inviolable, universal constraints, or with a population of learners whose neutrally mixed genetics codes for languages with weak defeasible preference, cultural evolution leads to same phenotypic outcome, i.e. to the same distribution of languages. This means that strong universals emerge in the population. Languages will appear to vary within a set of hard constraints, but these universals will be supported by the weakest possible innate predisposition. By masking strong genetic predisposition, while unmasking small genetic variations in the language faculty, prolonged cultural transmission also brings about changes in the biology of the language learners. It changes the way we learn language and transform it by learning it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mihailo. We do have time for one, possibly two questions. Adrian.
I'm here.
Thank you. I agree that the basic strategy of using dynamic system models to try and understand the emergence of something like language is just the right way to go. Something I was wondering in the setup of the equation when thinking about how this would map onto actual agents is I was wondering where H comes from. So you've got this sort of grammatical hypothesis. And I guess like in the model, more or less what you're doing is you're, coming up with potential generalizations based on the data you've kind of received. Have you thought much about like what that looks like in kind of real agents? Because it's not obvious to me that just in the very early stages of language, I'm going to be picking out those sets of noises and going, that's a set of data that I should be using to form a grammatical hypothesis, right? So I kind of wonder, how does H in the sort of evolutionary story manage to get there in the first place?
Well, thank you. It's a good question. We have to look at ontogenies here. And we have to look at the way children are acquiring the language for that, for a good answer to that question. And we have a situation with all the generalizations children make. They use rules, they divine from observing that the data, the linguistic data that they are exposed to, the input for language learning, and they generalize the rule, overgeneralize it in the sense that they make production which is way too regular, in the sense that for instead of using went, they say goad.
If I may, can I really quickly come in? Because I mean, I agree that seems to be the way that children learn, but surely that's not the relevant question, because they're already the end product of a evolution of the sort of process you've described. And so of course they already have that. I was wondering, in order for the sort of ratchet to start working, it seemed to me, I already need, in the earlier cases, so back in the origins of language, it seems like I need a way of telling which noises are the noises that I'm going to, well, first I have to care or know in some developmental sense about what the grammatical hypothesis is, right? So looking at the end product of this evolutionary process, namely, current children, doesn't seem like it's the right thing to look at to answer the question.
Well, maybe, but what I was getting to is they make grammatical hypotheses which are larger than the target language they're supposed to acquire. So what's getting to the state of making such hypotheses is that we use our cognitive abilities, which are predisposed for making compositional judgments and compositional assessments. And by that predisposition for the compositionality, we fractionate the input and we rearrange it in order for it to be more understandable, more learnable, more transmissible, and therein these changes appear. We mold it in our own image, in the image of the way our mind works.
So yeah, I'm going to talk to you today about evolutionary scaffolds, which we see as a way of articulating process in evolutionary explanations. My name is Letitia Meynell. I'm a professor of philosophy at Dalhousie University, and I'm part of, if I can get my slides to move ahead, this group, into an interdisciplinary group, the Evolutionary Gaia Group. And here are my co-authors, Celso, Neto, and Chris Jones, who have been instrumental in writing with me, who really are the lead authors on this rather than me. But I'm talking today because I speak most quickly, I think is the reason why I'm doing it. Okay. So the term scaffolding gets used in ordinary language context to mean something like a supporting structure for builders that allows them to complete tasks that would otherwise be beyond reach or impossible, maybe impossible, just a whole lot more difficult for sure. But the term scaffolding has also been used in a bunch of scientific contexts. So developmental psychology has used this term for quite a long time to talk about how development happens. Cognitive science is quite prevalent there, but it's also prevalent in cultural evolution and increasingly prevalent in evolutionary biology, which is what we're interested in. So the problem, as we see it, is that there are many uses of this term scaffolding, but they are vague and the domain of application is unclear. So one critic has said it applies to pretty much any interactive phenomenon above physics and inorganic chemistry, right? And if it applies to all of that, it's not particularly interesting. However, some other people, and indeed the scientists that I'm going to be discussing today, use the term in an extremely narrow way. So Rainey and his collaborators tend to use the term only to talk about the ways in which environmental structures can drive populations that have natural selection happening at the sort of basic individual level, can drive that to MLS2, multi-level selection 2, or kind of group level selection, right? So it's either used incredibly vaguely or incredibly narrowly. And so our question is, does scaffolding as a kind of explanatory concept play any role that's distinctive, new, useful, or illuminating, or is it just a fancy way of talking about causal processes? So what we're interested in doing here, and in the larger paper that this is a little sliver of, is describing how a scaffolding explanatory strategy is used to explain novelty and transformative change in evolutionary biology. And it's because scaffolding is used to talk about the emergence of genuinely novel phenomena that we think it might be of interest to this group who's interested in origins. So how certain types of biological phenomena originate. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a recent use of scaffold in evolutionary biology. I'm then going to talk about our account, its kind of explication of this scaffolding explanatory strategy, and I'm going to conclude with a definition of scaffold. So the paper that we're looking at is this by Rainey and his collaborators. In the larger project, we do talk about other examples and in fact depend a lot upon developmental psychology, which again makes use of these scaffolding explanations quite a lot as a way of explaining sort of where some of these evolutionary theorists have got some of their ideas, although it's a bit of a complex history. Anyway, we're talking about this idea, this set of simulations by Black and colleagues called Ecological Scaffolding and the Evolution of Individuality. So they are really interested in the evolution of multicellularity and how, again, this kind of transformation from individual level natural selection to group selection is possible, right? What are the ecological conditions under which that's possible? So here's a sort of account of their experiment. Imagine two microbial strains, one that is fast growing and so fitter, the other that is slow growing and so less fit. When one cell of either type is placed into an ecological patch with some nutrient, the population size will first increase, but then fall away as the nutrient is used up. So this is the sort of basic environmental conditions of their experiment. And in the graph, you can sort of see how the faster growing, the fitter version is going to use up the nutrients more quickly than the slower growing version. So what Black and colleagues do is they impose a patch structure and then they seed the patches with one cell. And after, say, 100 generations, right, you can sort of vary how many generations you use. Populations are then selected to be parents that contribute one cell to seed the next patch of offspring patches. Now, the point here is that which variant is going to be fitter depends on when you choose that dispersal set, when you choose to select and in effect reproduce a new generation, right? And so if you have a later time, then those slow growth cells, right, the less fit cells are actually going to be selected for. So the point is that the timing and dispersal of the example favors the slow growth variance. So the number of slow growth populations, the less fit populations will increase over time. So we take this, this experimental setup, this experimental process, and we cut it up into this way, So the microbial strains we're going to call the system. We've got an environment that's the system is in, and also a default outcome here. So we have a sense of what the system is going to do if we just leave it to its own devices. But we also have a scaffold, right? So an external, something external to the system and distinct from the environment, which when imposed on the system redirects the system toward this, this outcome of interest, right? So here it's going to be group level selection. So we've got this scaffold that creates a scaffolding process through this interaction with the system that drives to the outcome of interest. So we take that kind of analysis and generalize it. And I'm just going to talk about the general case here. But the details of the specific example are available on the other side of the table. So the system is an individual or a population that, given the background environment, tends to move towards an alternative outcome or a kind of default outcome. The alternative, it is an alternative to, I should say, an outcome of interest. That's a state of the system which is transformed from its initial state and attained through the scaffolding process. There's a background environment, which is just the environmental resources and our processes that are independent of the scaffold. And then the scaffold is the resources and processes that are distinct from the background environment that in a particular configuration redirect the system toward the outcome of interest. We use this idea of a transient state to sort of describe the in-between state between the system and its initial conditions and the outcome of interest. And the scaffolding is the interactive process itself through which the specific interactions with the system and scaffold move the system through the transient state and eventually to the outcome of interest. So you can think of this just probabilistically. So this is a little sort of probabilistic representation where we have the starting state, two transient states, an outcome of interest, and the default outcome, and then the different transition and outcome probabilities. So T1 is the transient state that may occur with or without the scaffold, but is more likely to occur with the scaffold. So that's the important part. T2, of course, is just the default state that, again, it would be affected by the scaffold and become probably T1, but may not. The presence or absence of the scaffold dictates the relative size of the probabilities that move to the transition states. So without the scaffold, the probability P01 is less than the probability of P02, and with the scaffold, it's vice versa. In either case, moving from moving from T1 to the outcome of interest, O1, the probability P11 is greater than P12, right? So you've got this kind of stacked set of probabilities that when we apply it to our case here, you can see how a single large group of individuals, when you have an ecological scaffold, is more likely to move to a transient state of local group level selection. And that makes it more likely to evolve cooperative genotypes. So that's a kind of next step that, that Black et al. Are really interested in. And then ultimately, they hope that there's going to be something like constructive neutral evolution, perhaps, that takes that scaffolded state and entrenches it. And then you're going to have a permanent group level multicellular reproduction, right? That's the kind of thing they're looking for. They've just got the first step though. Now, of course, it's possible that you can get group selection out of the system without the scaffold, right? Evolution is chancy. It's just super unlikely, right, without the scaffold to get the outcome of interest. And then it's super duper unlikely that you're going to get the permanent group level reproduction entrenched through some other evolutionary process. So we think that these kinds of explanations and the scaffolding explanatory strategy shares a lot in common with a kind of Woodwardian causal interactionist explanation. So there's a real emphasis on what if things had been different questions. So thinking about how the different components of the scaffold sort of work together, what's going to break the scaffold, and this kind of attention to complex interdependence of multiple factors, right? And the scaffolding process, of course, is this highly complex interactive process. There are, however, dissimilarities, and certainly we think that Woodward's account can contain this. It's just not particularly interested in the aspects of the scaffolding explanatory strategy that we think really stand out. So first of all is the focus on transformative outcomes. That there's also that the key, what if things had been different question, is a question of scaffold or no scaffold, and of course the question of outcome, no outcome, right? Or the outcome of interest versus the default. There's also an interest in the way that transformative outcomes may ground future transformations. So how one scaffolding process may lead to another scaffolding process, may lead to another scaffolding process. And that's particularly important in, say, developmental psychology, where we see this analog. The distinction between scaffold and environment is a kind of tricky one and stands out for us, but not so much for Woodward, of course. And then the whole thing is highly stochastic. So just to summarize, we get this, here I guess are the features of scaffolding explanations. They're probabilistic, they're contrastive, so you get the outcome of interest contrasted with the default outcome, the scaffolded system contrasted with the non-scaffolded system. They're externalist, right? The scaffold is external. They're interactive, they're gradual, they're temporary. So the scaffolding process takes place over time, but it ends, right? It isn't a permanent thing. It's transformative. It does lead to permanent change, or at least it can lead to permanent change. And again, you get this kind of cascade or ratchet process often. That's often what's really of interest. And so here's our kind of working definition of scaffold. We're sort of still tweaking it. A scaffold, C, is a component or set of components independent from system S that when present in S's environment and in the right configuration, increase the probability of S reaching an otherwise unlikely outcome O by redirecting the default processes of S through an intermediary temporary scaffolding process T, the sustained interaction of S and C, which gradually transforms S, resulting in O. And I think I'm out of time, so thanks.
Thank you very much. Actually, we're not out of time. We still have a bit of time left for questions.
Good.
Slobodan?
Thank you very much. Hi, Letitia. I'm glad there's, I think, 5 people from Eastern Canada actually at the conference, 4 from Halifax and 1 from New Brunswick. So as many people as we have from Belgrade, I think. So I have a sort of a clarificatory question. I'm trying to sort of understand what's going on in the argument. So the account, that general account of scaffolding that you gave us, is it really based on the example that you invoked at the beginning, the biological example? Is it, do you sort of think that's sort of a typical example? And in that particular model with the cells, I still don't quite understand what's driving this sort of a tendency to group or to turn this sort of a temporal or temporary scaffolding into more sort of a stable group. Is it biological? Is it just sort of a tendency, like a selection, natural selection that has that tendency, or is it just because there are all sorts of chemical, biochemical, and other tendencies of units to come together in biology? So I'm not really clear if you could sort of.
So yeah, this is partly an artifact of the short presentation time. So in the longer paper, we have another evolutionary example and also a developmental example, which I think make it clearer. But we chose the sort of easiest evolutionary example to understand, which is perhaps not the best one, right? So the key point, I think, in Black et al. Is that you're breaking individual level selection, right? So you've got what would normally happen, and the ecological structure, the scaffold, breaks that sort of normal evolutionary process. Now, you know, Black et al. Say they're talking about the evolution of multicellularity. And we go, okay, you're such a long way from that, but it is a first step, right? Breaking individual selection at the level of cells through an evolutionary scaffold is nonetheless enough of what we're interested in. It's certainly not going to get you all the way, but it's a good example for a brief time that makes the key point of changing the default process.
Yeah, great. That's the clarification I so wanted. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Craig?
All right. Thank you very much for your talk. I really enjoyed it. I have a question about how your thinking about scaffolding sort of fits in with some other types of work that strikes me as very similar. It sounds to me like what you're calling a scaffold, someone like John Beattie would call a turning point. And so he construes things in terms of, like, you know, a branching space-time kind of a picture, but I think you could do, I think it's possible to do without that, where what you call a scaffold is just a temporary change in the dynamical regime, right, or in the dominant dynamics. And so that's, you know, if you think of it in terms of like a state space, where you have a sort of natural trajectory, and then you have this change in the dynamics, and now you can then evolve to, and so that changes it changes the spaces where you can get to.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think that one way of thinking about scaffolding explanations is that they're a kind of distinct way of doing the sort of thing you're talking about, right? And so they draw attention to things that simply thinking in terms of either triggers or state spaces may not, you may not notice, right? And so it really is a way of identifying how key components of the environment work together, right, in such a way that they drive the system to some particular outcome, right? And so when you're investigating that, it says, well, look at how those components work together. Look at how you can sort of maybe push. So with the case, you know, with the how many generations can you have between sampling before the scaffold breaks? Right? That's kind of interesting question that your attention is drawn to with the scaffolding explanations. And so when you look at how scaffolding is used, particularly in things like developmental psychology for how children learn and what scaffolds are necessary, and then things like the emergence of, say, group selection, and what really are the conditions under which group selection could emerge, right? Scaffolding really lends itself to looking at that possibility space, but also specifying the causal interactions that are relevant, right? So that's what I would say. It's a kind of subtype of the sort of things you're talking about that direct you to look at a certain kind of thing for certain kinds of reasons, because often what we're really interested in is the iterative effect. So the scaffold building on scaffold, building on scaffold. That's how you're going to get complex adaptations. That's how you're going to get an adult, right? An adult cognizer, if you're talking about, say, childhood development.
Good. So I'm going to talk about the origins of mind in a little more of a conceptual sense, not in a historical or evolutionary sense. And the thing is, I've been bothered for a little while now by a problem in the philosophy of mind. And the problem is an inconsistency in three claims that philosophers of mind generally accept. So the first is naturalism. The philosophy of mind should be naturalistic. The second is that an essential task in philosophy is to give a metaphysics of the mind, a definition of the mind, or an account of what it is to have a mind. And the third is computationalism, that the most promising approach in the philosophy of mind is computational. The mind is a sort of computational system. And the inconsistency, I think, calls for a pretty radical reconception of the philosophy of mind, and one much more general than just rejecting the computational approach. So I'll go through each of these claims and explain them individually and then draw out the problem. And I'll end by discussing how the philosophy of mind might move forward. So naturalism can take a few different forms, but it usually has to do with the relationship between philosophy and science. So a weak form of naturalism would just say that the philosophy of mind should be consistent with scientific results. It shouldn't contradict good science. Most naturalists have something more in mind. They think philosophical theories should be grounded in or supported by scientific work. So a theory of souls or reincarnation could be consistent with scientific work, but it would likely be too far removed from science to draw any support from it. And the support needn't be direct. It can be abductive instead. So a philosophical theory can draw support from its success supporting scientific work by unifying that work or making sense of it or giving it a broader context or putting it in a broader framework. So to capture both directions of support that naturalists tend to be interested in, I will define naturalism as the view that philosophical theories should be continuous with scientific work, in that there should be potential relations of support between the two domains. So views in philosophy and science should bear on each other, to put it succinctly. Okay, that is the first claim, that the philosophy of mind should be naturalistic. The second was that an essential task of the philosophy of mind was to give a metaphysics of mind. So for those of you who know something about the philosophy of mind, you know that Descartes did not just ask how we could best frame theories about the mind. Armstrong didn't just argue that causal notions were explanatorily fruitful in philosophy of mind or in cognitive science. And Cyrille didn't just claim that biology helped to explain mental capacities. In each case, and in the philosophy of mind more generally, philosophers are interested in understanding what the mind is, what a certain mental capacity is. Which is to say, philosophers want a metaphysics of mind. They want to know the essence or nature of mind. They ask for necessary and sufficient conditions for being minded. They ask for a definition of the mind. They ask what constitutes mindedness. They want to know what makes minds minds, what it is in virtue of which things belong to that important category. And so it could give any number of examples. Just browsing any work in the philosophy of mind will probably give you a good example of this, but Jaegwon Kim in his textbook from 2011 actually summarizes this really nicely. So he says, we need, as philosophers of mind, a reasonably clear idea about what mentality is, about what having a thought consists in, about what conditions or criteria, what conditions must a creature or system meet if we are to attribute to it a mind or mentality. Is there a general characteristic that distinguishes mental phenomena from non-mental or merely physical phenomena? So you can see how that's sort of hitting all of the boxes here, right? We're looking for the conditions of mind, the nature of mind, what defines it, what constitutes it, what it is in virtue of which something's a mind. Okay, finally, on computationalism. So for many reasons, philosophers of mind favor a computational approach. They understand the mind in computational terms of algorithms, programs, networks, and so on. And they use the tools and concepts of computer science and related disciplines to characterize the mind. So this is pretty well captured. I'll just read the first quote from Rescorla's encyclopedia entry, actually, on the computational theory of mind. It says, could a machine think? Could the mind itself be a thinking machine? The computer revolution transformed discussion of these questions, offering our best prospects yet for machines that emulate reasoning, etc., other characteristic mental processes. Edelman, in a book called Computing the Mind, says computation is indispensable for understanding the mind. It's a uniquely powerful framework within which minds can be described. And this is why the standard answer to the questions raised a second ago, the metaphysical questions, what is the mind, what are mental capacities, is computation. The definition of mind and mental capacities is given along the lines, minds are computational systems of type N. Mental capacities are computational structures of type X, Y, Z. And again, we're not just talking about, for example, how best to model the mind. We're talking about the nature of the mind. We're talking about what it is to be a mind. So this Samuels quote from a recent paper says the mind it's very representative of the field as a whole. He says the mind is literally a certain type of computational system, and cognitive processes just are computational processes of that sort. So construed, computationalism is a kind of empirically motivated metaphysical doctrine in that it provides a general characterization of what it is to be a mind or a cognitive process. And the Rescorla quote I won't read, but it emphasizes exactly the same point. We're talking about what the mind literally is. We're not talking about how to model it, how to understand it. We're talking about what makes it a member of the category mind, and what makes it a member of that category is its computational nature and computational structure. And so adding metaphysics to the picture now so that we can draw out the problem means that the metaphysics of mind must be supported by cognitive science, or again, at least continuous with it. And what's essential for my purposes is this means that cognitive science must not just use computational notions for some pragmatic purpose. The metaphysical part of this picture on the screen now requires that cognitive science uses those notions in a way that implies the brain literally is a computer. Otherwise, philosophical claims that the brain literally is a computer are not supported by, and nor would they support, cognitive scientific work. If cognitive science's target systems being computers is irrelevant to cognitive science itself, then philosophical claims that those systems are computers can stand in no relations of support to cognitive scientific work, because they're making a claim that is irrelevant to cognitive science itself. And in fact, to the extent that cognitive science uses computational notions, it does so in a thoroughly non-metaphysical way, one that neither implies or calls for a metaphysics or definition of computation. It uses computational notions to aid in the construction and understanding of models of the brain. And I give this argument in a lot of detail elsewhere, and I don't want to dwell on it here. I want to focus on the ramifications of the view. But to summarize, understanding the brain in computational terms is extremely fruitful in cognitive science because it provides a method of building perspicuous models that capture the kinds of causal structures cognitive scientists seek to characterize. So resources from computer science and from related disciplines provided a language and concepts and heuristics, all of which are well suited to cognitive science's purposes because they're well suited to framing algorithmic explanations or models of systems capacities to map certain groups of inputs to certain groups of outputs, what we generally understand, how we generally understand cognitive capacities. And that use of computational notions does not support a claim that the brain is a computer. You might worry that this is just the old view that the computational approach to the brain is just a metaphor. It's not. The point is that a scientific field will take resources and explanatory strategies from a broad range of sources, and the fact that cognitive science's modeling strategies are derived from early computational sciences does not mean that their models imply the brain is a computer, any more than models of traffic derived from fluid mechanics mean that traffic is a fluid, or require us to believe that traffic is a fluid. These are just examples of domain transfer, the use of tools, concepts, strategies developed for one domain, taking them and using them in another. And domain transfer is a sophisticated and legitimate epistemic strategy, but its use does not in any way, its use does not in any way impugn a field of science or imply that it's relying on metaphors rather than real theories or models. What domain transfer does is to explain how a field comes by its explanatory resources. And the key here is to see that cognitive science uses computational notions by way of transferring them from the computational sciences in a way that doesn't reflect any metaphysical category that their target systems belong to, any more than the use of modeling traffic in terms of fluid dynamics implies that traffic belongs to the category fluid. Okay, so moving on to the upshots then. A metaphysics of mind can't be naturalistic and computational. And rather than dwell on that any further, I want to, and since I argue for it elsewhere, I want to just move on to the ramifications. One of the original premises must be dropped. And that gives us 3 ways forward. So I'll consider each individually. Oh, sorry, I've skipped a slide. Okay, so the first way forward, we can keep 1 and 2 and drop 3, rejecting computationalism as our metaphysics of mind. So what are our options then as metaphysicians of mind? Many approaches to the metaphysics of mind, I think, will suffer from the same problem because not all scientific notions are metaphysically leaden. In fact, it appears that few are. One thing that cognitive science is certainly committed to is the causal nature of the mind. Causal explanation is not just a strategy in cognitive science, it reflects a commitment to the causal nature of the mind. And perhaps the view that the mind is a dynamical system is a promising option as well. The problem, of course, is that virtually every system is causal and dynamical, as opposed to computational. It's what made computationalism such a nice view. And so the question would be, what makes minds unique? And I won't go into much detail here. We'd have to define the causal structure very carefully. It couldn't just be our causal structure, right? That would be too provincial. And we would want to select the right level of causal organization. So chemical microstructure probably wouldn't be relevant to what makes something a mind. And it's problems like these that the computational theory of mind was supposed to solve. A computational structure can be implemented in very different causal structures. And it automatically identifies a level of causal organization. So going this route seems to mean finding a very difficult to find metaphysically leaden notion in cognitive science to identify with the mind or to give the constitutive conditions for mindedness, or going back and sort of starting back at square one before computationalism solved the philosophical problems that it did. Okay, so moving on, the second way forward would be to keep 2 and 3 and reject 1 and just accept that the philosophy of mind floats free from scientific inquiry. It's actually not such an unusual view. There's lots of work that emphasizes the normative qualities of mind that seems to mostly disregard cognitive science, and pretty reasonably. So it's a viable option, and there's a body of work that could be leaned on here. But this does require a decision about the constraints that a metaphysics of mind should be subject to. So should a metaphysics of mind support psychiatric efforts? Maybe. Should it make sense of social or normative phenomena? Or should we have a different metaphysics of mind for each purpose? And note also that the computational view seems to have lost its motivation here. The computational view is supported by the way computational notions figure into cognitive science. And that consideration won't figure in on this view because we're giving up the connection to cognitive science. So this option likely amounts to just retaining 2 alone with our particular metaphysics of mind determined by the purposes it's meant to serve, the phenomena it's meant to explain. Finally, the third way forward is to accept 1 and 3, but drop 2, leaving behind the metaphysical approach to the philosophy of mind. So what are the alternatives to a metaphysical approach to thinking of our project as a project of giving the constitutive conditions for mindedness, or the metaphysics of minds, or defining minds? For one thing, and elsewhere I've approached the computational theory of mind and philosophy primarily as a methodological contribution to cognitive science. a way of exploring the epistemic virtues of different approaches to the study of mental capacities, the way that computational notions can be explanatory and the way that we can and should use them. And so there's a body of work taking this approach. It's much smaller than the body of work on the metaphysical problem of mind. But this is, I think, a pretty promising way forward. It's very interesting and fruitful. Another option is to understand the philosophy of mind as bringing cognitive scientific work to bear on other questions of enduring philosophical importance. So many people have heard of Laurie Ball's book, Transformative Experience. Relies on cognitive scientific findings and cognitive scientific theories and computational ones at that, but with no requirement that they give us a metaphysics of mind. Likewise, Jan Ishmael's book on free will. So I think this is another promising direction forward for the philosophy of mind. One last thing to note is that these three ways forward are not mutually exclusive. So we can pursue both the kinds of non-metaphysical philosophy of mind I just talked about, and also pursue a non-naturalistic metaphysics of mind, the second way forward, to explain the normative aspects of mentality, say. What we can't do is give a computational metaphysics of mind that is naturalistic. And as I suggested, it's likely that our other options for a naturalistic metaphysics of mind are quite limited. So I think the philosophy of mind needs to be substantially reconceived. And as you can maybe tell, I think it needs to be reconceived along the lines of the third way forward, which seems to be very promising and fruitful direction for philosophers to take. So that's all for me.
I think what we can do is we can start with questions for Andrew in particular, and then immediately move on to the general discussion. And I'd actually like to jump in and ask the first question, and then I'll give it to Adrian to ask his question. So with the computational metaphor, or however you might want to call it, theory of mind, something that's I think a worry among quite a few people, at least people that I've met, and it's something that I share as well, which might be due to not understanding this very well, is whether the move to dispense with the idea that this is a metaphor is actually a good move. Because the worry here, at least for me, is that if we take the computational model or metaphor or idea of the mind to be literally true, as in ontologically significant or capturing something, or in other words, like you say, literally calling the mind a computer, I think the worry that creates is that if there does happen to be something special about the mind that is not captured by an idea of looking at it as a computer, then we're just gonna miss that. So, do you what would you say about this?
Yeah, I mean, so I think that sits pretty well with my own view, which is that we should think of computational approaches in cognitive science largely as just the use of a certain set of tools that have been particularly fruitful, and philosophical work should look at why those tools have been fruitful and what they've helped to explain, and ideally what exactly they don't explain, where they might not be so fruitful. And so I think on my own view, there's a pretty natural way in to address that issue. As for people who think that the mind literally is a computer and that this is an important aspect of cognitive science, I'm not quite sure what they would say about the potential that there are non-computational aspects of mind. Generally, they expand the definition of computation so that it can capture something, a dynamical systems theory or certain sorts of embodied approaches to the mind. And if not, I think they just put their foot down and say, well, yeah, there might be other things the brain does, but they're not going to be important to mindfulness, which I think you're right. That may be a serious mistake that may block certain important questions from us. Thank you.
Adrian?
Thanks. I'd like to hear a little bit more about the way you're sort of conceiving of the relationship between sort of naturalism and metaphysics here, because a lot of the time, there's this very, what I sort of think of as a sort of naive way of conceiving of that project, which goes something like, oh, scientists treat this thing pragmatically, therefore we should treat it pragmatically. Or, oh, scientists treat this thing substantively, therefore it's metaphysically substantive. Or, it's eliminable or not eliminable from their project, blah, 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 blah. That's sort of that way of going. but there are other ways of conceiving of how we can draw metaphysical conclusions out of science. So one version, which I sort of associate with, like, say, Ian Hacking, but you have to squint really hard to get it, is to ask questions like, what must the world be like to make sense of the success that scientists have? Right. So I think Ken Waters has recently published some stuff about the complexity of biological systems in virtue of, look, you just can't understand why this works and why it doesn't without having this sort of view of the system that they're taking on. And it strikes me that that general approach is, it is a lot more normative, right? The philosopher has to do more work in a certain type of way, but it strikes me as significantly more promising as a way of trying to get a sort of naturalistic metaphysics of mind. And indeed, it could be one, I'd be really surprised, but it could be one that could say something in favor of computationalism. So I just wonder, like, basically, what's your view on these different models of how we draw metaphysics out of science?
Yeah, so I think it's especially important that the naturalism is not just about having a claim like grounded in science in this very basic way, but naturalism is so hard to define in a way that even like 10% of people who are self-proclaimed naturalists will agree to or recognize. So the way I tried to do it was this point about continuity, that philosophical work can be supported by scientific work, or in very indirect abductive ways support scientific work. So for example, it can provide a way of thinking about the domain of the science that helps make sense of why the theories are successful, which isn't quite how I put it when I was talking, but I think is roughly what you're getting at here. And yeah, I think that's a perfectly good, sorry, there's a bird in the background. I think that's a perfectly good project. I suspect that it's not going to be very helpful with a lot of notions in cognitive science, because the cognitive science is so interdisciplinary, and its history has been one of just like pilfering tools from every area that it can. And very little in that project seems to require that the tools it pilfered correspond to natural kinds in the world that the mind has to belong, or that the brain has to belong to, in order to make sense of the way those tools apply. It seems much more likely that we can explain why computational tools are successful, for example, by looking at what cognitive scientific theories try to do, which is largely to explain capacities that can be understood as like very, very roughly, and transforming inputs into outputs with a very broad definition of input and output, and giving process models of that, giving models of the causal structure that mediates the transformation, and thinking in terms of traditional algorithmic explanations. Traditional algorithms is an extremely good way of giving that kind of explanation. And if you use other tools from cognitive science, from computational sciences, you get, really nice ways of capturing the kind of hierarchies that cognitive scientists look for in the mind and various other things. So I suspect, I think that's a perfectly good way of drawing a metaphysics from science, or giving a naturalistic metaphysics, but I suspect that in cognitive science, it's not going to be very promising, certainly with the computational view, at least.
Okay, I think we should move on to at least one of the questions. Letitia, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, so I have a kind of sneaking suspicion that part of the problem is just mind talk anyway. And that, when we look at the sciences, they don't actually investigate mind. They investigate cognitive capacities and specific kinds of behavioral capacities, social capacities, affective capacities, so on and so forth. And especially when you look beyond the human to other animals, and now there's this whole thing in plant cognition, the whole idea of mind seems perhaps more like the vestiges of theology, kind of soul talk sneaking in, that if we naturalized properly, we would get rid of, and we would just actually investigate the capacities, the cognitive, affective, social capacities, behavior repertoire, inputs and outputs, and how they interact in various different species. So I was wondering what you thought of that.
I think I agree. It's a sort of more radical implication of or I think of it as an implication of the idea that we shouldn't be giving a metaphysics of mind, because giving a metaphysics of mind is essentially saying what the mind is, saying what this thing is that we're studying when we do cognitive science or philosophy of mind or whatever else. And if we give up that project of trying to say what that thing is, we're going to lose all of the motivation for really thinking in terms of minds rather than in terms of cognitive capacities, except as a sort of nice way of sometimes unifying sets of cognitive capacities and things like that. But I do think once we give up on the project of like defining the mind or saying what it is to be a mind, we are moving pretty far away from mind talk generally. Although, you know, maybe there are ways it may figure in. I don't have that really fleshed out, but yeah, I think broadly I agree.
Okay, Connor?
Thanks. I very much enjoyed the talk. Andrew, this is an obvious challenge, but I'm just wondering how you'd respond to it. Like, given that it appears that computers don't express conscious mind now, or haven't, or yet, is that a challenge? Do you think of your program, or do you think I'm misconstruing what you're saying, or in some ways that you have a easy way to
Yeah. So I think for someone who is taking this sort of metaphysical computational approach, that may be a problem. I think they tend to have good responses just because we're at a relatively primitive stage of artificial intelligence. And so they can say things like, yeah, look, we will eventually have computer consciousness. Or at least it'll be very hard in the future to argue that a computer isn't conscious. So when you sort of punt the debate to 150 years from now, it starts to look very difficult to make that objection. But on my own view, where the mind isn't necessarily a computer, or at least where understanding the mind in computational terms is not understanding the mind as literally being a computer, necessarily in sufficient conditions and things like that. I think I would be pretty friendly to that view, because it may be that a very different set of resources are required, of tools are required to make sense of consciousness itself, rather than the sorts of things that computational explanations are particularly good at explaining.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for inviting me to this really, really interesting conference. So I'll get straight, lot to cover, so I'll get straight on with it. Let me know if you can't hear me. Can you hear me okay? Okay, so I'm talking here about the surprising discovery of the last 40 years or so, that the laws of physics and the initial conditions of our universe seem to be fine-tuned for the possibility of life. That is to say, for life to be physically possible, certain numbers in basic physics, for example, the strength of gravity or the mass of the electron, had to have values falling in a certain very narrow range. And as a result of this, it looks to be incredibly improbable that a universe like ours would be compatible with the existence of life. Now, some people think this is evidence for nothing in particular apart from our good fortune, but many scientists and philosophers think it's strong evidence for the multiverse hypothesis, the hypothesis that our universe is one of huge, perhaps infinite number of universes, each with slightly different numbers in their physics. And then the thought is, if there are a large enough number of universes, between them exemplifying a wide range of values in their parameters, then maybe it's not so surprising that one of them fluked the right numbers for life. Now, the first thing I want to try and press on you is the claim that this line of reasoning from the fine-tuning to the multiverse is an instance of fallacious reasoning, specifically that it commits the inverse gambler's fallacy. So this is not original to me. This was originally argued by Ian Hacking in 1987, but a particularly well-worked out version of it was put forth by Roger White in the year 2000. So I just briefly go over this. So starting with the regular gambler's fallacy. So the regular gambler's fallacy, you've been playing all night in the casino, you've had really bad luck, and you think, oh, I'm going to have one. Yeah, I haven't rolled a double six all night, and I think I'm going to have one more go. I'm bound to roll a double six this time, because it would be really unlikely if, I'm rolling all night that I don't roll a double six once. So this time I'm highly likely to get a double six on my last roll. That's a fallacy because the odds of getting a double six on any particular roll are the same, 1 in 36. No matter how many times you've been rolling before, it doesn't make it any more or less likely that the next roll will be a double six. So that's the regular gambler's fallacy. The inverse gambler's fallacy, you walk into the casino, you see somebody else rolling a double six, and you think, oh, they must have been playing all night. And your reasoning is, you know, it's really unlikely if they just rolled once, they'd get a double six. But if they've been playing all night, it's more likely. That's a fallacy for the similar reason, because you've only observed one roll, and the odds of that one roll you observed are 1 in 36. No matter how many times this person has been rolling previously, the odds of the only roll you've observed are the same, 1 in 36. So Hacking and White want to say there is a similar fallacy going on in the multiverse argument from the fine tuning. So the multiverse theorist looks at the fine tuning, thinks, wow, that's really incredibly improbable that the right numbers came up in our universe. There must be loads of other universes where the wrong numbers came up to explain that. The claim is there's the same fallacy because all we've observed is our universe and its fine-tuning. No matter how many other universes there are, that doesn't make it any more or less likely that our universe will be fine-tuned. That's the claim that I support. Now, a very common reaction is to say, well, what about the selection effect? There's clearly some kind of selection effect in the fine-tuning, in the sense that we could not have observed a universe that wasn't life-sustaining. If the universe wasn't life-sustaining, there'd be no life and no one to observe it. So that's clearly, in some sense, that's a trivial that selection effect is there, but the impact on the evidential situation with respect to fine-tuning is more controversial. So soon after Hacking wrote his original paper on this, P.J. McGrath tried to press that the presence of the selection effect undermines this charge of the inverse gambler's fallacy. And he created this analogy, I've got calling here Jane 1, to try and demonstrate that. So here's the analogy. Jane takes a nap at the beginning of a dice rolling session in which an unspecified number of players will be simultaneously rolling a pair of dice just once, on the understanding that she will be awakened if and only if a double six is rolled and not before. Upon waking, she infers that there were several players rolling dice. So this is trying to mimic the selection effect, just as we could not have observed a non-fine-tuned universe. Similarly, Jane could not have observed any number other than a double six, because she wouldn't have been woken up if it was any other number. And this does seem to be a good inference she's making, right? That the more people are rolling dice, the more likely there's a double six to be rolled. So you might think McGrath was trying to say, well, you know, analogously, the multiverse theorist makes a good inference from the fine-tuning to the multiverse. But I think White has quite an effective response to this. He says, well, look, we need to distinguish two kinds of selection effect, what we might call the mere selection effect and what White calls the inverse selection effect. The mere selection effect is, if we exist, then there's a life-permitting universe. The inverse selection effect is, if there's a life-permitting universe, then we exist. And White wants to say the former is true, the latter is not. And to make you see that, you know, he presses, you know, what would have to be the case for the inverse selection effect to hold? He imagines, you know, suppose we were once disembodied spirits floating around a multiverse looking for a fine-tuned universe, and when we find it, we slip into it. If that were true, then the inverse selection effect would hold. As long as there's a life-permitting universe, we're going to exist. But that's clearly not the case, and given that it's not the case, the inverse selection effect does not obtain. There could have been it could have been that the next universe down was fine-tuned but not ours, in which case some other folk might have existed, but perhaps not us. So we want because in the real world fine-tuning situation, the mere selection effect but not the inverse selection effect obtains. In the Jane 1 analogy that McGrath presented, this looks like a bad analogy. because in that analogy, both the mere unlike the real world, both the mere selection effect and the inverse selection effect obtain, right? Because if Jane is woken up, somebody's rolled a double six, but conversely, if somebody's rolled a double six, whoever's rolled a double six, Jane's going to be woken up. So that's not analogous to the real world. So we want an analogy that matches the real world situation where you don't have an inverse selection effect. So this is White's analogy, which I'm going to call Jane 2. Jane knows that she is one of an unspecified number of sleepers, each of which has a unique partner who will roll a pair of dice. Each sleeper will be awakened if and only if her partner rolls a double six. Upon waking, Jane infers that there are several sleepers and dice rollers. So this is a better analogy because there's no inverse. There's a selection effect, but there's no inverse selection effect. Just because someone rolls a double six, it doesn't mean Jane's going to be woken up, because it could have been a partner of one of the other dice rollers. And that seems to fit the real world situation. Just because a universe is fine-tuned, it doesn't mean we're going to exist, because it might have been the next universe down. And so this is a more fitting analogy, and it does indeed seem to be a bad inference Jane is making in this case. All she knows is that her partner rolled a double six, and no matter how many other sleeper partner pairs there are rolling dice, it doesn't make it any more likely that her partner would roll a double six. By analogy, it seems the multiverse theorists' inference is flawed in the same way. You know, all we've observed is our universe, no matter how many other universes there are, it doesn't make it any more likely that our universe is fine-tuned. Okay, so far I've just told you about White's argument. So I've developed this in a number of ways. Paper on this on my website. Does the multiverse explain fine-tuning or something like that? One thing I've done is tried to connect it to, which nobody in this debate of the last 3 decades has done, connected it to the science, the most popular version of the multiverse defended by scientists wanting to account for fine-tuning, rooted in inflationary cosmology and string theory. And I've tried to say that actually supports White against a certain kind of objection. Also, what I've got on these slides that it's looking like I'm not going to have time to go. Maybe we could talk about it in the Q&A. A lot of people, I've not seen this in print, but on Twitter, talk a lot on Twitter, a very common response, one that, for example, Tim Maudlin made to me on Facebook, actually, the philosopher of physics, worries that White's analogy has a kind of pre-selection worries that the Jane character is sort of exists before the improbable event, whereas our existence comes out of the improbable event of fine-tuning. I think that's easily fixed with an IVF analogy I've created, where her existence comes out of, we've got a doctor rolling dice to see whether they're going to fertilize the egg. And I think it still looks to be a bad inference. I didn't persuade Tim Maudlin, but anyway, I'm pretty convinced that it's still a bad inference. Okay, so that's the first part of the talk. So I've mainly just pressed White's point. So second more positive point. So if the fine-tuning isn't evidence, so this is very different in a way. If the fine-tuning isn't evidence for a multiverse, what is it evidence for? I want to say that what strikes us about the fine-tuning is that the numbers that have come up, as it were, in our physics look to be pretty much the numbers you need in order to have a universe compatible with significant value, right? The numbers that have come up are the right numbers to allow for life, intelligent life, people who can fall in love and write poetry. Pretty much all of the other numbers, you're not going to get anything particularly interesting happening in the universe, or nothing of comparable value. You know, just to take one example, if the strong nuclear force that binds the components of the nucleus together was a little bit stronger, a little bit weaker, you wouldn't have any chemical reactions or any kind of chemical complexity. Lots of other examples we could talk about. So I want to say, in the light of this, that the fine-tuning is evidence for what I'm going to call the value selection hypothesis, that the values of the fine-tuned parameters were selected in order to maximize the possibility of value in the universe. So I think this just, follows in our straightforward Bayesian, standard Bayesian way of thinking about evidence, how we think about evidence. If you want to know whether certain evidence supports a hypothesis, you ask two questions. Suppose the hypothesis is true, how likely is it you'd find the evidence? Suppose the hypothesis is false, how likely is it you'd find the evidence? If the answer to the first question is quite likely, the answer to the second question is highly unlikely, then the evidence supports the hypothesis. That's kind of basic Bayes' theorem. So now, suppose value selection hypothesis is true. I think, we'd expect to find the numbers we do, the numbers that are compatible with a universe of significant value. Suppose value selection is false, well, then it would be highly improbable that just by chance you'd happen to have the right numbers compatible with significant value, a universe with compatible with significant value. Straightforward Bayesian inference, it looks to be, and the odds are, the Bayes factor here is absolutely enormous. So it does seem to be incredibly strong evidence for this value selection hypothesis. Now, when people think of something like the value selection hypothesis, people tend to think of traditional theism, the view that an all-knowing, all-powerful, perfectly good being created the universe. But that's just one way of interpreting value selection. And I think in my own personal view, not a particularly good way, because I think there's lots of very strong evidence against traditional theism, namely the evil and suffering we find in our universe. I think a perfectly good, all-powerful beings would have made things a little bit more comfortable. But there are many other options. Here are 7. Axiarchism, the view of John Leslie, in this context, we can think of as the view that the parameters have the values they do because they allow for a universe of value, and that's just a brute fact. There's no deeper level of explanation. It's the kind of the most parsimonious interpretation, although you might think not very explanatorily satisfying. You want a bit more of an explanation, you might go for Nagel's teleological laws, fundamental laws of nature with aims built into them. Cosmopsychism, I've developed a kind of cosmopsychist account of the fine-tuning, that the universe is a conscious mind that's in some way responsive to value. Ananthropic purposivism, Tim Mulgan's very interesting book, Purpose in the Universe, that I'm currently working through to write a review of, where he thinks there's a non-human centered purpose, partly motivated by both the fine-tuning and the problem of evil. He thinks that we have evidence that there is a cosmic purpose, but it's not about us. We're just a byproduct of a greater purpose, and that's why things aren't so great for us in certain respects. The simulation hypothesis, maybe for those more naturalistically inclined, Nick Bostrom's view that there is a non-designed universe where they have the technology to create lots of simulations of universes, and we're one of those simulations. Or a God of limited powers. Tom Oord has developed this in a Christian context, actually, that there is an all-knowing, perfectly good God, but of limited power, who's created the best universe they have the ability to do. Maybe this isn't his version, but you might think maybe God has to create from a singularity, can't just kind of create Adam from scratch, has to create from a singularity, has created, the only way they can create intelligent life is create a universe with the right kind of value, kind of perimeter values that will eventually evolve intelligent life with a lot of messiness on the way. That's the only way they can do it. So there are lots of options here. So I think there's an urgent task here to try and work out. I think it's pretty clear Bayesian, inference that this is strong evidence for value selection. So there's an urgent task to work out which of these hypotheses is the best one. Why aren't we getting on with it? Why is no one doing this, really? I suggest, in line with the theme of this conference, 2 biases getting in the way, cultural biases. One, a cultural bias against teleology, natural teleology, resulting from a long period between 1859 and the mid-70s in which there was no empirical evidence for teleology. And by teleology, I mean things happening at the fundamental level for a reason. Value selection in that sense would be a teleological thesis. So I kind of think, bit of a pigeon history here, if that's an expression. You know, we go from the scientific revolution from the Aristotelian teleological world to a kind of mechanistic Galilean world. But then you've still got God doing a bit of stuff in Newton's world, nudging the planets a bit every now and again. God looks more and more redundant from physics. When Napoleon asked Laplace in the 19th century, you know, where does God feature in your theory? Famously said, "Sire, I have no need for that hypothesis." But there's still biology, looks like there's design there. But then you get Darwin. And I think at that point, you know, this really reinforces this idea that science has ruled out teleology, God, or anything like that. Religion and science are opposed. We have Marx saying religion is the opium of the masses, Nietzsche saying God is dead. And this goes on for 100 years. And I think this is, you know, this strong cultural idea takes hold. Then in the 1970s, I think we get different evidence. We get this fine tuning that is, you know, building up more and more over the last few decades. But I think, you know, I mean, the rational response there is to take Keynes' dictum, you know, the economist Keynes, people said, you didn't used to think that. And he said, when the facts change, I change my view. But I think that's really hard for human beings to do. You know, I think the Enlightenment ideal is you follow the evidence where it leads. But, you know, I think humans are naturally conservative, and this gets into people's identity, that kind of Daniel Dennett, almost religious kind of allegiance to a certain view about how science should be. And there's a lot of rhetoric that goes with that. And I mean, I just think this is just, you know, the understandable cultural worldview getting in the way of the evidence as it has transpired. So I just think we need to keep pressing the evidence until culture catches up with the evidence as we have it. Also, I think, secondly, just more briefly, I think there's a cultural bias in favor of interpreting value selection in terms of traditional theism, which I do think is a hypothesis which doesn't fit with other facts about our universe, such as unnecessary suffering. So I think many people, when they sort of think about, well, is there some reason for something like value selection, they equate that with traditional theism, and they think, well, that's not a good option. So out with that. But as I've tried to point that there are lots of other options here. So conclusions, 19 minutes, not bad. So I want to say that the fine-tuning evidence does not support the multiverse hypothesis, although there's a lot more to be said there than I've had time to say. The fine-tuning evidence is evidence for the value selection hypothesis. As a scientific and philosophical community, there's an urgent task here. We should be setting about trying to assess which version of value selection is most probable, because there's, you know, that view would then be probably true. And to do this, we need to overcome our biases against teleology and for traditional theism and follow the evidence where it leads. Thank you very much. Love to hear your thoughts.
Okay, thank you, Philip, for this very interesting talk. So do we have any questions? I see Adrian is first.
Philip, thank you. That was really fun. There's something that I think I'm just like not understanding, which is not that surprising. So I take it at least the setup goes something like someone who, you know, favors to say multiverse sort of explanations is, hey, look, if I just had like a huge number of multiverses, but if I had a whole bunch of monkeys typing away, I'd get Shakespeare or whatever. You know, if I had a whole bunch of multiverses, one of them's going to have life. And the response is, yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that this one having life is an incredibly improbable event, right? So me just saying that someone won the lottery doesn't, you know, explain why a particular person won the lottery. And I suppose I'm just not sure why the relevant question, or the relevant question is that this one has life on it, as opposed to just some subset of them have it, right? Because if I'm just saying, you know, like I've got independent evidence that at least one has life, right? But, you know, for the purposes of the hypothesis, I don't care about that I happen to be in that place, right? The hypothesis is just at least one person is probably rolling double sixes in that casino. That's the sort of relevant question. And if that's right, then it looks like, just by, again, the same sort of principle of likelihood, it looks like the the multiverse hypothesis goes just as well as the tuning hypothesis. So I guess I'm missing the bit where I have to say it's critical that I explain why I won the lottery ticket as opposed to just someone won the lottery ticket.
Yeah, no, you haven't missed anything. It's obviously a huge debate and lots to be said here. So yeah, it sounds right, doesn't it, when you talk in the idiom of explanation and you think, well, I don't need explaining why our universe is fine-tuned. It was kind of bound to be if we're here and so on. But I mean, the crucial question is it, and it's a big problem in Bayesian probability stuff, that like, how should we construe the evidence? Should we construe the evidence of fine-tuning that our universe is fine-tuned or that this universe is fine-tuned? So there's, I mean, White has sort of theoretical motivations that I haven't gone into for why we should think it's this universe is fine-tuned, but we don't have time to go into that. But I just think those analogies even give strong support. Like take the Jane 2 case where she's, her existence depends on her partner her waking up, depends on her partner rolling a 6. Her partner rolls a 6. Does she think, well, my evidence is someone's rolled a 6 or this person's rolled a 6? And I think it's pretty clear when you reflect on that analogy that she should construe her evidence as this person rolled a 6. Or just take an example without the selection effect. Like,
sorry, can I come in just to make sure? Because I took my worry or my thing I wasn't understanding to be prior to even talking about the selection effect. Because of course, I would have thought by the principle of if we were working with the law of likelihood, it supports both. That our person and this person rolled 6s. It speaks equally to both of those hypotheses. So I guess I'm still not like I guess I was off the boat even before we went into I just don't see why I have to buy the relevant observation is this universe as opposed to a universe. If you get maybe observation is not the right term.
Well, because okay, so let's take a simple example without a selection effect. You wake up with amnesia. There's a monkey in front of you typing perfect English. You think that's weird. That's the explain it. You might think it's a trick. You might think someone set up. What would not be a good inference is, oh, there must be lots of other monkeys around here writing a load of crap, because you should construe your evidence as this monkey is typing English. So I think it's clear. I don't know if you get in that case. You would rightly construe your evidence as this monkey is typing English, not a monkey is typing English. And I think the selection effect makes absolutely no evidential difference. And so you should construe your evidence as this universe is fine-tuned. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's more useful. That makes sense why that makes sense why the selection effect comes in, because the difference is our existence in this case depends upon the monkey making sense. So yeah, okay, that's really helpful.
I mean, one other quick thing is as if there were independent evidence for a multiverse, then the fine-tuning problem drops away, and White has good explanations for what's going on there. And there is sort of potentially tentative evidence for a kind of multiverse, but I argue in a bigger paper that it's not the multiverse of the right kind. There's no empirical evidence for this multiverse where all the laws are varied in the different universes. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. We have one question from J. Brian Pitts.
Thank you for the very interesting talk. I was wondering about how you deployed the problem of evil, and in particular, what you have in mind by traditional theism. I mean, like the old traditional theism involved a lot of stuff about divine revelation and sin and wrath and those kinds of things, and hence suffering is not particularly improbable, you might think, whereas Enlightenment optimism tended to involve a more rationalistic view in which suffering becomes less explicable. So, I mean, are both of those traditional theism, or is just one of them, or what do you have in mind, given that they have quite different predictions?
Yeah, I mean, I've probably come across a bit flippant, say, obviously there's a huge debate here, and I don't want to say, obviously, traditional theism is ruled out, but by traditional theism, I mean an all-knowing, all-powerful, perfectly good God. I am of the view that evil and suffering, so I don't buy the theodicies, I don't buy the skeptical theist response. I am of the view that the suffering is very strong evidence against an all-knowing, all-powerful, perfectly good God. That's what I meant by that. But obviously it's a huge debate, and is there, I don't know if there's a particular theodicy you favor or something, or I don't know.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, partly the question is like, what are Christians and Jews theists on your view, or is that an open question depending on what if the biblical God is a little more irritable than the traditional theistic God of the philosophers? Is it possible that the Jews and Christians are not theists, for example?
Well, for one thing, Thomas Ode is a Christian who defends this limited God thing, and a lot of Whiteheadian Catholics I've met defend that. So I'm totally open to that. And also, if you have the kind of classical theism where God's kind of ineffable, some people think Aquinas gets around the problem of evil that way, because but I'm not building into my traditional theism, anything from Old Testament wrath or anything. What I'm objecting to is specifically an all-knowing, all-powerful, perfectly good being. I think there's even suffering strong evidence against that. Okay. Whether Christians or Jews believe in that, I agree is not so obvious. I'm a kind of Christian myself, actually, although a bit of an unusual kind.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful.
Okay, we have one more question from Connor Barry.
This is on the problem of evil as well. I'm just wondering, because my perception is, because I'm wondering if some of it's your own conclusion, but it's also among physical scientists. My understanding is sociologically, when people ask most people in the natural sciences, why do you not believe in God, or why do you believe or not believe in God? The answer they give isn't related to necessarily the sciences themselves, but it actually is that no, the suffering clearly demonstrates that there cannot be a God, or a benevolent God or something like that, or an omnipotent in the way you describe. Is it the authority of the physical scientists that are natural scientists that in part informs your own critique, do you think, or do you think it's just your own response?
Not at all. I'm a philosopher. This is a philosophical question, and I've read a lot of the philosophical literature on the problem of evil and teach it in Durham. And I just think look, as I say, maybe in the talk, I hope I didn't come across as too, this is obvious. I find skeptical theist response very interesting. I mean, the way I would put it is, I think I have one of my moral view. I think it's a strong moral intuition that it would be immoral to, if you could do anything, it would be immoral to create a universe like this. Now, and I can't see any reason, anything that undermines that moral intuition. Of course, it might be wrong, but any of my, insofar as I can have confidence about any of my moral intuitions, I think I have a lot of confidence about that. If we do have people creating simulated universes in the future, and someone created a universe like this and just let people suffer, I think the ethics committee would take it off them. I mean, I'm sure there's all sorts of disanalogies, but yeah, that's so I suppose that's but I mean, in a way, what my proposed project here is we debate which version of this values maximizing hypothesis, I forgot what I called it now, is the best one. And so, traditional theists, as I'm defining them, could be engaged in that project, defending their corner. But, I want to have that debate, and I would certainly be against the omni God version, because, because I think there's good, just because I think that the moral, I'm repeating myself, the moral intuition that it would be immoral for an all-powerful being to create a universe like this seems to me pretty solid.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have one from Greg Fox. Go away.
Okay, just a quick question. So, I guess my worry, I talked about this earlier. My worry is that we call the fine-tuning worry is called the fine-tuning problem, because it looks like the initial state was improbable given the dynamics that we have, but we don't know what the dynamics were in that regime. And so in what sense can we make of this claim that that state was improbable? Is that to claim it's improbable seems to have to be relative to what the dynamics were, and we don't know those.
Well, yeah, obviously there's a huge debate here, emphasize that again, but I mean, I think all we can ever go with is our best science at the moment, and our best science at the moment tells us that as far as we know at the moment in our science, these are the basic constants we have. Does it, and of course that could change, you know, people tend to get more kind of agnostic about science with this issue for some reason. Say, well, we don't know, but you know, I just think we have to work with the science we have. Does it depend on the dynamics? Well, look, either these constants were as they were from the start, or some dynamic shaped them. But if some dynamic shaped them, then I would think the question would arise of all the things that could come out of those dynamics. The very numbers required for life came out of those dynamics. So I don't think an earlier process leading to them would change things. It could be that as we learn more, this problem goes away. But it seems over the last few decades, the more we've learning about the cosmological constant in the 90s, the more fine-tuning arises. And yeah, so I would say our best science suggests that a universe like ours, it's highly improbable that it would be consistent with the possibility of life.
Okay, we have another question from Letitia. Please.
It always just seems to me that it's not so much that it would be inconsistent with life, but life as we know it, right? I mean, life as we know it has very specific kinds of requirements. But it just seems to me if you sort of settle the parameters of the universe at a different level, you might have an emergent set of laws that have other kinds of things where you can get the sorts of interactive ratchet effects and cumulative evolution that's characteristic of life. And I just don't see how the fine-tuning argument can rule that out. I mean, sure, life as we know it, you're not going to get carbon behaving as carbon does unless all the parameters are set. Okay, so carbon is specific to this set of parameters in our universe, but shift all the dials and maybe something else with consistent and emergent phenomena will arise. And how could we possibly say otherwise? And then the other possible universes don't look so problematic, right? Yeah, of course, life as we know it needs to have these parameters, but how could we possibly know that other types of structures are impossible given other parameters?
Yeah, so some of it's connected to carbon, but actually a lot of it is just any kind of structural complexity. I mentioned the strong nuclear force. If that were slightly, I can't remember which way around now, slightly stronger, that there would just be hydrogen, the simplest element, no chemical reactions, no chemical complexity. Slightly weaker, you just have heavy elements, again, no chemical reactions. Or the cosmological constant, which governs the expansion of the universe, if it was slightly weaker, everything would just collapse back on itself before anything interesting happened. If it was slightly stronger, everything would shoot away too quickly for gravity to get a grip. So it's not just carbon-based life, it's any kind of structural complexity. So, I mean, I take it's pretty clear that I would say plausible that for biological life, you need some kind of structural complexity, things forming structures, and on most of these values, you wouldn't have any of that at all.
Yeah, except I wonder if we can really claim to know that, right?
But that's what our best science tells us. I mean,
but I don't think that our best science says anything about what if the parameters were set differently. Right? I mean, that's a pure construction, right? That's an imaginary thought experiment. And so when you do get to actually changing the parameters, how that might interact with other parameters and other ways in which ontologies might emerge, well, that just seems to me to be outside of the domain of our explanation, right? And so
I'm not,
sorry.
I'm not. So sorry, I'm not a physicist, but physicists, I mean, one of the best books in this recent book A Fortunate Universe by Luke Barnes, and I can't remember the other writer. One of them's a multiverse theorist and one of them's a theist, but most of it is just laying out the scientific data. And we can know this. We run computer models, we change the numbers, we look at what happens, and they yield the possibility spaces. So a hell of a lot of them, there is just hydrogen. No chemical reactions. I think our science, I mean, I'm not a scientist, so I can't tell you how we know that, but physicists tell us we do know this. We know, as far as we know how the standard model of particle physics works, we plug in different numbers, we run a computer simulation, we know what would happen. And so scientists tell me and write in their books that we do know that. I can't defend that. I'm not a scientist, but that is what scientists say.
Okay, if that's it. So we have another question from Slobodan Perović.
Okay, thank you very much for a very interesting talk and interesting discussion so far. So something crossed my mind actually. So the assumption is that our universe is fine-tuned to life, to the emergence of life. Obviously, that's true. All the parameters are sort of combined and lined up exactly as they should, and there's very sort of a narrow domain in which that can happen. But that's sort of one insight that we got from physics, from astrophysics. But another insight is actually coming from thermodynamics. And if you take into account entropy, all that will fairly soon actually sort of dissipate and disappear. And we will have sort of a thermal death pretty soon. So my question is this actually a finely tuned universe, given the sort of value that you're seeking, right? You say it's sort of selected for the value, right? And not necessarily in sort of theistic terms, but I mean, thermodynamically, is that actually true? I mean, how do you sort of, it's just sort of a first thought. I didn't really work this out, so.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I think we're sort of on the same page in some way. I think it's for reasons like that I reject traditional theism, because, so, I mean, if you look at my value max, I can't remember what I called it now, the hypothesis, it wasn't that the universe is set up to make the most value, it was the parameter values are set to ensure the most value. And that does seem to be the case, that the parameter values we have are the ones that lead to our universe compatible with the most value. But yes, there's other respects in which our universe is imperfect, and you point to a good one there. And why isn't there more life? Why isn't, there's lots of ways in which the universe is pretty shit. So that's why I wouldn't go. So I think we have both of these considerations, and that's why I'm not a traditional theist. And this is what's motivating, for example, Tim Mulgan with his ananthropic purposivism. Or, you might say, let's go for the simulation hypothesis, that we're in a simulation rather than, or, I mean, look, I'm very sympathetic to the God of limited power, that there's, I think if you look at the fine tuning on the one hand, then you look at the evil and suffering and the heat, death, and so on. You might think this is the most rational hypothesis is that there's a God doing the best with their abilities. Why think God can do anything that's logically conceivable? Doing the best with their abilities. So that's why I'm more sympathetic to those kind of versions of the value maximization hypothesis, or whatever I called it, because we do have these different things pushing in different directions. So I sort of think the atheists are in denial about the fine tuning, the traditional theists are in denial about the evil and suffering, although I'm sounding flippant again, sorry. The person free from cultural biases takes on board all of these and tries to work out, the simplest hypothesis. And I myself have defended this cosmopsychist view, which is sort of like a non-supernatural God of limited powers, I guess. Seems to me the most parsimonious theory that can account for all of this data.
Okay, another question from Predrag Slijepčević.
This is just related to what Slobodan said, something about thermodynamics. There is a final entropic principle by Barrow and Tipler. They argue that once an information entity emerges in the universe, it becomes indestructible. Therefore, it's anti-anthropic. So, sorry, it's basically like positive entropy. So what do you think about this in the context of fine-tuning? I mean, the final anthropic principle and the information entity that's essentially indestructible. I think when talking about biology, bacteria could potentially be indestructible because they exist for roughly 4 billion years, and they survived all the evolutionary catastrophes.
Yeah, I'd have to look again at the reasons they think that is possible or probable, and I'm open to possible solution. I'm worried about heat death. I'm open to possible. I'm a fan of Teilhard de Chardin, who thought this new form of life and consciousness is going to emerge from information connectedness, and the universe is going to unify with God. And so once you're unified with God, maybe you don't need to worry about entropy. And I'm not sure, can we put forward evidence? Maybe you can put these in the line of hope.
We don't need to invoke God in that, because, look, bacteria, 4 billion years, I mean, what can destroy life on Earth? I think that, if you think in that way, even if we attempt with all the technological means we have, we wouldn't be able to destroy life. And therefore, bacteria as the first form of life basically could sustain many sort of cosmic conditions, etc.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, what I should probably say is I should probably just go away and look at that. I mean, I suppose in response to Slobodan's question, it wouldn't worry me if there was some deep tragedy from heat death, because my hypothesis isn't that we're in the best of all possible worlds. It's just that the selection of the parameter values seems to be the best possible choice. But perhaps, there are ways of avoiding thinking of heat death as a tragedy anyway, or maintaining some kind of more optimistic cosmic hope, which I like hope. I worry about heat death. I should look into it.
So thank you to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share some of my work. The outline of this talk is as follows. I will firstly introduce Big Three, and then discuss some problems with Big Three. I'll then introduce William Brill and his notion of the entwined subject and object as a potential solution to the problem with big history. I'll then discuss experienced pragmatists, notably Cyrille Misak, and their notion of subject and object as thing. I'll then introduce John Wheeler, who gives quite a sort of radically subjective view of cosmology and other sciences. And then, as part of my work in progress, I'll discover this view that I'm holding is a kind of subjectivism, or perhaps even a kind of panpsychism. So, developed by David Christian, big history is a so-called meta view that merges human evolutionary, cosmology, and other historical sciences into one universal history, a grand narrative of cosmic evolution. History, according to Christian, is a modern global origin story that interprets the putatively individuated objects and processes around us as only a manifestation of the more energy that emanated from the Big Bang. First to emerge in the universe was the stuff of physics, then chemistry, then microbiology, and so on, all the way to present-day advanced technology in the human mind. Each of these stages are understood as clusters, rucks of dynamical energy. The world ontology is fundamentally energy flowing and evolving through time, obeying the second law of thermodynamics, forming complex phenomena. Universe begins simple, but evolves by way of dynamic increasing complexity to manifest all the things we fascinate over the same in ourselves. Kristin suggests that big history can unify splintered scholarly disciplines. It attempts to describe the large patterns that help make sense of the details. Big history rediscovers an interest in deep human right patterns of change. Big history tells the story of the universe from start to present. The story is told in 8 phases or thresholds: origin, stars and galaxies, molecules, Earth, life, humans, agriculture, and the modern revolution. Big history sheds light on philosophical questions such as who am I, where did I come from, and where are we going? It does so by understanding human beings as part of a grand cosmic evolutionary process. Big history, says Kristin, is, quote, an attempt at what E.O. Wilson had called concilium, a return to the goal of a unified understanding of reality in place of the fragmented visions that dominate modern education and scholarship. End quote. Blurring the traditional boundary between social sciences and the natural sciences, big history tracks universal patterns of cause and span the origin of the universe to the present. It seeks to place the human situation within a broader cosmic narrative informed by empirical methods as radial dating, genetic analysis, and thermodynamic measurements. The problem, attention, however, arises for big history's purely objectivist, i.e. empirical descriptivist approach. Scientific and historical disciplines have semantic concepts that arguably involve an interpreter, i.e. a subject. Big history claims to give an encompassing account of the universe, including humanity, yet it's a subjectivity so central to the human condition. Big history aspires to an overarching explication of the world, to a unified understanding of reality. It excludes an account that arguably matters most to us, i.e. the subject. We're only told that subjectivity is summoned by or bubbles up from the brain. I propose instead that subjectivity permeates the whole of science, including historical sciences. Science is always practiced by subjects who, one, cannot strip those parts of their discipline's factual content that are written by the mind, those that are contributed by the world, and two, necessarily express that content in terms of narrative theories that are in view. I suggest that this notion of subject and world entwined is suitably articulated by William Whewell and then by practice tacitly by work. The view I propose is informed by Kantian epistemology. There are both conceptual and empirical components of the world as identified in scientific inquiry. Both theory and fact, a priori and a posteriori, constitute what things are. In other words, subject and object are entwined and constitute the stuff of science. William Whewell, inspired by Kant, claims we may think of sensations as matter and ideas the form of our knowledge. In other words, the world provides the objective empirical content, while we as inquiring subjective agents provide that together constitute scientific knowledge. This introduces the subject into science and therefore into big history. Like Kant for him, Whewell develops a philosophy of science that aims for a middle ground between rationalist realism and empiricist anti-theory. There is a clear separation between subject and object, between theory and fact, between mind and world. Scientific inquiry oscillates in passive reflection and active participation through time. Both hypothesis and experiment play a separable role in generating scientific knowledge and therefore truth. Every inquiring act knits subject and world together. With Whewell, there's a mask of theory over the face of matter. According to Whewell, not perceive the objects, we only perceive shapes, colors, and shades. The solidity these sense impressions have is a unifying form provided by the subject. In scientific terms, we can think of the co-evolution of subjective theory with the objective output of experiment constituting the ongoing, holistic progression of science. Subject and object co-evolve with the function of best science action. For experienced pragmatists like Jeancolas, the mind does not represent, mirror, or copy reality, but neither is reality simply a product of language games. Instead, like Kant, we impose human categories on experience. And like Whewell, subject and object merge in experience. According to Misak, we cannot pry apart our interpretation from the interpreted. We are interpretive engines, he says, coordinating and merging theory with data in generating knowledge and truth. For experienced pragmatists, mind and world merge in experience. So now on to John Wheeler's participatory universe. He says, we are participators in bringing into being not only the near and here, but the far away and long ago. We are in this sense participators in bringing about something of the universe in the distant past. So this is Wheeler's famous little diagram of you being the universe with the origin here, and then through time, the observer emerges and looks back on the universe while studying it. It's a little misleading because there seems to be some kind of correspondence or representation going on here, but we kind of get the idea that there's this cyclical nature to mind and matter, where the one gives rise to the other, which then, in a sense, creates the other in turn. And so it's this ongoing process. According to Nestoruk, humanity is co-present in all points of what it observes in the universe or imagines, while physically being restricted to an insignificant part of it. According to Alexei Nestoruk, for John Wheeler, reality, that is the totality of the world, is constituted through the interaction of an inarticulate out there with human inquirers who create the network of questions and answers directed and received from this reality. Wheeler's appeal is similar to a phenomenological assertion that without taking into account the generating power of human subjectivity, the efficacy of the sciences, either human or natural, remains obscured. For Wheeler and Nestoruk, the notion of physical reality, nature, or the universe only has sense in the context of humanity. The world is not a clock-like machine which has been pre-constructed and then discovered by human observers. Instead, it is a self-synthesized system coming into existence through the co-constitution of mind and matter. There is nowhere out of the cycle. There is no foundation of the cycle outside itself. We can say that the world receives its explanation from within itself. Observers are necessary to bring the universe into being, according to Wheeler, i.e. to transform something initially undifferentiated and non-articulated into something sensible and intelligible. So here from Nestoruk 2013, we have these different diagrams. Here's John Barrow's Unity of the Universe through levels from physics through chemistry up to biology and eventually cosmology. Here we have Primax Ouroboros of science. So here's the origin, galaxies, etc., human beings. And as we investigate down the levels through chemistry, through physics, we get to quantum mechanics, or the stuff, quantum processes and particles. And that then is what's investigated at the origin of the universe. So when we go all the way back, we meet the place where we go down through levels. And so there's this kind of cyclical nature to our inquiry. For John Wheeler, his participatory universe, here are some scientists who, through various methods, investigate all the way down to the level of physics, but physics has given rise through chemistry, biology, etc., to these observers. And so there's this cycle of meaning. But Nestoruk's point is that there's always this self, this creator of the diagram. So even someone who tries to give a cyclical account of the relationship between mind and matter themselves stands outside the diagram and assumes sort of the God's eye view that they're trying to get rid of. And so there's always me, the observer, or the subject that is interacting with my account of mind and world. And there's no sort of escape from this regress. And this leads Nestoruk to theology. I won't go in that direction, but it's just, I think there's some validity to this point that we cannot escape, that it's always me. I myself am always pasting something of myself onto the world, even onto my models of the world or of myself. These diagrams, says Nestoruk, presuppose for their own existence, quote, the presence of an intelligence which creates the diagram. The physical genesis depicted requires a reflecting consciousness which has propensities which do not simply follow from the chain of physical causations. What is missing is the presence of the subject for whom this diagram makes sense, end quote. Even the Big Bang, says Nestoruk, appears to be a mental construct. It purports to describe the origin of the universe, but it does not so through reference to here and now. This is because its theory is constructed upon observations made here and now. The question of the physical existence of the Big Bang must be placed in the context of how it is constructed, how it is constituted and articulated by human observers here and now. So even in this famous model of the universe, starting with the Big Bang, inflation, various epochs and so on, all up to the present, even this model with sort of human observers, I guess, embedded here somewhere in some galaxy, this model, in order to be constructed and understood, requires interpreters, Guth and Thorne here, who must look back on the model. And in a sense, according to Nestoruk and Wheeler, they create even the Big Bang itself. And we, you and I, looking at this, are in a sense pasting some of ourselves onto that. According to Wheeler, quote, the past is theory. The past has no existence except as it is recorded in the present, end quote. The entire history of the universe is constructed by us, according to Wheeler and Nestoruk. The universe's past is seen from our perspective in the present. This is a bit too radical for me. I think it's very interesting, but I think they overplay the role of the subject, and my sentiments lie more with Whewell and the experienced pragmatist, where world and mind are co-evolving, co-constituting the reality of things. I think that Wheeler and Nestoruk overplay the role of the creative subject. So is this subjectivism? This is part of my work in progress. The account I'm aiming to develop is not subjectivism. It's not relativism, idealism, constructivism, or phenomenology either. There is an objective world out there that influences our experiments and constrains our subjective theories. Our ability to make predictions and manipulations confirms the existence of a recalcitrant and constraining world that has some nature independent of us. So if we could not make predictions, and if we could not manipulate the world to build intricate technologies, if we could not coordinate our activities around certain parts of the world, then that would be impossible if the world were not some way. We cannot say much about it. So this is again a sort of a Kantian view, but there does seem to be some nature to the world independent of us, and that it does have certain properties, and that it constrains our inquiry. Is this panpsychism? Well, yes, kind of. According to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy entrance on panpsychism, the word panpsychism literally means that everything has a mind. However, in contemporary debate, it is generally understood as the view that mentality is fundamental and ubiquitous in the natural world. So as Whewell said, there is a mask of theory over the face of nature, but this is not a conventional panpsychism in that everything is conscious. So I'm not saying that electron over there is it has this property of mentality, or that electron over there is conscious. The electron is imbued with consciousness or with mind, but it's my mind which is imbued in it, because for pragmatists and for Whewell, there is no correspondence or separation between subject and object. They're merged into each other. So if I'm pasting some epistemic content onto the so-called world ontology, there's no difference there. The thing has my consciousness kind of as part of its reality that is revealed to us in scientific inquiry. Everything is imbued with I, me, the inquiring subject. The world past and present is tainted by the human stain. So I'm not saying this is necessarily a good thing. It's a kind of part of the method of science is to try and strip the subject out and to try to get to this world essence. But it doesn't seem, as far as I can tell, that it will ever actually be possible, because we always bring this, in quantum physics, this is quite apparent, where the observer is always kind of participating in what is revealed by the world. Although science does attempt as best it can to strip this subjective interference out of the out of the subject matter of science. The scientist historian pastes a part of her mentality onto her subject matter. This is kind of my claim here. Our evolved cognitive distortions, including biases and values, are molded with the subject matter of our inquiry through anthropic acts of theorizing, observation, and measurement. At the end, thank you very much.
Please raise your hand or just press. Okay. Letitia, will you go first?
So I think I'm sympathetic to your end point, but I'm concerned about how you get there. So the extent to which sort of science is inevitably, because it's the product of humans who are products of evolution and have a certain type of cognitive capacity, perceptual capacities. We have particular histories, which means we've got certain kinds of tools like language and logic and mathematics, that those things are going to dictate what we say the contents of our science is, right? So I'm sympathetic to the inevitability of that, but I feel like you don't, a whole bunch of the way you got there, you don't need to adopt. So, you know, the big history idea seems to me kind of anthropocentric in ways that are kind of profoundly fraught, right? So the last three parts of the big history components are all anthropocentric, right? And it seems to me like, as you say, there are many subjects, right? So, so that was one thought. And then I had another thought. As you move to sort of toying with the panpsychism idea, it reminded me of some elements of Indian philosophy and in particular Jainism. And I was wondering if you'd looked at any of that in your research.
Okay, thanks very much. I must just say, where I'm in South Africa, where I live, there are rolling power cuts at the moment. So I'm doing this in the dark by candlelight, and that's also why I'm struggling with internet connection. So if I get cut out or anything, I'll try and reconnect using my phone as a hotspot. But just so you know, you all know what's going on with that. So big history is anthropocentric in the sense that, as you say, the thresholds they have seem to kind of zoom in onto human concerns, like agriculture and so on. So it's anthropocentric in that sense, but it's still kind of taking this God's eye view, looking at human beings at a sort of supposed analytic distance. So it might give an account of anthropocentric activities or of human beings, but not of subjectivity itself. So the way that Christian talks about it is as if kind of there's these human beings over there that we're studying from a distance, and then consciousness is a thing that they have. Whereas when I'm talking about consciousness and panpsychism, I'm talking about my mind that I'm pasting onto things. The scientists are, I mean, even in philosophy, psychology, etc., there's talk of consciousness in the mind, but it's almost always in a sort of analytic sense. So I'm taking more of a kind of a postmodern continental approach where I'm actually engaged in. I cannot stand outside in this analytic method. I haven't looked at Indian or Jain philosophy, but I will. Is there anyone in particular you can recommend?
I'm not that familiar with the tradition. I mean, it's an old Indian tradition. So I would start with the Stanford Encyclopedia because that's where I always start.
Thanks.
I think Adrian is next, please.
Thanks. At the sort of point, again, the point that you ended up at, where you were, there's this idea that there's sort of intermingling between the mind of the scientist and the historian and the subject matter. I guess I found myself sort of thinking, well, who is the scientist or / who is the historian here? Because after all, both science and history are fundamentally social activities. Even when you have a book of history that's just written by one historian, I think it's a mistake to think that this is in some individualistic sense a sort of product of their mind. And even if you do want to say it in some cases, in the vast majority of scientific cases, it would be a mistake to say, oh, this image was made by this person, it's shaped by their mind or something like this. And something that often worries me a bit about these, I mean, I'm bad at talking about this kind of stuff, but let's call it this kind of experience first, intermingly kind of stuff, the way that phenomenologists often talk, et cetera, is that the way that it starts with the individual often makes it, for me, quite tricky for it to articulate the critical importance of sort of the social interactions that underline a lot of our epistemic practices. So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how it is the view you're developing reaches from the individual to the social.
I haven't looked, I mean, I recognize that science and history are social phenomena, but I've always had a bit of a problem with sort of Rortian or Davidsonian ideas of a kind of a community of speakers or that or intersubjectivity, because I think there can be a lone inquiry, even if science is not done that way. Although there's this community, they are made up of individuals, each one bringing some bias or some of their consciousness to this process. So again, you can speak of a community, but the community is made up of these conscious individuals. So I think the individual engaging with the world, so I might even put the social group sort of as more on the sort of exterior, on the other side. But I think for the sake of simplicity, my goal is just to talk about an individual engaging with the world. Since even if I stand in a community, I'm still pasting something of my own self onto what I'm engaging with. So it's me and the external world. And if there's a group, that group is part of the external world in some sense. I think there was a second part to your question. Was there?
No, I think that was basically it. I broadly disagree that we can understand knowledge that way, but that's all good.
Okay, but
Okay, thank you, Adrian. So next question by Siska.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I should preface that like this idea of big history and such was all quite new to me, so I learned quite a bit. One thing I was wondering, and I think this is sort of a rejoinder to Letitia's question, is the moment you ended up at this kind of like science is always done from a particular like perspective, I was wondering whether you had thought about like, as you end up on that point, like are there connections between the points you're making here and some of the literature and philosophy of science on perspectivism? And I'm thinking here of the work of people like Currie and more recently also Michela Massimi, for example. So I'm just wondering whether you had any thoughts about connections with that work.
So I find what they're doing very interesting, and I find that perspectivism, I just think that they struggle. It sometimes sounds like it drifts too far towards relativism. They seem to struggle to be able to hold on to something external that is constraining these different perspectives. So I want to hold, although I'm emphasizing the subject and the role of consciousness, there is this constraining world that is revealed in experiment, and that so there's a sort of a Peircean pragmatism, or the experienced pragmatists talk about a constraining world. So I'm trying to find some middle ground between the kind of perspectivism, pluralism, relativism that one finds, or as far as I can tell, Massimi's view is part of, and a kind of, there's a bit of empiricism in there and a bit of realism even in that we do answer to empirical inquiry or the output of empirical inquiry. And so you can have all these perspectives, that's fine, but they all answer to something like empirical inquiry. If that's what Massimi and Currie are saying, then I'm with them, yes. But they seem to kind of go too far in the direction of contextualism, where any perspective can be legitimate. Okay, sorry, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think as far as I understand them, they are very much still trying to maintain this responding to this external empirical world. Anyway, so, but maybe you disagree with that interpretation. And I think Massimi has some work on notions like perspectival truth, for example, that perhaps could be sort of an interesting point of conversation between your work and hers.
This will be definitely a philosophical talk in relation to induction and naturalism and origins. Won't be any science to speak of in it. I've been known to do some physics on other occasions, but not today. So I want to start a bit with Buffon, who was basically the head of French science in the middle of the late 18th century. Head of the Jardin du Roi. So he had an influential geological, cosmological, naturalistic history, which was very influential. This in the context of old regime Catholic France with its censorship of publications and whatnot. So the Bible was legally knowledge in that context, which was a bit of attention for Buffon. So Buffon novelly embraced a triad of ideas, which I think are much more interesting as a package than they are individually. One you might call methodological naturalism, one scientific realism, and one you might call completeness. And his way of doing this in geology, I think, is pretty clearly ancestral to the way people have continued to do things subsequently, and spread eventually into biology as well. Now, this may be qualified, maybe there's a creation event in there somewhere, so he's probably more or less a deist. Anyway, this was innovative as a package of ideas, and it was justified, at least in part, in terms of his thinking about induction and physical truths. So Buffon thought that the repetition of physical processes would give increasing certainty about how they would happen in the future. And he seems to take this as a justification of induction. Now, when we think of induction in the mid-late 18th century, we tend to think of Hume, and Hume and Buffon were contemporaries, but I think it's more plausible that he was addressing the Catholic legal establishment that controlled what one could publish, for example, than that he was addressing a foreign philosopher writing in English. So I think one can say that Buffon's argument is successful in silencing Moses if and only if miracles are chance processes that are equally likely at any time. But of course they aren't, at least not according to 18th century French Catholicism or anything remotely like it. So Philip Sloan points out that Buffon is rather less impressive on induction than Hume. I suggest that the deistic zeitgeist accomplished more than Buffon's argument for induction. If that wasn't true at the time, well, I think we should see Buffon as articulating a coherent alternative as opposed to providing a compelling argument. And given that the way science has developed in the subsequent 250 plus years has largely taken Buffon's scientific ideas as constraints, demarcating science from non-science on the one hand, but that his ideas on induction don't make a lot of sense on the other. I think we should be interested in how one could replace his justification of induction with something more successful. Interestingly, there continues to be a debate about realism and the historical sciences and whether they are in some sense especially tricky. So Derek Turner has argued that they are. Carol Cleland has argued that they aren't. And I should emphasize, I'm thinking more about, you might say, characteristically philosophical ambiguities as opposed to the sorts of ambiguities that might show up in scientific theorizing. Otherwise, I'd have to say more in response to Adrian's work. So this is philosophical. Historical sciences, of course, involve singular predictions, saying what happened in a particular time and place that is in some that is in some sense a prediction, even if it's about the past. It's like epistemically a prediction. So universal generalizations, which science is often said to traffic in, entail singular predictions and hence share any vulnerabilities of singular predictions. On the other hand, almost universal generalizations don't share those weaknesses, are generally much less controversial, and suffice for non-historical sciences. For example, if you're trying to figure out how to design an aircraft carrier, it's not really going to matter if you think somebody once walked on water, as long as you think that happened like just once or twice a really long time ago. You don't need a universal generalization there. So we might ask ourselves, do we need universal generalizations and the singular predictions that they entail instead of almost universal generalizations? Well, if we're doing historical sciences, then of course it's going to make a difference. And interestingly, philosophers of space and time, oh, I said there's no physics. Here's a little bit of physics. Philosophers of space and time actually have a relevant worry in the neighborhood. So John Manchak, who specializes in global techniques and general relativity, finds that when you take seriously the possibilities that this literature implies, there's really no justification for assuming space-time to be as big as possible, that is, maximally extended, although everyone always assumes that. And indeed, according to Manchak, there's not even an unambiguous definition of maximal extension. And so according to him, and he said the same thing as recently as a few days ago, it's not at all clear that our universe is as large as it can be. Interestingly, John Norton has a similar worry. He lacks reflective equilibrium between his principles and his examples. So he said at some point, we routinely dismiss as desperate zealots those who tell us our universe was created last Wednesday, complete with our records of an ancient past. Yet, when we try to display the proper warrant of those inductive inferences we favor, whether the warrant is in general principles or material facts, the ground crumbles around our feet. So there's a lack of reflective equilibrium. So two influential ways to deal with this problem, you might say, are one, relativism, often relatively implicit, or two, well, just not really dealing with it in a systematic way after all. So Nelson Goodman said, the GRU author, an inductive inference too is justified by conformity to general rules and a general rule by conformity to accepted inferences. On his view, you just adjust the two until they agree somehow or other. Colin Howson, devoting a book to Hume's problem of induction 20 years ago, says the problem is on the one hand insoluble, but on the other hand easy to solve all by yourself, because there are plenty of good inductive inferences. You just have to supply your own premises and then do the subjective Bayesian math. Now that, of course, though he doesn't really emphasize the point, and I'm sure did not relish it, leads in a relativistic direction. But he is at least taking the problem seriously, which I think is a good idea as well. Howson points out most people don't take the problem seriously. They try to solve it, fail, then forget, and act as though they've succeeded. In a sense, the skepticism is quarantined, and Miles Burnett thinks we've been doing that for a couple centuries now. So I think addressing the problem of induction is a good idea if we're interested in thinking about sciences of an origin or of origins. And I think the meta-inductive justification of induction is probably the best view that philosophers have come up with. This seems to have been the best effort in a rather important discussion in philosophy that was significant in the 50s to the 70s. It largely came to an end due to exhaustion. People just ran out of new things to say. It's not that they solved the problem. The logical empiricists, or logical positivists, if you like, contributed significantly to this work. Hans Reichenbach was influential, his student Wesley Salmon, and Gerhard Schurz nowadays calls himself a logical empiricist. So there's at least one logical empiricist still around. They're of course into logic and empiricism. And Salmon and Schurz at least aim to defend science against relativism and what Schurz calls esoteric worldviews, prophecy and miracles and those sorts of things. So how does this justification of induction work? Well, it's often called pragmatic. And that's because it frankly admits that induction may fail in predicting the future. Indeed, you can't even say that induction will probably work. So it's a relatively weak claim that it makes. The claim is induction is a wise bet, because if anything works, induction will work. And it's better than many, most, or all alternatives. So it's the best bet, whether it's good or not. It's kind of hard to say. But it's actually meta-induction that has these features, because the induction is at a higher level over predictive methods. For example, you might decide which, suppose you have different weather forecasters on different TV stations, you might figure out over time which one of these has had the best track record, and then keep watching that TV station to figure out if it's going to rain. So you could do meta-induction over weather forecasters, or fortune tellers, or prophets, or anything, whether it's scientific or esoteric. And importantly, there are no prior probabilities used. So the subjectivity that afflicted Howson's treatment is thereby avoided. So the goal is to vindicate induction using track records and avoid any sort of postulation, begging the question, stipulating, or any other sort of dogmatism. So you entertain the possibility that, say, crystal balls work, or that there are prophets who get the future right, or that sort of thing. Then you look at the evidence, and then you draw your conclusions. And according to Shorts, you thereby conclude that science has actually worked best, and prophecy doesn't work, and so you should give that sort of thing up. And according to Shorts, this actually hadn't been shown prior to 2008. So some of you may have jumped the gun if you agreed with his conclusion prior to 2008. I guess he sees that there was some hole that was filled. Anyway, he now has a book-length treatment of the subject, which I think is in many ways an admirable book. So what is at stake in this context? Well, Wesley Salmon, Pittsburgh philosopher of science, said, intellectual integrity requires that foundational problems not be ignored. If science is basically a matter of faith, then the scientific faith exists on a par with other faiths. Although we may be culturally conditioned to accept this faith, others are not. I find it intolerable to suppose that a theory of biological evolution, ... has no more rational foundation than has its rejection, and so on. So that's the kind of thing that he saw to be at stake. In other words, if we don't justify induction, then maybe how seriously we take standard scientific theories could be impacted. So then the question arises, has induction in fact worked best so far? Because that is a core part of the meta-inductive justification of induction. So Hans Reichenbach said already in 1938, to illustrate how his argument worked, we demand the forecast of the clairvoyant, someone who makes prophetic predictions, and compare it with later observations. If then there is a good correspondence between the forecasts and the observations, we shall infer by induction that the man's prophecies will also be true in the future. So the fact that the predictive method is not scientific doesn't get in the way. We use scientific evaluation, and that will do. So in principle, meta-induction could justify clairvoyance or faith or that sort of thing, and could in principle refute induction. Reichenbach didn't seem to worry about that, but there is an undefended factual premise about the past. So this relates to a recognized worry for Reichenbach, namely the short run problem. So Reichenbach talks about asymptotic rules that behave like induction eventually, but maybe not for a long time. And Salmon points out we should be interested, the short run is what really concerns us. Michael Friedman points out, we know someday science will work, but we have no idea when, and we have no idea how wrong science can be in the meantime. That was the state of this justification of induction in the past. So that suggests there is room for esoteric prediction to outperform science if the esotericist rarely disagrees with science. Now, I think that Shorts has, to a considerable degree, closed this hole, but I don't think that he's done so all the way. And that relates to part-time disagreement, because nobody has ever thought that induction usually fails. I mean, I don't think anyone has tried to get through life entirely based on prophecy. Rather, real esotericists think that part-time esotericism has outperformed induction on those rare cases where they conflict. And there is now at least a terminology to make this sort of distinction as of recently. Short says a player is persistent if he always predicts and intermittent if not. So I take it Jewish and Christian gynecologists do not take Sarah's bearing Isaac after menopause or the Virgin Mary's bearing Jesus as precedents. They don't think that these things happen today, even if they may have happened in religiously significant events once thousands of years ago. So the difference between induction with a few esoteric exceptions and pure induction, I think fits within short-run worries, unlike what you typically find in the philosophy literature where random or counter-inductive predictions are the standard opponents to induction. So I now want to take a bit of a look at the Stoics to see that meta-induction not only can be, but it has been used to justify meta-inductive predictions. So take a look at Book 1 of Cicero's De Divinatione, which defends Stoic views. Someone named Sambursky pointed out, the Stoics denied any essential difference in method between scientific inference and inductive divination. In other words, the Stoics would not be at all surprised that the same argument could work for science and for prophecy. So Cicero presents the pro case for divination under the name of his brother Quintus in Book 1. The work is partly inspired by Chrysippus's defense, the leading Stoic. One could also mention Posidonius. Unfortunately, Chrysippus's work is lost, but Quintus gives example after example of ostensible fulfilled divinatory predictions as a reason to expect further reliability, which is akin to Reichenbach's entertaining clairvoyance, but this was real and thousands of years ago. And I should point out, people used to think that Book 2, where Cicero, on his own name, doubts divination, was his own voice. But nowadays, people tend to be much less confident of that. So I won't read the whole thing here, but basically, everybody knows how many fulfilled predictions the oracle at Delphi had. And that's why everybody went there and everybody gave so much money. What cannot be denied without distorting the entire record of history is that the oracle at Delphi made true prophecies for many hundreds of years. So the point is that not that I want to defend the oracle at Delphi, but that it was in fact defended by Cicero in Book 1 using a meta-inductive argument. But once we find that in the Stoics, we may find it elsewhere as well. So this is the sacrifice of Isaac, painted by Caravaggio. Abraham arguably could reason meta-inductively. Recall, God predicted a child through Abraham's wife. This was still supposed to happen even after menopause. Medicine, of course, predicted, such as it was, predicted otherwise. Well, religion conflicted with science and religion won because Isaac was born, at least so the text tells us. So this would seem to give meta-inductive reason to trust God's promise that Isaac would also have children. So when God later commanded Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, the promise of Isaac's children implied Isaac's survival. Aquinas says, well, maybe God would raise him from the dead if necessary. So while it's of course medically absurd to sacrifice your son and expect grandchildren through him, this paradigmatic act of faith does arguably make sense meta-inductively. So maybe this logic was tacit in Israel, not just Greece. So I mentioned there would be possible counterattacks. By the way, I've lost track of time because we started early, so I'm not sure where we are.
Yeah, you have some more time, just.
Okay, I have some more to say, but not too much. Thank you. So I mentioned some possible responses could be made on behalf of someone who defends pure induction. So someone such as Schurz. So, in other words, exceptionless induction. So one might say not only the track record that the esotericist claims, like, well, I read it, the Bible says there are all these examples of fulfilled prophecies, and so there were. I mean, there's not only the internally claimed track record, but also external traces of these supposed events. One should take a look at the world, not just at the records of some particular tradition, and see if it looks like these events really happened. So if an esoteric book, for example, describes a great flood, we can look at rocks. Do we see a flood as having happened? Well, it looks good in the text, so it sounds like meta-induction is going on there. But if you look at the rocks, well, geologists take a different view, don't they? We all know about that. So geology and similar sciences can help us to assess track records. So this is a broader kind of track record evaluation using evidence external to the tradition. And thus, induction might well outperform all esoteric methods if we use broader track records. So pay attention to a wider amount of evidence, and then exceptionless induction winds up being vindicated rather than some kind of prophecy or whatever Shorts would hold. And I think that's a very interesting response. So there's another counterattack that I will just mention. I'm not going to go into it much because I don't think it works. So Hume deploys a contrary miracles argument. He says that evidence for one religion's miracles is evidence against another religion's miracles. But as I think John Ehrman correctly pointed out, that really doesn't work. That depends upon certain very specific claims that were made by Orthodox Protestants 400 years ago, but there's no general Bayesian principle there. So I don't think that will work. I think Schertz's argument is much more promising. On the other hand, one might worry that this counterattack begs the question regarding auxiliary hypotheses. So prior to the Enlightenment, it was quite standard to ad hoc the auxiliary hypotheses if you needed to get Noah's flood to work, as you can see in Don Cameron Allen's book. Well, since the Enlightenment, that just seems implausible. I mean, people just found themselves decreasingly believing that, I guess, in the late 17th century. On the other hand, meta-induction only uses track records, not plausibility judgments. So if we have to use plausibility judgments, then it's hard to see how a meta-inductive argument could work. So if we're relying on plausibility judgments, then maybe we're falling back into Cullen-Howson subjective Bayesianism again. Bertrand Russell at some point said, science is moonshine unless the postulates of scientific inference are known prior to experience. So taking stock for today, I think meta-induction can be, well, clearly can be and has been invoked to defend non-scientific means of prediction. Indeed, that was done over 2,000 years ago. Now, one might think that esotericist evidence is private or unreliable. Maybe there are a few people in the room who saw the alleged healing and you can believe them or not, but there's not much else you can do in some cases, let's say. On the other hand, counter evidence may be public. Maybe you look at geology, you find the absence of a flood in the rocks. That's something presumably that anyone could go and do with suitable training and so on. On the other hand, maybe some evidence for these esoteric means of prediction is not frivolous. For example, there was an article on healings in 1970s Britain that was reported in the British Medical Journal. These healings being quite similar to those that the Venerable Bede described to St. Cuthbert, amusingly. And furthermore, when one supplies counter evidence along the lines that Schertz was doing, using geology, let's say, he may be using contested auxiliary hypotheses. Maybe he is assuming the Enlightenment there in his plausibility judgments. So if there's a need for prior probabilities after all, then maybe we're back to Howson's relativism or to some sort of rationalistic postulation. Now, Nelson Goodman said in the 60s, for most people today, the auxiliary hypotheses that would underlie the counter evidence are plausible. In other words, even if we have philosophical trouble justifying geology, for most people, you just can't take seriously the sort of alternative views that people used to hold. But that, of course, was the 1960s, and maybe things are somewhat different now. So if we do have to use Bayesian priors reflecting our probability judgments or plausibility judgments, then we may be falling back into relativism. If that's the case, then one might wonder whether origin sciences will remain naturalistic. One might think of reviving Orthodox Christianity in Eastern Europe, and it never really went away in America, and maybe it's increasingly evident in Brazil. One also sees the growing influence of Islam in Western Europe. And perhaps closer to the hearts of many academics, there's increasing interest, at least in America and Britain, in decolonizing knowledge. So things that are too white or whatever
or too European are increasingly viewed with suspicion. And there was a conference on decolonizing geology in Australia last year, much of which I saw. And one might wonder, can 18th and 19th century European enlightened theological opinions underlie objective globalized 21st century knowledge? Well, it would be strange if that weren't. So justifying induction would be an excellent way to fill the gap. I share that view certainly with Salmon and Shorts and so on. On the other hand, meta-induction seems to threaten to defect to the other team, or at least as judged by some of the people whom naturalists hope to persuade. So it seems to me that there are some open issues of growing importance for the coming century and beyond. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Brian, for this very informative presentation. So do we have any questions? Okay, we have one from Adrian.
Hi, Brian. Yeah, wow, there was a lot in there, and I honestly had kind of a lot of trouble tracking it. And I wonder if perhaps part of the problem for me, and sorry, this is one of those like more big picture sort of questions as opposed to something with the details of the talk, but maybe you can bring it into some of the details, is I find myself really unmoved by attempts to try and give sort of foundational accounts of reasoning, be it epistemic or otherwise. And this might be just sort of a straight philosophical failing on my part. It may just be that, sort of as, Russell said, my philosophical failings are not his problem. But I suppose I'm just left unmoved by this idea that it's critically important, by the way that Salmon puts it. Like, it seems to just really get up into Salmon's, it's just driving him crazy that he can't give this like foundational account that explains how induction works. And I suppose I'm kind of, moved, for instance, by some of the things that Lawton says sometimes, where it's like, hey, look, there is no one story of induction. It's grounded in the particular material circumstances that the particular inductors are using. And I guess I'm just sort of fine with that kind of pluralism. So I wonder if you could have a go at like pushing me more towards a position where I should worry about us having such an answer. Because I guess I don't even really, like, there's supposed to be this like big danger of sort of relativism somehow. And if only I could like have the big rationalistic hammer that explains how reasoning works, then finally I can deal with this like relativism. And one, if I did have a story about induction, I doubt anyone would listen to me. So it wouldn't really solve relativism in any real sense. It just would in, some philosophy book somewhere. Two, it just doesn't, I just don't find the prospect so troubling. So I'd love for you to make me feel more troubled about it.
Well, it's fine with me. It's fine with me if you're not troubled. I think that I think if one has, say, a subjective Bayesian along the lines of Houston, I think that's a coherent view. It seems that for consistency, one has to be open to letting other people hold views that a lot of academics have not wanted to let people hold. And if that's if that's something that we're comfortable with, then I don't have an intellectual, a further intellectual objection, I guess. It's partly a matter of reflective equilibrium, if you like, consistency, those sorts of things. And if people who are comfortably relativist, I don't think really have anything to to worry about if you're not worried. My sense is an awful lot of people are not really in reflective equilibrium on this point, and so I want to supply pressure to encourage people to get their examples and their general principles to line up. And I think you're in one of the ways. Indeed, maybe one of the progressive, and fashionable ways to allow that to happen.
Are you calling me philosophically woke? Yeah, no, that I see where you're. That kind of makes sense to me. I mean, I suppose one of the ways that I think about this is one of the ways you were sort of, there's the typical kind of sort of worry with the relativist as well. you don't get to judge others, and they don't, you know, just as much as they don't get to judge you kind of issue. And I suppose my response has often been that a lot of that has got much less to do with sort of straight epistemology, and it's much more to do with sort of you know, politics and this sort of stuff, like the way that we in ethics and worldviews and these sorts of things. And so I guess one of the reasons why I'm not so convinced that even if we were to have a sort of, you know, story about how induction worked that would help, is that actually these disputes are not epistemic, or at least not purely epistemic. They're very, very richly embedded in a whole bunch of other stuff. And so I guess another sort of worry might be having a story of how I should update my priors that, you know, someone has shown me is perfectly consistent and moreover is true, isn't necessarily going to save me from that sort of those sort of relativistic worries.
Well, I mean, there's certainly political ingredients as well, but I think, you know, there are. I think most of us hope that, you know, that the views that we hold and that we teach are in some sense rooted in reality, and many of us think that, you know, if our views are rooted in reality and other people's aren't, then our views should get, you know, precedence in terms of pedagogy and those sorts of things. And so if we, you know, if we're prepared to, you know, comfortably deprivilege our own views and just say, well, here's what I think and you can think something else. I mean, you know, if we're willing to, you know, to bite that bullet, that would be a different looking society from, you know, for many that I have been aware of thus far. I think it would, you know, maybe it would be a better one in some ways, might be a worse one in some other ways, or maybe better and worse isn't really the right you know, the right criterion to apply. So if you're not worried, then, you know, I don't feel the need to worry you. I think you're already on board in some sense.
So we have another question from Slobodan.
Thanks for your talk. Now, I also have a very similar worry to Adrian's, but I would sort of look at it from a somewhat different angle. So this expectation that lasts for about 2,500 years that we're going to find what is induction, and we're going to have the account of induction, and then more recently that's going to become a foundation of our sort of or finally we'll understand how science works, scientific method works. I also have a problem with that sort of a grand kind of a narrative and way of looking at it, but I would put it in a somewhat different terms, or more, put it more concretely. So if you look at scientific enterprise, you know, as a sort of activity in the last 300 years, there are all sorts of similarities with other human activities, cognitive, I mean, epistemological sort of gathering of knowledge of different kinds. But there are also sort of differences. And one of the differences is that the inductive method, whatever it is, or sort of methods, let's say, really vary from one context to another. And I think that's actually a big advantage of science, that science can actually do that. So what might seem very plausible to one philosopher who is particularly excited about, for example, Occam's razor, can be useful in some contexts in scientific sort of enterprise, but actually be completely useless in other scientific contexts. So, for example, if you have scientific theories and fields develop in sort of over time, and they sort of are young, sort of mature, and then sort of they turn into something else. So Occam's razor, for example, is fine if you have a hypothesis which is based on some foundational theories which are well established on some empirical facts, and then you use that to sort of test certain models based on these or on these grand theories. But in other on other occasions, when you have sort of a revolutionary period in science, Occam's razor will not be very helpful because you don't even know what simple systems that you're looking for are plausible. So my point is, various inductive, philosophers usually seek sort of a, or often, overarching inductive theory or theory of induction. But actually these various theories of induction seem plausible actually in various scientific contexts and certain periods in the development of particular scientific theories. Whether that's true of sort of meta-inductive reasoning, I don't know. But so my point is that assuming a grand unified inductive theory will not be useful for understanding scientific reasoning, and then will be very problematic to compare science or scientific reasoning to other actually forms of reasoning. I mean, I don't know if I was sort of clear what I'm getting at, but I think it's not really convincing, it seems to me, to do these sort of very general comparisons in terms of inductive reasoning within what we call science and sort of other areas. I mean, it can be instructive for some purposes, but not really in terms of like sort of foundational, sort of seeking foundations of scientific method, or because we will fail to understand what science is, it seems to me. I mean.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if we're necessarily in disagreement. I think the two main ideas about induction that I was thinking about are both, very they're very lean, you might say. They don't say very much, so they're very open and weak in terms of their content. One of them is Bayesianism, and I think that subjective Bayesianism is good kind of reasoning for pretty much anything, but it says very little, and frequently it may say nothing useful, but at least it doesn't say anything false or inconsistent. So it's not like Bayes' theorem is going to replace science or do it for you. You can't just put your feet up on your desk and watch Bayesianism do the work or anything like that. So I think it may often be the case that attempting to formalize this kind of reasoning isn't very useful, but I think in many cases it is. And if there is some sort of coherent way to do it that always applies in principle, then that seems like something that I would want to know. And one useful activity on certain occasions, at least, would be to take a look at particular examples that seem to me to be good scientific reasoning and see if they fit. And I may learn something that way. Other times, simply attempting to apply the Bayesian method may actually help. So, for example, I think it's often the case, for sciences that seem to be doing well, you might say, like in paradigm sciences in a Kuhnian sense, it's considered kind of eccentric to think about alternative theories to whatever the standard one is. And there may be something to that, but in principle, simply trying to, in principle, that can't be right, because simply trying to turn the Bayesian handle requires you to think about alternative theories. You could have the catch-all hypothesis, and if you're just, if you just refuse to ever think about that, then you could easily wind up being dogmatic and making mistakes. I think meta-induction is also, extremely weak in its content and radically open-minded. It's probably, well, I was going to say, it's something that actually has especially been, I think, been used by weather forecasters. So it's not, they do in fact, or did evaluate predictive methods in terms of their track records. I don't know that, I'm not sure how many other examples one would find where the meta-induction is quite so explicit, but the same method does seem to work whether you're thinking about scientific predictions or if you happen to be interested in prophetic predictions, as as Chrysippus was. It seems like it's basically the same kind of reasoning, and it's interesting to me that such radically diverse activities, one of which you might say is paradigmatically scientific, and another which is, I don't know, maybe paradigmatically religious or something, or occultic or something along those lines, could be evaluated using the same kind of reasoning. So I think to me the similarities are interesting, even while the differences are very real and very important also.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. In general, I think that sort of philosophy of science had overdone it with that sort of Bayesian approach to induction, but that's sort of a whole another. Thanks.
Okay, we have another question from Predrag.
Yeah, thanks for a stimulating talk. I think it's a good thing to have all these methods of scientific reasoning well defined, but if we insist too much on them, then they become reified. I think I'll quote one scientist who was very provocative towards philosophy, Richard Feynman. He said, science is not what philosophers think it is. So that's one quote. The other one is even more provocative. Philosophy of science is as useful to scientists as ornithology is to birds. So I think, how science works really is unpredictable. I mean, it may work in a paradigm dimension like problem solving in one field of science, but then the progress, really the big steps that are made in science defy methods and even scientific reasoning. So I think that's the danger is in emphasizing too much on the values of certain types of reasoning, but then one has to take a pragmatic view and also if you are a philosopher, put yourself in the shoes of a scientist and vice versa. I think those quotes by Feynman are by no means disrespectful to philosophers, but invitation to work together.
Well, in other contexts, when I'm working on space and time, I'm a big fan of Feynman's work. But I think his remarks about the philosophy of science are a fair indictment of the kinds of debates that were going on about whether a white shoe would confirm the claim that all ravens are black, for example. I mean, that doesn't seem, that's so far from scientific practice that it's easy to see why someone could fail, someone who wasn't immersed in the debates could fail to appreciate their importance. I think that philosophy of science has improved considerably, not only in terms of general methodology, but also in terms of its relevance to an interest in particular sciences. One thinks of the 1980s turn to the laboratory, and now we hear a lot about philosophy of this science or that science, physics or biology or whatever. And we don't primarily hear about induction and confirmation and those sorts of things. Though I'm interested in both of them. I think that Feynman's, I think that Feynman's remark would not be a reasonable thing to say now, but about ornithology. But I think it was understandable. I think it was understandable at the time.
No, I disagree, because if you read his book called The Pleasure of Finding Things Out, it's actually more important than ever, because it's if you read it properly, if you investigate it properly, understand properly, actually is more useful to philosophers than scientists. The ornithology thing, it's an invitation to a dialogue that puts philosophy in a stronger position than science.
I haven't read that book of his. Thank you.
I strongly recommend you read it. I think the preface was written by Freeman Dyson, a genius mathematician, and it's a beautiful book.
Thank you.
All philosophers of science.
I'll make a note of that. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the invitation. So my talk will deal with the social origins of self-awareness. So the idea is to explain to what extent I think the sense that we have of ourselves, the understanding that we have of ourselves is actually shaped by social interaction. And towards the end of the talk, I will make a few remarks with a view to implications for biases and selection effects that are the topics of this conference. Right, so to begin with, let me introduce a few conceptual distinctions. So in philosophy, we always like to make distinctions between different concepts, and in particular with respect to self-awareness, very roughly speaking, we often distinguish between what might be called a pre-reflective bodily or agential sense of the self, which is often thought to be prior to or independent of linguistic abilities, of conceptual abilities. So in something that we can also already ascribe to very young children and even to animals, basically just the sense that we have of our bodies and of being kind of agents in the world. And we distinguish from that a more conceptual self-awareness or self-consciousness, which is sometimes defined as the ability to think I thoughts of the kind like, I am giving a talk right now, I'm thinking about this and that right now, I'm feeling hungry, I'm feeling cold. And this more conceptual sense of self is also sometimes linked to what is called a narrative self-concept. So it's embedded in the kind of stories that we tell about ourselves, about our biographies, the values that we endorse, things that are important to us, etc. Now, philosophy often tends to emphasize the uniqueness of self-awareness or self-consciousness. There's sometimes use of a notion of epistemic asymmetry. This means that while I need to rely on testimony or observation in order to know how you feel, right? I mean, I can have knowledge about how you feel or what you think. For instance, if you tell me about it, or if I observe your behavior. But in contrast to that, when it comes to my own mental states, I don't need to rely on observation or testimony, right? I have a direct access to my own inner states. So I know that I'm hungry or that I have a headache without having to observe my behavior or engage in any kind of inference. So while that is an important point for reasons that I won't go into right now, I think it's sometimes also overemphasized in philosophy, and it tends to kind of make us a little bit blind to the fact in which makes us blind to the way in which self-awareness is nevertheless very closely intertwined with awareness of others, and maybe shouldn't be so strictly distinguished from the way in which we understand others. And I'll explain now why I think that. So both forms of self-awareness are fundamentally related to each other. So the pre-reflective, bodily, a pre-conceptual sense of self and the more conceptual sense of self, in my view, and also to awareness of others. And I will explain now why I think that is the case. Okay, so to begin with, already from birth, or you could argue actually before birth, infants rely on others for survival, obviously, but also for homeostatic regulation, which is to say that the way in which an infant experiences their body is closely related to the way they interact with others, right? So I have a 4-month-old infant myself at the moment. And when he cries because he's hungry, it makes a difference as you know how fast I respond to that and how I react to that crying, right? Whether I nurse him, whether I comfort him, whether I stroke him, or whether I let him cry. And that kind of social interaction has a very direct, immediate effect on how the child experiences themselves. And you could easily imagine that, you know, in different families, in different cultures, in different circumstances, people react differently and interact differently with their infants. And that has an effect to how these infants then experience themselves. So right from the start, there is this very crucial sort of intersubjective element to the sense of self and to the awareness we have of ourselves. There's also another way in which others become crucial for our self-awareness, and this relates a little bit more to this conceptual sense of self. So in my work, I like to distinguish between implicit and explicit self-awareness. So implicit self-awareness relates more to this more bodily pre-reflective sense of self. And it's implicit insofar as when I move through the world, when I experience the world around me, it is true that I experience it from my own subjective point of view, from my own individual perspective. And in that sense, you might say there is a sense of self involved here already, but it's implicit insofar as I'm not really explicitly aware of the fact that I experience the world from my perspective, right? I just, I experience the rain without having to experience it as an experience that I have in contrast to someone else. This more explicit sense of self, that this is my experience, that this is my feeling, this is my perspective on the world, only comes into play when we become aware of other subjects that might have a different experience of the world, that might have a different perspective on the world. And when we, as a consequence, then distinguish our own perspective and experience of the world from that of others. So this more conceptual sense of self, here am I, this is my perspective, these are my values, my experiences, my life history, etc. That is something that arises out of a contrast with the experiences of others. Now, in order to be able to contrast my own sense of self with that of another, my own perspective with that of another, I need to, of course, learn to take someone else's perspective, to understand that there are others who have their own perspectives on the world. And that is not something that we have immediately from birth onwards. Rather, that is something, as I would like to argue, that we acquire throughout development. And we can distinguish different levels of this kind of self-other differentiation, of this ability to understand and appreciate someone else's perspective and contrast that with our own. So if we look at developmental psychology, at findings from developmental psychology, we can distinguish different levels. So from birth onwards, it's true that children come equipped with a variety of cognitive adaptations that allow them to engage in social learning. And we find, for instance, very early on, this ability to imitate other faces, which some researchers argue reflects an ability to automatically, implicitly recognize a similarity between my own face and the face of another. Even though I only experience my face from the inside, as it were, and the other face from the outside, right? Nonetheless, there seems to be a matching that takes place here in the brain. And the reason I put these, that picture at the bottom of the slide is that this is sometimes associated with the so-called mirror neuron network in the brain. There's some debate about whether this ability is really innate, as Meltzer and Moore have originally claimed. Nowadays, researchers tend to think that it's actually rather a learned ability, even though it's learned very early onwards. But for the, that doesn't really matter for our discussion. The main point is that it does occur very early on. Nonetheless, I would argue at this stage, there is no real differentiation yet between the self and the other. Yeah, the baby automatically matches their facial expression to those of another, but they don't really explicitly have a sense yet of themselves and the other as being distinct. Now, from 9 to 12 months of age, we acquire a kind of new quality in the way in which infants interact with their caregivers, which kind of indicates a new level within this process of self-other differentiation. In particular, we find phenomena such as shared attention and social referencing. So shared attention is illustrated with this picture at the bottom, where the infants, for instance, looks at an object such as this fish and wants to make sure that their caregiver is also sharing their attention towards this object. So they look back and forth between the object and the caregiver, and they're kind of keen to share the attention to this object. Social referencing is a phenomenon where if you put a baby on this glass plate, as you see in the picture at the top, where there is a kind of a sudden drop-off point. So it looks like there is there's a possibility to fall down, even though in fact it's covered by a glass plate. You'll find that children will automatically kind of stop crawling, and then they will turn their attention to their caregivers. And it makes a difference then how the caregiver reacts. So if the caregiver looks encouragingly and says, yes, fine, you can keep crawling, then the child will keep crawling. If the caregiver looks anxious, the child will not crawl over this cliff. So the idea here is that children have ways of engaging with another as a subject of attention, as a subject of emotions as well, and other mental states, and that they use others to regulate their own interaction with the world and their own mental states, their own attentive states, their own emotional engagement with the world. Yet there is, again, not an explicit distinction between this is me, this is the other, this is my feeling, this is my mental state, and this is the state of another. But through this kind of way of interacting with the other, we can see that they're treating the other person as a subject with their own perspective, with their own mental states, even though they might not be aware of the fact that this is what they're doing. A little later, from 14 to 24 months of age, we find yet another quality in the way in which infants interact with their caregivers. So we find a variety of phenomena that actually occur together, that correlate with each other, such as the ability to recognize yourself in the mirror, so-called secondary emotions such as shyness, coyness. Children begin to hide between their caregivers. They react shyly to the presence of others. We find also first signs of empathy. A child might console another child that is crying rather than join in the crying themselves. And they can appreciate perspectives at a rudimentary level. So they might recognize that when something is hidden behind a barrier, they can still see it, but the person who's facing the other side of the barrier cannot see it, for example. They also engage in kind of activities that require turn taking, and so that require both participants to play different roles in that activity. So what this suggests is that they now really start to differentiate between themselves and others, between what they see and what another person sees, between what they feel and what another person feels. They might not be able to conceptually verbally express this yet in language, but we can see that they don't treat the other mental states as being shared with their own, but they begin to differentiate between them. And then still later on, we now have this kind of more conceptual understanding of the difference between my own perspective and that of another, when children begin to be able to pass so-called false belief tasks, engage in acts of deception, understand aspectuality, so that an object can appear under one guise to one person and under another guise to another, right? So if you think of Superman, for example, he sometimes appears as Superman and sometimes he appears as Kent Clark, and Lois Lane only knows him, doesn't know that both aspects refer to the same, but someone else might. So some people might only know him as Superman, and some people might only know him as Kent Clark. Other people, yet again, might know him in both aspects, right? And with respect to the false belief tasks, you do studies with children at this age where you show them Sally and Anne, for example. Sally has an object, a ball that she puts in her basket. She then goes away, and while Sally is out of the room, Anne moves the ball to her box, and you ask the child, where will Sally look for her ball? And interestingly, children who are younger than 4 or 5 years usually answer that Sally will look for her ball in the box where the ball is, in fact. So they don't understand that Sally has a false belief about the location of the ball, whereas children who are older than 4 or 5 years will answer this question correctly. They will say she will look in the basket where she believes it to be, even though they themselves know that it's actually in the box. And what this suggests is that they now really have a conceptual understanding that where they know the ball to be, namely in the box, is different from where Sally thinks the ball is. And so they really understand that people have different perspectives and different beliefs about the world, as it were. Now, this is just a summary of these different levels. So to sum up this first part of the talk, what I would like to suggest is that we have a gradual transition from implicit to explicit forms of self and other representation or self and other awareness that leads to an increasingly complex array of social cognitive abilities, which in turn lead to the development of a self-conception. We've also seen that there's multiple ways of understanding and engaging with others. Some rely on more sort of implicit, embodied forms of interaction, and others require a more conceptual differentiation between others and selves. And we can generally think of the understanding of self and others as a kind of a skill or a knowing how, namely knowledge of how to engage in various kinds of social interactions. Now, in the second part of the talk, I would like to emphasize how this kind of skillful engagement with others shapes our minds, and so really makes this sense of self thoroughly social. I've already said that the sense of self is social, but I think taking this kind of mind-shaping view, which I would like to explain in the following, drives this point home even more strongly, emphasizes this point even more. So what's the mind-shaping thesis? It's or theory. It's a theory that has been proposed in the philosophy of social cognition and the psychology of social cognition over the past couple of decades. And basically, what it says is that on the mind-shaping view of human cognition, the human brain is adapted for enculturation. So the idea is that we're not born with a variety of kind of special purpose cognitive mechanisms, as the modularity view of cognition would have it, for example, but rather that we come with a host of general purpose abilities that enable us to engage in social learning and in cultural transmission, and in acquiring the skills that are central for our social and cultural environment, which in turn explains why we as a human species are so successful, because, you know, this ability enables us to cooperate with each other and to learn from each other, and to build up knowledge in a way that a species that is unable to do so will not be able to match, and so explains our success in, you know, creating cultural achievements, technology, science, and so on. But what this also means is that human minds, in a sense, are made, not discovered, and they're made to suit our respective local cultural milieus. So how can we understand this claim? So basically, the idea is that mind shaping works via the creation of what Meynell calls expectancy effects. And there's a variety of mechanisms that are thought to be in play here, such as imitation, explicit teaching, non-imitative social learning, and internalization. So basically, the way it works is that the perceiver forms certain impressions. So, you know, I look at you and I have certain impressions of you as a particular person, right? On the basis of my impressions, I treat you in a certain way. And you in turn then react so as to adjust your behavior to match my actions and my expectations. So we have these expectancy effects, which in a sense lead to, as you might call them, self-fulfilling prophecies. So to make this a bit more vivid, let's look at an example to explain this in a little bit more detail. So one example is gender, right? So as Meynell emphasizes in his paper, caretakers' behaviors and expectations when interacting with children of different genders generate expectancy effects, so-called self-fulfilling prophecies. And in a more recent paper, Sally Hefflinger, who works on critical theory and the implications of the mind-shaping view for questions of social justice, for example, also makes this point. So she says, ascribing gender to infants imposes a number of norms and expectations that give rise to different patterns of gendered behaviors, experiences, and importantly for our purposes, self-understanding. Again, let's look at a particular example to drive this point home. So one thing, and this relates now to the topic of selection effects and biases. So one thing that has been observed is that in certain disciplines, certain scientific disciplines, we have a persistent gender gap. In particular, disciplines such as physics, mathematics, but also my own discipline, philosophy, or music composition. In contrast, in other disciplines such as biology, archaeology, anthropology, we find that this gender gap has actually narrowed recently. So how can we explain this, that it narrows in certain disciplines but not in others? So some disciplines continue to be very male dominated, whereas others not so much. And one interesting finding that has been proposed recently is that what disciplines such as physics, mathematics, philosophy, or music composition have in common is that they emphasize that you somehow need an innate ability. You need to be a genius. You need to have innate talent in order to be successful in these disciplines. Whereas other disciplines such as biology, neuroscience, archaeology emphasize that you need hard work to be successful in their disciplines. And so now one proposal is that practitioners of disciplines that emphasize raw aptitude may doubt that women possess this sort of aptitude and may therefore exhibit biases against them. This relates back to this point I made earlier, right? So you have certain impressions of a woman as lacking this raw aptitude. You treat a woman therefore differently than you would treat a man coming into this discipline. And importantly now, the women might internalize this, right? They may suffer from, this may activate negative stereotypes in the women's own minds, making them vulnerable to stereotype threat, meaning that they will perform less well because they feel anxious, they feel challenged in this environment. And even more so, if we as women internalize these stereotypes, we may also decide that these fields are not for us to begin with, right? And so as a result of these processes, women may be less represented in these brilliance required fields. So we have a selection effect, we have that leads to a bias here, that leads to an underrepresentation of women on the basis both of how they're treated by others, but also on the basis of them internalizing that. These kind of biases and negative stereotypes. And that in turn, of course, then also has an effect on how the scientific field is conducted, so what kind of questions philosophers regard as important, for instance. If it's a very male dominated discipline, certain topics might get a lot more attention than they would get if more women were also part of this discipline, for example. And so we have selection effects and biases that both affect the composition of the field of the discipline, but that also then affect the kind of questions that the discipline addresses. So I think my time is over. I realize that a lot of things I kind of skipped over a little bit, and so you might have questions about those, but I'll stop here to allow some time for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kristina, for insightful talk and for your kind of activism here. So I'm opening the floor for questions, comments. So please ask whatever you want, Kristina. Adrian, please.
Hi, Kristina. Thank you. That was really nice sort of summary of all that work. I really enjoyed it. So I'm not great at the sort of exact theories and things in developmental psychology, but I've heard people speak of a kind of fairly radical view about the theory of mind that says something like this. So usually when we think about theory of mind, it's something like, oh, I first develop my internal sense of myself, and then I use that to predict other people's behavior. This radical view, which I kind of have a lot of sympathy for, because it's funny, goes, no, what happens is you first start predicting other people's behaviors. And then at some point during development, you go, wait, I do that too. And so you first develop this notion of other minds and then internalize it. I'm wondering, like, the sort of ideas you're playing with in the first half of your talk, where there was this idea that's almost a kind of co-creation in some respects. I wonder, like, do you see the sort of view you're developing as sitting sort of, does it sit in between those two extremes in a sense? Or is it the case that you sort of fall, because you could, by the same token, you could also fall more towards this first I am reacting to and predicting, as it were, the behavior of others, and then eventually that gets internalized. So if you could situate yourself along that, it would be really helpful for me.
Yeah, I think I would say that it probably sits in between those views, partly because in order to even predict or explain or understand the behaviors of others, I need to acquire representational abilities. I need to acquire certain skills in understanding what's going on, what the other person is doing. And that is something that I acquire through interacting with them already, kind of at this more implicit level, and that at the same time kind of shapes also my sense of self. So I don't think you can really separate the two. So I don't really think you can say one is prior to the other. I think it's a process of kind of co-regulation, I would say.
I mean, I agree with you certainly on the implicit stuff. I think that seems right. I'm not, I mean, again, speaking as a philosopher doesn't work on this, so I'm just going to have an opinion. Sure. It's on the explicit stuff, it seems more, it seems kind of more plausible to me that it's at least more conceivable that those things could become decoupled, right? I can imagine, of course, implicitly it's all entangled and so forth, but in terms of sort of my explicit awareness, I can imagine that sort of being more directed at others at first and then becoming more internal. I'm not sure how you would test between those.
Yeah, maybe. Although, I mean, I would argue that the concepts that you employ in interpreting the other's behavior are kind of socially constructed. They're something that you acquire through your community, through your culture. And so in that sense, the other is always already there. But then you apply those concepts to yourself. I mean, is that kind of what you mean by saying that you first...
Can I interrupt you just for a moment so that we collect another question and we can save this for general discussion if that's fine with you. So Ford, please ask your question.
Well, it's actually more of a comment, I guess. I mean, I really enjoyed your talk, and I personally believe that, that really what I think of as my mind is really just a franchise on my culture, basically, that I belong to my culture more than I belong to myself. And I wrote a widely uncited article in Current Biology about a year ago saying that this pandemic really puts the stress point on that one, because it seems like we are, forced to decide whether our loyalty is to ourself in the philosophical conception of self, or whether we in fact are part of the group self and we have responsibilities to the group that are bigger than our responsibilities to ourselves. And I really think that COVID-19 has really emphasized that conflict in our conceptions of self. So that's a comment, not a question. Although
yeah, thank you.
Say about it.
I agree with that. Thank you very much.
Andre, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kristina, for this wonderful talk and everything that you summarized on this topic. I was reading a little bit about feral children. And my question is, because we are talking here about origins and causality, what happens when some of these steps in the development, what happens when they are skipped? Or if something like a different kind of influence happens on children, like, for example, when children are abused during the development, or feral children that, like those Mowgli kind of kids that grew up with wolves. We have no data actually about what would happen if some of these steps are missed and skipped.
Well, there's some data. I mean, it depends on the specific case, right? I mean, there were, we have data from these children growing up in, I think, Romanian orphanages who were like critically neglected, but there were also, I think in the 18th century, there were actually experiments that literally conducted raising children without linguistic interaction in order to find out how that would affect them. And of course, we also know from children suffering from certain psychopathologies, for instance, that impact the way in which they engage with others, that leads to certain outcomes as well. I think you'd have to look at the specifics of the case to be more specific, but certainly from my point of view, you would expect that it would have have quite a big impact, both on the way in which they interact with society, but also on the way in which they experience themselves. But to spell that out in detail, of course, one would have to look at the specific cases.
It is truly a great pleasure being here today, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this very thought-provoking conference. It is truly exciting to have all these various strands of philosophical and scientific thought come together. And as I was introduced, I'm an archaeologist. I specialize in the study of animal bones from archaeological sites, so therefore I'm an archaeozoologist. So today I will be talking not only about human pasts, but multi-species pasts and histories of entanglement. And this comes at a time when both our pasts, the academic study of the past, and our futures face serious challenges. So like many other academic disciplines, archaeology has been born out of the modernist project and consequently deeply rooted in anthropocentric ontologies. And to put it simply, it was about humans in the past as understood by humans in the present on the basis of material evidence. But this also begs the old big question, one I believe is fitting for a conference dedicated to origins. What is human exactly, or a person? And obviously this question has been pondered upon from the perspective of philosophy, science, and religion alike. And it is also obvious that the idea of human has been highly culturally, historically, and contextually bound. So to start with an example from my own field, archaeology, for example, the dramatic changes in the ways we perceive the Neanderthals from brute beasts to people similar to us have shifted together with discoveries regarding their contribution to our gene pool and the evidence of the capacity for language, symbolic behavior, burials, tools, etc. So if anything, this obviously says much more about our own ontological attitudes. What counts as human and who gets to be it. And other cultural contexts, namely among many Amerindian or circumpolar hunter-gatherer communities known from anthropological literature, the concept of human or person, more precisely, is extended to include many other animals and plants or features of the landscape, or as it has been known in anthropological literature, the concept of animism. So it was originally perceived as an unscientific and a primitive way of seeing the world, but nowadays it is becoming reformulated as an alternative ontology which does not privilege human relations as the only form of social interactions. And this is not that alien to us either, as anyone living or working with animals would surely not question them being sentient subjects, even scientists working with laboratory animals. And in a way, it is also similar to ethological studies or biosemiotics, which argue that subjectivity, perspective, and representation from lived sensory experience are inherent to many life forms. So ultimately, the recent ontological turn emerged as a call to move beyond these modernist notions of humans as non-humans, as fixed, bound entities, and brought forward the concept of assemblages of material worlds whose properties do not simply exist, but occur through mutually constitutive relationships. And this, I believe, was particularly well articulated by anthropologist Anna Tsing, who proposed that rather than imagining the human species as autonomously self-maintaining and constant across culture and history, what if we imagine the human nature that shifted historically with various webs of interspecies dependence? And it is precisely the archaeological record that preserves material traces of these not only human but multi-species pasts. stories of coexistence and predation and extinction and commensalism and all other forms of mutual becomings. All these changing webs of relations with a myriad of different creatures humans entangle themselves in. And thus, this shift, also known as the animal turn, signals a rise in the scholarly interest in animals, not only as economic or symbolic resources to be exploited, but as subjects in interaction. And this shift largely coincides with our realization of the devastating effects of anthropocentrism and capitalism on all Earth's ecosystems. So in the age which is coming to be known as the Anthropocene, many of these webs of relations have been impaired or broken. And with its deep time diachronic perspective, archaeology has pinpointed the onsets of many anthropogenic processes that are transforming the Earth throughout the Holocene and even the Pleistocene. So we can recognize and document many extinction events in the past. For instance, the megafauna extinction in the late Pleistocene, or the disappearance of animals such as the aurochs or the dodo in the early modern period. However, with the current dramatic rate of human-induced mass extinctions, it is estimated that the majority of species will be lost by the end of the 21st century, and that our multi-species futures are critically endangered. And it is not only the loss of particular species we are facing, but the whole ecological assemblages. If these histories of entanglement teach us anything, it is precisely how interrelated we all are. Here, in this quote from the book, The Arts of Living on a Damaged Planet, the authors show how, for example, some plants have seeds so big that only big animals can disperse them. So when these animals become extinct, the plants are no longer able to disperse their seeds very well. And this is one of the examples the authors refer to as ghosts or landscapes haunted by past ways of life. So the sad prospect is that the material traces of a number of non-human animals which once roamed the earth are and will be preserved in the archaeological record only. And as a discipline dedicated to the study of animal remains from archaeological sites, archaeozoology provides unique opportunities to explore these past entanglements of humans and non-humans, some of which have been long gone. And ancient DNA analysis offers further insights into their presence and dispersal. And this obviously calls for a more engaged interdisciplinary dialogue between archaeologists, archaeozoologists, biologists, and geneticists. And that means not only straightforwardly adopting each other's results, well, with archaeologists usually supplying the raw material and the geneticists providing the end result, but knowing which questions to ask, what can we know, what can we expect, and what does it all mean? And it was well emphasized by my colleague Liv Nilsson Stutz, who is one of our keynote speakers today, that this is a call for intellectually engaged, collaborative, and confident archaeology amidst of the so-called third science revolution. Basically, tangling that discrepancy between science-based archaeology, which is concerned with providing unambiguous answers, and interpretative archaeology, more engaged with asking questions. And the challenge lies in bringing them together while continuing to question the nature of the knowledge we generate. And here, I would like to draw on a particular interdisciplinary study I was involved in, where several lines of evidence, archaeological, archaeozoological, and genetic were employed. Over the past couple of years, for my PhD, I was involved in the study of animal bones, well, mainly fish bones, from the Danube Gorges region, a stretch of the Danube between present-day Serbia and Romania. So here, numerous archaeological sites have been discovered, which are indicative of more or less continuous presence of early Holocene Mesolithic or Middle Stone Age hunter, fisher, gatherer communities, more or less between the 10th and the 6th millennium before current era. And perhaps best known among these sites is the site of Lepenski Vir, with its well-known sandstone sculptures representing human fish-like beings, or perhaps hybrid, as they were often interpreted. And apart from sculpture, human-animal relations were also materialized in other ways and through different media. Here, animal bones commonly occurred in human burials, intermingled with human bones. At another site, Vlasec in particular, numerous burials were discovered with specific kinds of ornaments made from pharyngeal teeth of cyprinid fish. And for those that are not familiar, cyprinids are a very large family of mainly freshwater fish of Eurasia, Africa, and North America. And perhaps their best known member is the common carp. And generally in all cyprinids, the jaws are toothless and the teeth form on these two paired pharyngeal bones, which are located deep inside the body. So the Mesolithic fishers in the Danube gorges were familiar with this aspect of fish anatomy. They knew where to look for to extract the teeth used as ornaments. So my colleagues performed some use wear and residue microscopic analysis and determined that the teeth were fastened to clothing. They were worn as clothing appliques, either by this incision on the tooth or by attaching them with the threads and ochre binding compounds. However, as an archaeologist, I was mainly interested in the fish itself, which species was targeted. I could determine that it's a species of the genus Rutilus, or roaches, but its teeth were much larger in comparison to any known roach species in the region. So the question was, are we dealing with populations that 9,000 years ago were much larger on the whole, or perhaps an extinct species? So for this reason, I partnered with geneticists from the University of Warsaw and fishery biologists from University of Belgrade and Ljubljana. And we performed ancient DNA analysis involving mitochondrial and nuclear markers. And we compared our sequences to the sequences of several known roach species in the Danube, but also beyond. And our results suggest that the teeth originate from a species, Rutilus friesi, or pearlfish, which has never been recorded in the Middle and Lower Danube. It currently inhabits the Black and Caspian Sea, from which it migrates to rivers draining to these rivers, but not to the Danube. It has never been recorded in the Danube. And the only currently known populations in the Danube region are landlocked. They inhabit several lakes and a short stretch of the Danube in Austria, and were originally considered to be a separate species. However, these species were shown to have the same haplotype, this blue haplotype, as the species in the Black Sea. And these are also the haplotype that corresponds with our own archaeological specimens. So what we did was we basically connected the two areas of this species, and we have shown that the species was once widespread throughout the Danube, at least up to the Middle Holocene. And this provided insights into the issues that I was interested in the first place. What was this fish like? What did it look like? Was it readily or seasonally available to the Danube Gorges Mesolithic communities, and why this particular fish was chosen? So perhaps the reasons lie in its migratory behavior and appearance. Rutilus friesi migrates to the rivers in autumn, overwinters in freshwater, and spawns in spring, and ultimately returns to the sea. So during the spawning season, the bodies of males become covered in these pearl-like keratin tubercles, hence the name pearlfish. And this phenomenon would have been readily recognizable by the Danube Gorges communities, as it coincides with the spawning season, when the fish are most readily caught. And moreover, the distribution of the teeth in burials, which were mainly found underneath human bodies, probably attached to some sorts of cloaks, or in some cases around the heads of the deceased, attached to headdresses, suggests that the appearance of the fish might have been simulated. And if we imagine worlds where humanity or animality were not as fixed or stable as in modernist dichotomies, this perhaps could suggest that human bodies too would have been preserved as fluid and becoming parts of new assemblages by incorporated non-human elements. And this phenomenon becomes even more relevant in the light of evidence of similar ornaments from more or less contemporaneous contexts in the upper Danube region in Germany, in Montenegro and Crimea and the Dnieper drainage in Ukraine, which suggests a great deal of connectivity between Mesolithic communities. And it could also indicate that perhaps the meanings attributed to pearlfish or persons wearing such ornaments were shared and widespread. And these occurrences also provide insights into the former area of Rutulus frisi, the pink shades designate its current area. And it suggests that the fish was once much more widespread. And this truly made me feel humble in a way, this realization of just how many extinctions and extirpations go on unnoticed. Just how many species which figured so prominently in human lives and humans in theirs, there once were. Because this was truly a chance discovery. It drew our attention, obviously because of ornaments and the burials. But it leads to thinking about all kinds of creatures that shared the same environment along with humans that we are still not aware of. So my main point of today's lecture, hopefully I didn't take too much time, was to show just how vital archaeological and ADNA analysis are, not only to the reconstruction of former biodiversity, but along with recent paradigmatic shifts to decenter the human, they offer unique possibilities for thinking about multi-species pasts and histories of entanglement. So thank you so much for your attention, and any comments and questions are welcome.
Thank you, Ivana. That was great. I believe there are many questions for you. So please, we have some additional time because second speaker wasn't there. So please ask Ivana whatever you want. Adrian, please.
Hi, Ivana. That was such a great example of the way in which archaeological research can just bring things together in such a surprising way. Something about, this is sort of about more the start of your talk as opposed to the case study. And this question comes from a slightly strange place. So you were talking about, the sort of view where we're not thinking about humans directly, thinking them as coupled with these sort of non-human animal systems. And I've been spending a bit of time with the sort of folks who work in cognitive science who get really angry about how much time we spend thinking about animals when we're doing cognitive science. They want to say plants are important and fungus are important and these kinds of things. And I'm wondering, just as one can expand the archaeological focus from the humans to the non-human animals, is there, interesting grounds to sort of expand it to sort of include plants? Because obviously agricultural produce have always been this really critical part of archaeology, but that's usually been tied up with subsistence patterns and these kinds of things. So I wonder, is there a thing you think that's particularly interesting or important about particularly human, non-human animal interactions that specifies that focus? Or do you think perhaps we could expand it even further and say we're actually talking about entanglement of, humans with life or even humans with stuff?
Oh, obviously. Thank you for your question. It is a very important one. And it's funny that you say that in your experience, ethologists or evolutionary biologists have been obviously concerned with animals. In our field, which is archaeology, there just hasn't been enough talk about animals. So I gave a talk recently to biology students, and I saw that many of my concerns they just didn't share. They were like, well, obviously animals are important, and obviously humans are animals. What is the problem? So what I think it is, which this turn brings, what this focus on assemblages and entanglement brings, is this really unique possibilities like never before for all these strands of thought to come together. And I've read papers where Foucault and Darwin are quoted in the same paper. When would that would have happened? A couple of decades ago, for example. And definitely, since I'm an archaeologist, I'm mainly involved in the study of animals, but that is mainly mammals and fish. I'm not like a bird or mollusk specialist, but obviously there's so much more ground to expand on life at all. I see it in the study of not only plants and landscapes, which of course occupies an important place in archaeology, but also like microorganisms, viruses, any kinds of interactions, really. I'm obviously not an expert on that, but I was quite interested in these discoveries of viruses, viral heritage embedded in our own DNA. So even in our own bodies, we have parts that are not strictly speaking human. So definitely I see it as a call for a more engaged thinking about entanglement and opportunity for all of us to come together and discuss.
Okay, next question from Slobodan, so please.
Thank you very much. Very interesting talk and very interesting research. I have a question sort of the opposite of what Adrian asked. When I read archaeology papers and about various research projects, so I very often have the same sort of impression as I had when you were explaining about your results of your project. So I immediately want to see sort of a bigger picture, and very often it never really arrives in archaeology. So for example, it's very interesting fact that, you know, the fish that you're talking about was probably either extinct or much more prevalent at the time and so on. So the immediate question is, okay, how frequently that happens, how frequently it happened at the time, and do we live in a special era of, you know, very accelerated extinction and so on. So maybe these are the questions that we can't really answer with a sort of a reliability that we would like to. But I'm wondering about the methodology in archaeology. Are these considerations at play in archaeology, and how often, whether the sort of these particular research projects can conceivably address these larger sort of questions that you sort of started with, or is that something that we shouldn't really expect a lot from a science that's not experimental science? You know, you can sort of churn out the experiments that you would like to see or not. I mean, do you see what I'm getting at?
Yes, thank you for your questions. First, I would like to address your question about the bigger picture, because this is something that archaeology engages in itself as well. Always going back and forth between large-scale processes and micro histories. And we might argue that what we are excavating when we excavate particular burials or dwellings or, you know, settlements, that we are actually discovering individual lives and experiences, which are of course interwoven with the larger scales and practices. I personally like the micro approach. I like these trying to look for individual lives of humans and animals. But of course, this brings the question of relevance and interdisciplinary discussion. Obviously, there was not a lot of possibilities to cover that much ground in one short talk. But yes, I would say archaeologists are concerned with the larger picture. They have been engaged in the questions of, for example, the shift from the hunter-gatherer to a more sedentary lifestyle, animal domestication, the changes in human biology ensuing from that. I'm just using here examples that I have been involved in, and there are many more, obviously. And I think that archaeology too has this, precisely because it's diachronic perspective to tackle these issues and to contribute to the discussion. And I see it more precisely because of this rising interdisciplinarity, which obviously has its both good and bad sides. In a way, is archaeology losing its perspective? But on the other hand, it gets to communicate with with many other disciplines. So I would say it has a possibility to contribute to the discussion in some ways. I understand how it might have been considered as not as relevant, because it is concerned with the past, but as we know, the past is generated in the present. So yes, I would say that it definitely has a lot to contribute.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was just sort of raising a more general issue. It's not specifically tied to the project that you presented,
No,
but just to have it in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
So today, the topic I'm presenting is Darwin on the Origin of Language and Mind. In our present day world, the origin of language and mind is a subject that falls under the purview of no one discipline. Philosophy, psychology, anthropology, neuroscience, and linguistics all have insights to contribute. In this multidisciplinary respect, the consideration of the origin of mind and language is very much like the consideration of the topic in Darwin's own day. Darwin makes reference in The Descent of Man to philology, psychology, anthropology, and the philosophy of his own day. Although new gains have certainly been made, particularly those made possible by molecular biology, the origin of language and mind remains, in many respects, as speculative and philosophical a topic as it was in the 19th century. This talk will explore, with as much focus as possible, a controversy that has resonance with us still today. The historian and philosopher of science, Stephen Alter, has argued that Darwin defends a Lockean view of the relation of language and abstract thought, counter to the Herder-inspired view of the 19th century philologist and Indologist Max Muller. In this paper, I shall argue that almost the reverse is the case. Darwin explicitly rejects that language is coextensive with abstract thought. Muller is actually recorded as maintaining, with Locke, that no development of the mental faculties has ever enabled any animal to connect one single idea with one single definite word. Muller further argues for the essential difference between the expression of emotions and the expression of abstract ideas or conceptions, and argues at length the impossibility of mere emotional signs and sounds developing into articulate speech. In his lectures, Muller quotes Locke to this effect. If it may be, and this is from an essay concerning human understanding quoted in Muller's lectures on the science of language, if it may be doubted whether beasts compound and enlarge their ideas that way to any degree, this, I think, I may be positive in, that the power of abstracting is not at all in them, and that the having of general ideas is that which puts a perfect distinction between man and brutes, and is an excellency which the faculties of brutes do by no means attain to. Müller actually critiques Herder's view specifically. He quotes the following passage from Herder, and this is from Herder, quoted in Müller. Let's see here. Man shows conscious reflection when his soul acts so freely that it may separate, in the ocean of sensation which runs into it through the senses, one single wave, arrest it, regard it, being conscious all the time of regarding this single wave. Man proves his conscious reflection when he not only perceives vividly and distinctly all the features of an object, but is able to separate and recognize one or more of them as distinguishing features. As Müller notes, for Herder, the original identification of names and words emerges from imitation of natural sounds and onomatopoeia. Herder holds more exactly that the chords whose sound and strain do not arise from choice and slow deliberation are a language of feeling, underived, a law of nature. And this is not from what a passage that Müller doesn't quote, but I think that's illustrative, and we're going to see a nice parallel with Darwin in this passage from Herder. The surging storm of a passion, the sudden onslaught of joy or pleasure, pain or distress, which cut deep furrows into the soul, an overpowering feeling of revenge, despair, rage, horror, fright, and so forth. They all announce themselves, each differently after its own kind. And this, I note, that the less human nature is akin to an animal species, the more the two differ in their nervous structures. The less shall we find the natural language of that animal species comprehensible to us. Compare this to what Darwin says about the relation between animal and human expression. The habitual use of articulated language is, however, peculiar to man. But he uses, in common with the lower animals, inarticulate cries to express his meaning, aided by gestures and the movements of the muscles of the face. This especially holds good with the more simple and vivid feelings, which are but little connected with our higher intelligence. Our cries of pain, fear, surprise, anger, together with their appropriate actions and the murmur of a mother to her beloved child, are more expressive than any words. Darwin affirms a notion basically identical to Herder's reflexivity. The lower animals differ from man solely in his almost infinitely larger power of associating together the most diversified sounds and ideas. And this obviously depends on the high development of his mental powers. Darwin rejects Locke and Müller's principle that language and abstract thought are exclusively human. It is not the mere and this is a quote, "It is not the mere articulation which is our distinguishing character, for parrots and other birds possess this power, nor is it the mere capacity of connecting definite sounds with definite ideas, for it is certain that some parrots, which have been taught to speak, connect unerringly words with things and persons with events." And he thinks the same thing for certain general words are also recognized, he notes, by sheep and by dogs as well. The human capacity to speak language is a function of a greater degree of mental power than that of the quote unquote lower animals. However, it involves the more expansive deployment of linguistic capacities that such animals have in a lesser degree. Thus, Darwin's notion of language bears more affinity with that of Herder, and Müller's view is more akin to that of Locke. Contemporary cognitive scientists, philosophers, linguists, anthropologists, and psychologists purporting to draw from a Darwinian perspective could do well to pay attention to what Darwin says about the origin of language. No one knows what the origin of language is. However, Darwin arguably shows great insight in suggesting that the division between human language and animal expression is not merely the divide between abstract reasoning and emotion. According to Darwin, human mental powers have enabled us to elaborate a language that is more complete than that of any other species. However, our expression is not strictly divorced from, but is on a continuum with animal forms of expression. Furthermore, conscious mind and expression involve both abstract cognition and the emotive dimension. Darwin's thoughts on the origin of language may be speculative, yet we should not forget that Mueller's mocking critique is also a denial of the role that natural selection plays in the origin of language. And ridicule alone, we should hope, should not ultimately prove a lastingly effective counter to Darwin's views. So I've made this, this lecture much briefer than it was originally intended to be, partly because of the thought of the restriction of time. Certain things I didn't consider have to do with Darwin's kind of discussion with Haeckel and Huxley about affinities with certain primates. I had the possibility of talking about relation between language and the development of moral sense in Darwin as well. And there are certain connections with contemporary thought that I wanted to draw more explicitly, but I guess possibly in the question period, people might perceive connections with contemporary ideas from their own fields or from other sources that may be of interest. So thank you very much. This may be too brief. I apologize, but thank you so much.
It's completely fine, Connor. Thank you very much for your talk. And I see Paul Antoine, if you have a question, please.
Yeah, thank you. Is it working? Yes, you can hear me?
Yeah,
fine.
It's fine.
So, hello. Yes, I have a question concerning Darwin's quotation here. Well, I'm not familiar with Darwin, with Descent of Man, but it seems to me that can we see the quotation again?
Okay, sure. Oh well, that's not my. That's the chair has to.
Well, it doesn't matter.
You can share if you want. Yeah.
Oh, I can share. Can I share and it'll work?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Well, it's not very important, but well.
Here we go.
Okay, fine. You see, in the quotation, you have a distinction. Of course, it speaks of emotions. I agree with you. But you have also a distinction between inarticulated and articulated language.
That's true.
It's not continuity, it's discontinuity. And articulated language is not defined in this quotation.
I see. So you're
saying of higher intelligence. So where is the continuity? You spoke of continuity. I don't see very well the continuity here.
He mentions that elsewhere. He mentions that elsewhere in the writing. He talks about the continuity about. Let's see. I'll try to find the specific passage.
Maybe you are right, but well.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm trying to find the exact passage where he states that. Because I suppose a way to, I'm not going to draw up the passage because it may take me far difficult. It may be difficult to find. But what I'm indicating is that as a counter to Mueller, who's very explicit, Mueller says language is the Rubicon. Language, there is no crossing between that. But the passage in The Descent of Man, there is a passage which states that there is a kind of continuum. And maybe this will draw attention to that. He says that he says that lampreys, the divide between lampreys and primates is greater than the divide between humans and primates. And so he talks about that in this kind of stadial way of our own cognitive capacities as being, even language expression but I know I'm making this more Herderan than it might be, but you're right to point that out. But he does seem to suggest there's a kind of continuum. I'm sorry I can't find the immediate passage quickly enough, but he does speak explicitly in those terms of just kind of levels of increasing cognitive or mental capacity as linking the animal and the human, but very explicitly, I think he's being nice to Mueller in a certain sense, because he respects Mueller's philological credentials, but he seems to me, I suppose, yeah, okay, thank you. I hope that answers the question. Is that?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian, please. There is additional questions for you, Connor. So, Adrian.
Yeah, I'll try to cut it down. I'm sorry for going on.
I'll try and be quick. I actually had the same thought as the last question, and I wonder if there are sort of two things going on here. One, there's the sort of the way you talked about Locke, was it was really the relationship between language and abstract thought, whether abstract thought is necessary to have language or something like that. The other is a question of whether you have a sort of discrete or graded or continuous conception of the shift between, as it were, animals making noises or whatever and fully blown language. And it strikes me that those can kind of come apart in various ways. So your response to Paul-Antoine sounded like the right response to make was, no, Darwin's doing the Darwin thing. He's finding homologies. He's drawing this kind of ancestral story. But it doesn't follow from that to me that that's enough to decouple the relationship between abstract thought and language, right? Because Darwin could think, of course, you have this gradation that takes you from, because it's Darwin, it's always gradations, that gets you there. But nonetheless, the sort of properly speaking articulated language or whatever, that is necessary for abstract thought. So it strikes me the way to really show that it's not Lockean would be to find passages where he's hitting that claim.
Well, those are the passages where, I mean, it's kind of funny, but he talks about parrots, which maybe a source of contention, but he thinks that, like, for instance, when a dog recognizes what the word ball means, or a sheep recognizes or a sheep recognizes what the meaning of a particular general word is, that's enough. And it could be philosophically just unclarity, like maybe he lacks the sophistication to understand that that's not a genuine counterexample, but that seems to be what at least the way Darwin uses language, he seems to think animals in a limited way are able to engage in abstract thought. So this divide that Mueller insists upon is not genuine.
I presume that his heading, Letitia has put a very pertinent comment in the comments there, which is, articulated seems extremely ambiguous, where articulated could just mean can make a noise. That sounds like a bird. Yeah.
Of course, and these are exactly the kinds of questions I want, the kinds of criticisms that are I'm eager to hear.
All right, so the point of departure for this talk is to think through how archaeology draws on multiple lines of evidence to gain insight into the deep past, specifically how we do this to better understand how humans in the past dealt with death. So death is a universal human experience, but while universal and undeniable, death remains a social, cultural, and emotional crisis, and societies handle it in incredibly diverse ways, with a capacity for culture, communication, and creativity. So to look into the deep past and see how people in prehistory dealt with death, well, that provides us an opportunity to explore human experience through deep time, maybe the origins of humanity in a way. And to be able to do this, we need to pull from different disciplines, different epistemologies even, to get started. And this presentation will demonstrate how archaeology pulls from social theory, ritual studies, taphonomy, biology, etc., to open doors to the past. So archaeology is a rather odd discipline. It involves a particular epistemological point of departure, situated in the observable material traces of past human practices. And it has always been positioned at the crossroads between the natural sciences, the humanities, and the social sciences. What we study are the traces of what people in the past did. We do not have access to ethnography, interviews, oral histories, or mythical narratives, only the fragmented material traces of past practices. So we collect and document these traces in the field, and then we date them and then analyze them with a pretty large toolbox, pulling from methods from theories ranging from chemistry and genetics to philosophy and anthropology. So the question becomes, can we truly tell human stories about the past when these traces are all we have? What can a 7,000-year-old burial like this one from the Mesolithic site in Stockholm in southern Sweden, where a woman was buried sitting on deer antler and dressed in beads, really tell us about life in the deep past? Can we use this kind of source to get an insight into aspects such as ritual, emotion, and belief, aspects that get to the heart of what it means to be human? Or are we limited to just describe and measure what we see? In 1954, Christopher Hawkes wrote an influential paper in which he introduced the concept of a ladder of inference, arguing that the lower levels of this ladder is, we have questions that archaeology and the archaeological record can really answer, allegedly like straightforward aspects of past life, such as economy, technology, and subsistence, and so on. And then we may be able to just take a few steps up and infer aspects like social organization. However, in this metaphor, the upper steps holding the dimensions of ideology and belief would be unreachable for archaeologists. And therefore, for the longest time, these questions were not really approached, especially not for hunter-gatherers, which is what I'm talking about today. Instead, archaeology, and especially the archaeology of hunter-gatherers, limited itself to asking questions about technology and subsistence, leading archaeologist Richard Bradley to famously state, in the literature as a whole, successful farmers have social relationships with one another, while hunter-gatherers have ecological relations with hazelnuts. Maybe that is the next frontier. I'm thinking about Adrian's comment in an earlier paper, but we could get back to that. The way that it was stated at that point, it was quite unfortunate, however. But since the 50s, this view or this metaphor is not really working anymore. We view it differently. In fact, we view it as biased and limited. We know that also those allegedly lower echelons like economy, subsistence, technology are completely enmeshed with ideology and ontology, with myth and ritual. And so to make sense of one level, we need to kind of put the ladder down horizontally and view all the different parts as one thing. So this flipping over of the ladder means that we are changing the way in which we approach the past and what we perceive as reliable evidence and what kind of questions we're asking. So how do we proceed? How do we connect data, methods, and theory? In order to move forward, we need to step back, look at our data with all its potential and limitations, and develop methods and theories that can be synchronized with one another and that are appropriate for the character of our sources. And to do this well, we need to develop what I have called a literacy across disciplines, which I feel is really important, especially now in the so-called third science revolution in archaeology. We need both the tools from the natural sciences and the processes to process our data and to be able to see both the limits and possibilities of both methods and theories within the natural sciences that kind of shape our research design there. But then we also need the humanities and the social sciences to approach the human experience. And I think Ivana's paper really showed that brilliantly earlier today. And we ultimately need to see the intersections of these fields through concepts such as embodiment, for example. So I will argue that the study of burials, even those that are several thousand years old, is an interesting opportunity for us to get a glimpse of lived experience in the past, including those higher allegedly echelons like cosmology, emotion, concepts of life and death, loss, grief, etc. So the remains of how people handle death is often at least partially present in the archaeological record, notably through the treatment of the dead body or the remains of human bodies. And those are remains that we can identify and analyze. So the practices when people handle death are almost always ritualized, as death is one of the most fundamental sources of the kind of chaos that ritualized practices aim to manage. And here we have an archaeological set of evidence that we can kind of trace that or get to that, to get to ritual, and there's a ritualization. And this provides, I believe, an important theoretical possibility to connect theoretical concepts and archaeological remains. So I'll break this down by showing how I have worked with methods and theories from different disciplines and adjusted them to articulate them with the archaeological record and the kind of questions we're asking. So let's start on the theory side. The study of the material traces of ritual actions may be fruitfully articulated with ritual theory that focuses on practice, embodiment, and sensory experience. And here I work with Catherine Bell's concept of ritualization, meaning that people ritualize their activities by drawing from a range of practical and communicative strategies and even acts that may be entirely habitual or unreflected in everyday life, like food preparation or eating or social greetings, work tasks, travel and play. They can all become ritualized. And here we can see like the flipping of the ladder. It's not really a vertical thing, but rather a horizontal or network approach. Ritualization conspicuously diverts our bodily attention away from usual everyday concerns, and even if we're doing kind of everyday tasks that become ritualized. So they take us through a socially and materially scaffolded escape from normal conscious attention. And this impacts our embodied cognition. It primes the body to favor intense emotional associations with particular perceptual or narrative experiences. And the result can lead to affective registers of calm, joy, ecstasy, excitement, and a sense of being in connection with something much bigger, more important than the self's particular or immediate concerns. So what ritual does then is to shape the emotional associations with transformative awareness of being part of a greater order, society, culture, group. And the acts, for example, carried out in this picture here of an individual practicing Muslim prayer can be understood within this framework. It's the embodied engagement with the practice that kind of generates these emotions. And yet, this order that we connect to is culturally constructed, often in remarkable detail. So cultural anthropologists, sociologists, and scholars of religion have observed that ritualization supports the participants' transformative experience of connecting symbolic structures, social structures to their own experiences, thus creating a world in which the participant has a place, cosmology. In many instances, ritualization brings participants into what Victor Turner has referred to as anti-structure. Here we illustrated with the medieval carnival, that is a stark contrast to everyday social order. And when you return to everyday life after this experience, the participants have clarified the boundaries of social structure, but only after having ritually transgressed them. So by bringing out the abnormal, the chaotic and dangerous, and the anti-structural ritual practices, then we can provide a limited time to kind of let off steam and break the rules, while controlling subversive and dangerous forces that challenge this cultural order. So kind of like by exaggerating these kind of dangerous subversive elements, we also define them and thus control them. So these experiences bring people together, it deepens their social bonds with other group members, and in this sense, ritual is viewed as central to human culture and sociality. So where does death fit into all of this? Well, death can be viewed as an ultimate example of anti-structure, habitually handled through ritual practice. Here we have a connection between an archaeological category, burial, with a working theory, practice theory informed ritual theory. And when I state that death needs to be handled, I refer to two kind of universal and big problems. The first is the loss of a social being. That will affect society as a whole on a structural level. Death constantly challenges social order. It reminds us of our own mortality, but it also creates tears in the social fabric that must be mended through the reassignment of roles, of responsibilities, even property. And in this way, death creates a situation with potential for disorder and chaos. For the community to heal and repair social loss and emotional strain, death must be addressed, and ritual provides a powerful, enduring human strategy for the living to maintain or build resilience when somebody dies. But death also results in the emergence of a cadaver. And here we have a point of contact with archaeological material, knowing that the handling of the dead body is something we can trace. In fact, many, albeit not all, death rituals are centered on the cadaver. It is partially through the practical treatment of the body, its redefinition from living to dead, that the society will also simultaneously handle the loss of a social being. So these two problems are connected in their solution. And to understand the handling of the cadaver allows us to get to deeper structures in how societies and people in the past perceive and experience death. And from a structuralist point of view, the cadaver is kind of difficult to categorize because it's located between life and death, between subject and object. And it's also not a really stable, it's not a stable category, because from the moment of death, when the vital function cease, the body will become engaged in complex sets of processes of decay and decomposition that will radically alter its appearance and eventually result in its dissolution. So we can't just like ignore what's happening. We kind of have to handle it in some way. So these processes are dramatic, they're irreversible, and clearly perceptible for the survivors, dramatically altering the appearance as well as the tactile and olfactory character of the body within hours of death. So the transformation that then is kind of imposed on the body, like washing, placing the body, interacting with it, transporting it, cremating, interring, and so on, it's controlled through prescribed ritual practices. And in mortuary ritual, which enhances the emotional association between the event itself and this larger framework that I talked about earlier, like traditional myths, cosmological beliefs, fundamental social and cultural structure, well, there the social and biological chaos of death is redefined as separation from this liminal kind of category transgressing cadaver into a death that's good, controlled, and acceptable. So how do we deal with this in archaeology? Well, we can never get it all. We only have like fragmented remains, but we can do as much as we can with what we have. And we can get at some interesting and fundamental aspects if we focus on the importance of how the body was treated. And in archaeology, one approach known as archaeotenatology allows us to do this. So archaeotenatology is basically a high resolution taphonomic approach that combines details observed in the field about the position of the bones with the knowledge about how the human body decomposes, a little bit like forensic work. What happened to this body? The aim is to isolate the effects of natural processes like putrefaction and decomposition and erosion and bioturbation in order to reconstruct the funerary treatment of the dead, the body and the body that can be linked to ritual practices. So careful analysis of the position of the human remains in the field allows us to infer how the body was treated after death. For example, if it was prepared, clothed, wrapped, or disarticulated, if it was placed in a grave, how it was prepared at the time of burial. Was it a fresh cadaver? Was it partially decomposed? Was it intact or fragmented? And if it was further interacted with, did they come back and manipulate the bones? In what state was the body at that point in time? So how was death really understood and perceived and experienced? And by carefully reconstructing the practices of engagement with the dead body, the archaeologists can construct a form of chaîne opératoire for the ritual treatment of the dead. And this approach does not only generate new and previously overlooked data, but also provides new theoretical dimensions to the archaeology of death. Because through the detailed focus on what people in the past were practically doing, the approach allows us to explore the ritual handling of the cadaver as practice. And also because it's grounded in these kind of taphonomic changes of the body over time, well, that brings to the fore the lived and sensory experience of death and the mortuary ritual, sometimes extended over a period of time. So this allows us to reconstruct how death was experienced and produced in the past through embodied practices. So this methodological and theoretical approach has been recently applied to hunter-gatherer burials in prehistoric Northern Europe. And toward the end of the hunter-gatherer era, which we call the Mesolithic, large concentrations of burials started to form around the Baltic Sea. And recent studies that apply archaeotenatology to several of these sites have provided a more nuanced insight into the ritual practices surrounding death in these communities. The analysis placed the treatment of the cadaver at the center of the analysis, both methodologically and theoretically, and showed that beyond the variation in the position of the body and the grave goods accompanying the dead, the mortuary practices and the treatment of the body were anchored in several norms that appear to have been almost non-negotiable. So the bodies were, with very few exceptions, buried intact shortly after death in lifelike positions. They were placed in pits dug into the ground that were immediately filled with sediment. And in few cases, there are indications that the body was placed inside a container of skin or bark, or in some other cases, it appears to have been placed on top of a platform. Seen within a practice theory framework, the analysis emphasized the importance of making sense of these foundational and non-negotiable practices for the ritualization of the body and its place within the broader cosmology. So things that are really non-negotiable are perhaps the most fundamental for how death was created, staged, performed, really. The norm emphasizes care for the dead, displaying it as if it still retains some of its subjectivity. And this is visible in the arrangements of the bodies in these lifelike positions and in the care for their comfort by arrangements of inner structures and gift-giving in form of deposited grave goods. And the final view that the survivors would have had of the dead in these societies displayed a death that imitated life, in which the individual maintained its bodily integrity. This is a stark contrast to animal bodies that would have been processed in on a very regular basis within these hunter-gatherer communities, being partitioned after death, divided among people and consumed. And while hunter-gatherer cosmologies are often characterized by an animist worldview where humans and animals are engaged in a relationship that can be viewed as social rather than exploitative, human death was treated differently from animal death in these hunter-gatherer communities. It's noticeable that several dogs were buried among the humans, indicating a certain humanization of this domesticated animal. The species thus blurs the distinction between human and non-human animals. Within the mortuary practices, there are also a few deviations from the norm that serve to highlight inner tensions within the burial program. And I think this indicates a certain fluidity in the categorization of the bodies as well. The burial of dismembered or incomplete bodies inside of a container. Here we have one to the right from Stockholm. Here we see kind of like how a fresh cadaver was partitioned and then concealed inside some kind of container. And that could be viewed perhaps as a strategy to spare onlookers from an abnormal death. And in that case, it would be kind of like reinforcing the norm, or kind of like not exposing something that would be very anathema to the regular program. But it's equally possible that this kind of treatment was carried out to recategorize the individual at death, perhaps treating it more like a non-human animal, to emphasize the fluidity of categories within a hunter-gatherer cosmology, or even as a sanction for something, or special treatment in general. And also the occurrence of post-depositional manipulation of the burials that can be seen in isolated cases indicate that while the normative burial may be concealing decomposition, the process was intimately known and could be exploited for ritual purposes. So in one grave from the same site here to the left, bones have been removed from the grave as part of a premeditated and careful extraction strategy. And the removal of bones from graves could then resonate with other experiences among hunter-gatherers. And here I want to remind us once again of this kind of like problematic metaphor of a ladder, that all these levels are really at the same kind of enmeshed level. So the removal of bones could resonate with other experience in these groups, maybe the caching of raw material or other curating technologies to prepare raw materials by submersion or burial. Perhaps this practice brings together the technological knowledge and experience of raw material curation, landscape use, and the revisiting of significant places like caches and burials, with belief systems about the transformation of the body and its shift from individual to ancestral essence in the ground, bringing it all together in practices that do not separate the ritual and everyday life, but rather blend them seamlessly into a coherent worldview. So now we're starting to yet again sense how it all hangs together along the horizontal ladder I referred to in my introduction. And to conclude, when weaving together the different strands of evidence and applying theoretical and methodological tools from different disciplines, we find ways to analyze and interpret the archaeological record, also when asking questions relating to those upper echelons of Hawk's ladder inference. And this also means that we are creating connections between the prehistoric past and the present through a perception of shared humanity across time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will have a discussion. Does anybody want to ask some questions? Okay, Letitia?
Sure. I have two kinds of lines of thought that are sort of troubling me, and they are troubling me. One is very much coming from a Canadian context, where recently 215, a mass grave with 215 children's bodies were found outside residential school. Mm-hmm. So, you know, the shared humanity, the idea of what is a kind of I can't remember quite the word you used, but a kind of given, a definite idea of what the dead are allowed, or what humanity is allowed. You know, I mean, obviously that's not true in European societies now, right? Or societies.
But humanity is not always a good, it's not just like the good sides of humanity that I'm referring to, the good, the bad, and the ugly, yeah.
But there's also that idea, I think you used an idea of what was sort of kind of basically given the dead, right? I can't remember, it wasn't a word foundational that you used, but it was something like that, that made me sort of think, well, you know, no, you're not going to see, especially 6,000 years later, a lot of the dead and how exactly they've been positioned. We're likely only going to see a small subset. And if we make inferences about people's values on the basis of that alone, given what we know now, there's a kind of problem. That was one thought I had. But another thought, and this kind of comes from thinking about Indigenous perspectives, at least in Canada, about the relationship between humans and other species, is, you know, you talked about humanizing the dogs. Well, I'm pretty sure that Indigenous Canadians, certainly Mi'kmaq people, as I understand them, wouldn't talk that way, right? They might see other non-human species as persons, but they are persons in their own right. They don't have to be made into the human in order to be given a moral status and accepted as having a moral status. And so that it's not premised on a kind of great chain of being ontology, which I think is pervasive in the European tradition, where we see moral status as always being tied to moving up the ladder towards humans and ultimately towards God. And so I worry about some of the framing that you gave in your discussion. Yeah, and so those are the two kinds of places, right? The yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So obviously, like archaeologists always have a fragmented record. We have we can only work with what we have. So the question then becomes, and I understand where you're coming. I think it's a very good reaction to have, and perhaps in archaeology we take it for granted that that's a given, right? We are dealing with a fragmented record, and the question that the situation we are placed in is: do we even ask questions about this? Do we want to discuss things like death in the past, or should that be something that we find too difficult to talk about because we don't have the representative record? In my opinion, I think that burials allow us to a privileged point of interaction with a human dimension of the past. And I think that it would be a pity to not try to do something with it. But it is going to be speculative. I agree with you. So that's why I feel like this kind of practice theory approach, at least, have allowed for me to get away from some of the more speculative kind of previous readings of archaeological remains. But yes, absolutely. It is not, we don't even know if this is how the majority of the people were buried. So this is what we have, and we try to understand it from that point of view. Your point about the dog is great. The dogs, I agree with you. Maybe I was making some shortcuts to kind of clarify how this opens up the possibility for us to interrogate those boundaries of the categorizations that we're having. The thing that is interesting with the dogs is that it is the only animal that is buried, at least in these cemeteries, among humans. So it is, if it's another non-human person, but it's perhaps it's treated more like humans than other animals in their world. So there's something interesting. It's kind of like, it's all about kind of like scaling and moving into that gray area and really kind of, I guess, exploring the gray area rather than assuming that, yeah, I have the answer, because obviously I don't. Yeah. So thanks, Letitia. Those are really important points. And about the find of the children that you mentioned, I mean, I think it's, when I say humanity, I want to stress that it's, you know, an old archaeology professor used to say, like, these guys were not necessarily nice guys. I think it's a good thing to have with us. Humanity is also those dark sides, and rituals can be very problematic, you know, violent, oppressive, you know, problematic things. So it's not like to say humanity should be to recognize that capacity for both good and bad in us. Yeah.
Thank you. Adrian, you wanted to ask question?
I'm happy to cede my time to Ivana if she'd like.
Oh, thank you. I just have a small comment, really. Thank you so much, Liv, for your talk, which I truly enjoyed. And I just wanted to follow up with the comment on the question that was asked previously by Professor Slobodan Perović. As we have seen from your talk, really, when discussing like how archaeology engages with wider, large-scale issues, I agree with you that engaging with the questions of death, the experience of death, and the lived embodied experience in life are definitely no small tasks, and definitely have a lot to contribute on that experience, be highly contextual and culturally specific and varied. So that's just what I wanted to point out. What I got from listening to your talk. And I didn't plan on usurping this time, but I was also inspired by Letitia's comment on the dogs. And yes, obviously, the humanizing animals does not mean that they don't have their own distinct subjectivity and experience in themselves, animals themselves. And you were mentioning the example from Canada. There are also other varied examples where the human and person are not interchangeable, and some contexts where they are. Viveros de Castro comes to mind with his Amerindian communities, where the question of being human is a question of perspective, in a sense that humans perceive themselves as humans and animals as prey, and animals consider themselves as human and humans as prey. So obviously we shouldn't, we should distinguish between the terms. Animals are persons, that are non-human persons. In some ways it can be interchangeable. So I'm so sorry, Liv, for usurping your talk, but I was just inspired to do so.
Thank you. And I wanted to just like throw a ball at Adrian. I know my time is soon out, but like I want to throw a ball to Adrian, because we're talking about like how further can these categories be expanded. And I think that, for example, this if we think about burials as caches or curation places for raw materials, for say using human bones to turn them into objects or something, we can also get to a kind of a blurring of the category between object and human. And I wanted to kind of tag on to that, because we talked about it in terms of like plants and trees and stuff like that. And we could see maybe how human burials could be curated in the same way as preparatory places for transformation of raw materials like wood to make wickers, baskets, or stuff like that. I just find that like interesting to think about those kinds of possible opening venues for thinking about practices in that way. Yeah, thank you for your comments, and thanks Ivana for your comments.
So yeah, the title of the talk is Beyond Congruence, Evidential Integration and Inferring the Best Evolution Scenario. It's a very short introduction of myself. I'm a final year finishing writing up PhD student at the University of Bristol with the Paleobiology Research Group. I could probably try and do this. You can still see the PowerPoint, right? Yeah?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Great. Well, first of all, thank you very much to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present this work. This is part of my PhD project, generally titled "The Evolution of the Human Zone Body Plan." So I'm mainly a zoologist and partly a philosopher with a mixed background, but I'm working at the School of Biological Sciences, University of Bristol. Okay, so just to give a general idea of what I'm going to talk about today, it's about integrating evidence, and I think this is quite luckily in line with a lot of stuff that other people have talked about in this conference. So I'm going to try and partly present a philosophical case in support of this general conviction, but this is primarily a talk that was originally aimed for biologists, but hopefully it will also appeal to the audience at this conference. Okay, so just to give some context about early methods of phylogenetics, so the phylogenetics of early animals. Animals are one of the best known groups of organisms. There's a long history of research into their classification, and these are animals are come out as monophyletic, so as one unified group, more closely related to each other than any other organisms in pretty much any modern analysis. But there are some key internal subdivisions that remain unresolved, especially relating to the deep nodes that we're going to talk about today. And especially with the deep nodes, this makes a research into the early evolution fraught with uncertainty, which is basically what led me to conduct this research. So just to give a general idea of what the animal subdivisions are, we've got the metazoa as all the animals. Eumetazoa are slightly more exclusive subset of the animals. They include pretty much all animals except sponges and placozoans. And placozoans are these tiny, very simple organisms. And bilateria, again, the majority of animals except sponges, placozoans, and cnidarians. And cnidarians are jellyfish, things like jellyfish, hydra, corals, and stuff. So when you think of an animal, you would normally think of a bilaterian, an insect, mollusk, vertebrate, things like that. So the three of the key uncertainties that are quite controversial nowadays, quite hotly debated, are around deepness of branches, the position of ctenophores, comb jellies, placozoans, which are these flat, tiny organisms, and xenocoelomorphs, which are kind of weird, fairly simple, or structurally speaking, worms. And the point here is that much of this uncertainty is because there's a lot of disagreement between phylogenetic trees based on molecular evidence and these trees with those based on morphological evidence, which is the more traditional classical way of classifying taxa organisms. And these placements, where we place these key phyla, has a lot of implication for understanding the evolution of the sequences of evolution of characters in animals. So this is just a general picture of these these three uncertain clades in xenomorphs, placozoans, and ctenophores in relation to the general metazoan tree. So the question the main question I'm posing here is why is there so much uncertainty? So one of a class of the conceptual issues underlying this uncertainty relates to characters themselves. So the sort of characters that that enable us to classify organisms are called homologs, and homologs and homology, these are two very close related concepts originating with Richard Owen, the founder of the Natural History Museum in London. So these are basically the same organs or body parts in classically defined in different organisms. And the prime example, the archetype of the archetypes, is the vertebrate forelimb. But it's not just morphological characters. This also applies to developmental characters. Like this is something that's much more recent. So, for example, the patterns of gene expression or signaling pathways across the whole body of the organism as it's developing. For example, on the left, you see the embryo of a frog, and on the right, it's a growing planarian worm. They both utilize basically the same developmental molecular mechanism in their development. And it also, the idea of homology or homologs also applies to genes in terms of their sequence similarity. And a key thing that a lot of biologists do, biologists interested in classifying organisms, is discerning homologs from analogs. And analogs are these other characters, such as the insect wing and the bird wing. They both do the same thing. They probably evolved under similar pressures, but they're not actually genealogically related to each other. So they don't say anything about the genealogical relations between animals or organisms more generally. There's also this general class of conceptual issues about methods. So the point here is that there are different methodological approaches, and these often give different results. And this spans across morphological or more classical, more classical morphological methods or evidence, as well as molecular evidence. So one example of this is whether to combine, and this has been a debate that's been going on for decades, to combine the results of multiple analysis or to combine all data in a single analysis to get our best tree. And there's also the issue of systematic errors that arise from some of these models, which often give rise to what we call methodological artifacts. And this is just the abstract title of a very recent paper, which actually bears a lot by showing that at least two of the uncertainties I mentioned before in early animal evolution are really the result of methodological artifacts. So just taking a step back, I've been talking about why this issue that these cladograms or phylogenetic trees, these evolutionary trees, don't agree. Well, there are key places where they don't agree. But just to take a step back, why should we expect them to agree in the first place? So it might sound like a silly question. It's like the basis of biological classification is to assume that there's like a truth tree. And the reason for that is that these trees are meant to represent actual genealogical relationships of organisms. So like there have actually been events of speciation and a lot of extinction going on that have given rise to the actual tree of life. There is presumably an actually unique phylogeny of life on Earth, which we try to capture using these evolutionary trees or cladograms that we draw up. But the reason why we might think it's too strong an assumption to say that, okay, our trees have to agree, is that the evidence that we use to draw up these trees is just imperfect and there's nothing you can do about it. So there is a counter force to the expectation that everything should agree. Some things don't agree and there's good reason for that. So one of the reasons is data collection is never exhaustive. We never know everything about our organisms. Part of the reason is a lot of them are extinct. Homologs are often hard to identify, as I mentioned before. Characters evolve at different rates. That's something that confuses evolutionary reconstruction. And finally, models inevitably influence results, as I mentioned before. So then the question that comes up is, how can we make the best of the available evidence that we have? So I'm just going to give a parable as an example, which I think clarifies what's probably going on in at least biology, and as this conference has come to show me, in basically all sciences, at least all historical sciences. So the parable is that there's a bunch of people, and they're all blind. There's an elephant, and they start touching the elephant and trying to figure out what it is, but none of them figures out it's an elephant, because they're all like, oh, okay, this is probably a winning basket, the one that examines the ear, or a plowshare, the one that examines the tusk. But the obvious thing that is not explicit in the parable is that they would have figured out if they had only talked to each other. And this is something that I think is happening in biology with the limited scope of perception that I have. For example, and especially in phylogenetic research. And that is biologists from different camps don't talk to each other as much as you would have expected. And this is quite important because there is no reason why any particular kind of evidence or any particular methodology should trump others. And again, this is very tightly related to the imperfect nature of evidence. If you have imperfect evidence because you're looking at a different part of the elephant, then you're not going to know all the truth, the whole truth. So what I'm suggesting here is we should very strongly stress what I start to call evidential integration. And the reason why integrating different parts of evidence, and here's my philosophical argument kind of hidden in between this whole talk, is that the imperfections from one kind of evidence from one source, for example, morphology or development, can be compensated for by evidence from another source. So what I mean is where morphology is silent, development can tell us something. Where both are silent, genomics can tell us something. Where all of these stuff about the intrinsic properties of organisms are silent, maybe biogeography or ecology can tell us something. And this evidential integration, I think we can think of as happening, well, ideally happening at least 3 different levels. At the level of characters, via integrated homology inferences. And ideally, I will give a talk on this at some point in the future. And also at the level of inferring trees by relying less on evidence that produces volatile nodes. So if you've got evidence that, so one kind of evidence, for example, molecular evidence that keeps giving you phylogenies that seem to be biased, just ignore that bit of evidence and rely a bit more on other things, or fix the methods that are giving the nodes. And finally, take into account ecological factors and biogeography, which are kind of more external to the organisms than most of the evidence that we currently use in classifying organisms. So, and there's this very closely related concept of metacongruence that I think helps, because congruence is a key concept in phylogenetics, and it refers to the agreement of characters or cladograms. Or basically, this is what we say when we say, oh, okay, these 2 organisms have a lot of things in common, and these characters are therefore congruent. They tell us that these are actually quite, probably quite strong, closely related. So what I'm suggesting is that we can call this the more general, broader agreement resulting from evidential integration metacongruence, so something beyond congruence. And evidential integration is tightly linked because it enables metacongruence. And this is kind of the sort of picture that I'm suggesting, occurring at 3 different levels, utilizing evidential integration to give rise to evolutionary scenarios rather than finding the best cladogram, the best fitting tree, which is the common practice nowadays. We want to get the best evolutionary scenario. Sometimes a tree might be very well supported, but not very much in line with other things we know from, for example, paleoecology. And I think this kind of goes really well with this general idea in philosophy of science that you want the loveliest explanation rather than the best explanation rather than the most likely explanation. I think the best evolutionary scenario that we can infer corresponds to the best or loveliest explanation, and the best cladogram corresponds to the likeliest explanation. So just to kind of wrap up, I think what this tells us is that we should really focus on evidential integration by doing real multidisciplinary research, by collaborative work. And of course, at a more policy kind of level, it needs to be incentivized through multidisciplinary journals, research centers, and labs. Obviously, this is something a lot of people have been saying. I think I should do my part to stress this, and by using these examples. And finally, this is just a caveat: evidential integration shouldn't mean methodological unification. Because methodological diversity and diversity of evidence, which follows from that, is actually required for integration. And so the final conclusion is that more collaboration is needed to reconstruct the history of life on Earth, and I imagine the history of humans. Thank you for listening. I hope I haven't gone on over time.
Thank you very much. Predrag have question.
Yes, thank you for a nice talk. I just remembered that I read a book a few years ago by E.O. Wilson, biologist, called Consilience. And actually, he argues for something similar that you said. So I'm just reading from the screen. So consilience is literally jumping together of knowledge by the linking of facts and fact-based theory across disciplines to create a common groundwork of explanation. So have you got any comments on how you link what you told us about that linking together evidence, comments on consilience by E.O. Wilson, and how that links with your view of things.
Yeah, it's interesting because the initial idea to write this, this is based on one of the chapters in my PhD thesis, and the initial motivation and idea came from my primary supervisor, and he got the idea from the book Consilience. I haven't actually read the book or actually any of E.O. Wilson's works, and this is something that I regret. I think, yeah, this could probably benefit from, kind of trying to link these two things together, because I think, yeah, the ideas are quite similar, but this is generally like, so the philosophical argument in this talk that I presented is fairly limited. It's just basically one argument that different kinds of evidence, if we put them together, compensate for the places where the other ones are silent or not very, informative. And it's mostly aimed at biologists doing phylogenetics of animals. But yeah, I think there's probably a lot of good stuff to be found in Wilson's book.
Actually, the idea of consilience is quite old. It goes to the Enlightenment,
okay.
17th, 18th century. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll make sure to read the book.
Adrian?
Hi, thanks, Arsham. As there are a million bazillion different versions of the blind people and the elephant one. One of the ones that I like is supposed to be talking about the relationship of truth and God, and the idea is actually all of them are right. It's not that if they talk to each other, they would. No, actually it's the case. No, God is multifaceted like an elephant. If you're a bunch of blind people, they're not wrong. They've got no choice but to be blind. And there's a reason I'm bringing this up is because I suppose on the view you're putting here, I'm having some trouble trying to work out, as it were, where the integration is supposed to happen and how. Because presumably what you don't mean is that I should be deciding how to root my phylogenetic trees by using bioecology or something, right? Presumably the story is not I should be somehow integrating that extraordinarily different information into how I do my cladistic inferences. As you said, this isn't about method, it's rather about sort of integration. So is the story supposed to be something like everyone goes off and does their, I go off and do my cladogram, someone goes off and does their biogeographical reconstruction, and then we all get together and then work out what to believe given those things? And there's supposed to be some method by which we can work out how to integrate those? Or is it more that when I'm doing my, the sort of assumptions I build into how I do my phylogeny or cladogram, whatever, is building on that bioecology stuff? You can see the sort of, those are very different in terms of what
Yeah, exactly. Between the three different options that you gave, I think the first one and the third one are much closer to what I'm thinking about in this kind of project, because it's kind of difficult to it is possible to weight different trees based on which ones, for example, which one fits better with the paleogeographical evidence or paleoecological evidence that we have. Just an example. So one tree might be better supported, but the topology that it gives, it just doesn't fit with the fossil evidence, right? That's one way you could do it. Another way you could do it is actually bring in the fossils into the tree, which is sometimes feasible if you're using morphological characters like I've done in my PhD, but if you're using molecular characters, then that becomes extremely unfeasible because, well, in large part because if you put morphological characters and molecular characters in the same data matrix, the molecular stuff is just gonna overwhelm the analysis because it's just so much more, right? So yeah, that's one aspect of it. But I think I wanted to, I think I may have missed part of your question. Oh yeah, so the elephant parable, the version that you mentioned is actually quite interesting because so in the longer version of this, well, in the paper version of this talk, I do talk about how there's like this overarching aim of telling the story of, for example, how animals evolved in their early stages, which is what I'm trying to do in my PhD, for example. But there's also less overarching aim. So for example, you want to track the trace the evolution of a specific character. This could be a morphological character or a molecular character. So for these purposes, it is likely that you wouldn't need as much evidence from the other fields as you would for reconstructing the whole story. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, that was the sort of place I was hoping to get you to. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
So this talk is about philosophy of cosmology. It's very much work in progress, so any comments I would very much welcome. What I want to discuss today is an example of a kind of like evidence gathering activity in cosmology and astrophysics, specifically with regards to dark matter. And just for the sake of clarity, there's sort of three things that I want to establish in the next 3 minutes, or I want to achieve in the next 15 minutes, sorry. First, I want to establish that some of the current research in dark matter constitutes exploratory research. I call it exploratory observation in analogy with exploratory experiments. I don't really want to put like much weight on the observation experiment distinction though, so let me just flag that. Sorry, at the same time as being exploratory, this research, however, is also theory-driven with regards to a different target. And so it's this kind of multi-purpose research that we have. And finally, the third thing I want to establish is that insofar as this research is exploratory with respect to one phenomenon, it can only succeed in virtue of the theory-driven research. So those are sort of broadly the three things that I want to establish today. So let me start a little bit with saying something about exploratory experiments. So since the late 1990s, especially, philosophers of experiment have started to discuss the notion of exploratory experiments, and they have contrasted it with theory-driven or hypothesis-driven research, where hypothesis-driven experiments are aimed at testing specific hypotheses or theories. Exploratory experiments are not. Friedrich Steinle and Richard Burrian were some of the earliest authors contributing to the debate. They were drawing on case studies from electromagnetism and molecular biology, respectively. But since then, the discussion has expanded further to include cases from biology, nanotoxicology, neuroscience, and high energy physics. And why are exploratory experiments sort of interestingly different from theory-driven or hypothesis-driven experiments? The sort of broad consensus in the literature is that this is because of their aims. And Ken Waters puts it as follows. Roughly, the aim of exploratory experiments is to generate significant findings about phenomena without appealing to a theory about these phenomena for the purpose of focusing experimental attention on a limited range of possible findings. Important here, again, right, is the contrast with theory-driven experiments. Theory-driven experiments tend to focus the attention only on a limited range of possible experimental findings. For example, when you're looking for a particular particle or something, right, you have a very specific sort of range where you might look for that particle, say. Exploratory experiments, by contrast, want to leave open a wide range of possible outcomes such that new and interesting observations or findings can be discovered. Observations and findings that presumably currently lie outside of the scope of the theory of the target, right? Now, why might scientists be interested in engaging in exploratory research? Why is this an essential part of scientific practice? Well, one reason or motivation might be that there are targets of interest for which the theory currently does not exist or is just underdeveloped, right? When a theory or a model of target is underdeveloped, there isn't really anything to test or to help guide the experiments. And in those situations, gathering sort of additional empirical data about new phenomena might help guide further theory development. And this brings me to the dark matter case. So this is a talk about cosmology, and Craig said we have to include the CMB. I hope that including the funnel is good enough as a replacement. So this funnel is a depiction of the evolution of the universe. It's basically a depiction of lambda CDM, the current concordance model of cosmology, which has been really successful at reconstructing the evolution of the universe at the largest scales. Now, the success of Lambda CDM depends in part on its positing the existence of cold dark matter. That's the CDM in the acronym. And cold dark matter, or dark matter, is a type of matter that's not constituted by anything that's currently described by the standard model of particle physics, right? So it's not described by, it's not constituted by anything that has been studied as by particle physicists. But nonetheless, it plays a crucial role in the evolution of the universe and in our reconstruction of the evolution of the universe. Among other things, without the presence of dark matter, we would not expect to see the amount of large-scale structure of galaxies and clusters that is observed in the universe today. You just wouldn't get enough sort of like clumping, basically. Now, despite its central role in context of cosmology, as I've stressed before, scientists don't have a good theory of what, or an accepted theory. There's many candidates, none of them are like broadly established as what constitutes dark matter. Moreover, there are open questions as to how dark matter behaves on galactic scales. While it's generally accepted, and there's very good reasons for this, that galaxies like our Milky Way are surrounded by a halo of dark matter, that they're sort of sitting inside of this halo. What that halo looks like in detail and what kind of like substructure it contains is very much under constraint. But that substructure could also reveal quite a bit about what the fundamental constituents of dark matter are. And so this sort of leads to a natural connection to exploratory experiments, I think, since we clearly have a case where present theory and modeling is too vague to allow for specific testing. But, you know, there are possibilities to sort of find more significant findings and use those to help guide further theory. And so I think the following case looks like the exploratory experiment in context of dark matter. So the case is one of research on using stellar streams to look for constraints on dark halo substructure or dark matter substructure in the Milky Way halo. So what are stellar streams? Stellar streams or tidal stellar streams, they're astronomical objects that, as the name suggests, are long strings of stars. They originate basically from a cluster of stars or a small galaxy that gets disrupted. And then you just sort of have this like string of stars, putting it sort of very simply, this resulting stellar stream orbits the Milky Way roughly along the same orbit that the initial galaxy from which it evolved was orbiting the Milky Way. And one stellar stream that has garnered quite a bit of attention is called GD1. It was first identified in 2006, but recently with the help of Gaia, the satellite, not the research group at Dalhousie, a lot more data has become available about the proper motions of the stars in GD1. Interestingly, GD1 isn't completely smooth, and the scientists have detected that there's variations in its density. 2 according to this paper. And moreover, in this paper, scientists claim they've also detected a spur feature at one of those gaps. Why is this significant? Well, if the stellar stream was just smoothly, like moving through a smooth dark matter halo, you wouldn't expect to see huge variations in this stellar stream. You would expect it to be smooth as well. So the authors are interested in determining what caused these density variations in GD1. And they consider 3 explanations: non-impact scenarios, some luminous object perturbing the stellar stream, or dark halo substructure perturbing the stellar stream. An example of a non-impact scenario would be something like the progenitor of the stellar stream had some sort of complex structure, which basically remained present in the stream after the progenitor was disrupted. Now, the authors exclude this scenario because the GD1 substructure could only, like, it's so weird and significant, basically, that the only way it could be generated by the progenitor would be if that progenitor would be unlike any kind of stellar cluster or dwarf galaxy that is currently known and detected, right? So it would be a very strange progenitor for GD1. So this leaves possible impact scenarios as possible explanations. One option is GD1 was perturbed by what is called a luminous object, so an object that contains stars, like a dwarf galaxy or a star cluster that's also orbiting our Milky Way. This option is excluded because none of the detected luminous satellites of the Milky Way, for which orbit data is available, can constitute a plausible perturber. Just like it just doesn't work out, none of them would come close enough in the right way, etc. So finally, the authors are led to consider possible dark perturbers, a perturber that is made entirely or almost entirely out of dark matter. And although I'm skipping over quite some detail, the authors conclude for dark perturbers that based on sort of modeling the possible scenarios that could lead to the GD1 substructure, it is plausible that, and to be expected, that GD1 encountered a dark matter subhalo on its journey through the Milky Way halo, and that this encounter basically is the cause for the gap with this additional spur. And so in their conclusion of this paper, the authors write, further study of the GD1 gap and spur feature may provide the first opportunity to follow up an individual halo substructure. But most excitingly, these features demonstrate that cold stellar streams are extremely fine-tuned detectors, sensitive at a level that was only hoped for beforehand. In addition to GD1, there are over 40 known streams in the Milky Way halo. In the era of Gaia, we now have both the incentive and the resources to study them all in detail. With the full network of streams, we could learn not only about individual halo substructures, but about the population as a whole. So the ultimate goal here of the researchers is to get constraints on populations of Milky Way halo substructure in as much detail as possible. And of particular interest here is determining the mass spectrum of Milky Way halos, because this could have important implications eventually, both for cosmology and for dark matter candidates. So why do I take the stellar stream research to be exploratory in some way? Well, the research is broadly motivated with the goal of further constraining possible theoretical models for dark matter candidates and cosmological models of structure formation. But that motivation doesn't go much further than saying that there's interesting phenomenology to be found in terms of halo substructure. And specifically, the goal with the stellar stream research is actually to find more halo substructure at a mass range that can't be accessed with other observations. So it's very much aimed at broadening sort of the possible observations and significant findings for cosmologists to then further use in potential theory development, right? But at the same time, you will have noticed that I spent a lot of time talking about GD1, the stellar stream, rather than dark matter substructure. And this is a separate sort of worldly target that's being investigated here as well. And insofar as GD1 is considered an object of study, or like the target of the study, I take it that this research is clearly theory-driven in quite a strong sense. The authors try to span the space of possible classes of explanations and eliminate all but one of these possible types of explanations. So this is sort of a case of eliminative reasoning, right? In other words, they're testing different possible explanations or types of explanations for the stellar stream substructure, and they are eliminating them through detailed observations and modeling. As an aside, I think there's interesting parallels with the work by Melissa Jacquard and her collaborators on the dark galaxy hypothesis, for those of you who are familiar, but I won't go into that for now. Now, finally, the exploratory research, the constraining of Milky Way halo substructure, be it by identifying an individual halo or the population of subhalos, is only possible insofar as the authors can accurately actually map out the stellar stream structures and the impact scenarios that give rise to stellar stream structures. So the exploratory research is only possible in virtue of the success of the theory-driven research. Now, in and of itself, the fact that the exploratory research depends on theory is not that surprising in this indirect way, right? For exploratory experience more generally, philosophers have argued that scientists need to have a detailed model of the experimental apparatus and its potential sources of error. This is something that, for example, Colasso and Carrasa have argued. And similarly, in this case, one could argue that astrophysicists, given that the stellar stream is sort of their instrument, they need a detailed model of the stellar stream in order to be able to conduct their exploratory research. But what I think does make this case somewhat different from the cases that have been considered so far in the literature on exploratory experiments is that this is an example of the same sort of set of observations serving dual purposes, both being used to study the detail, make detailed observations of the stellar stream substructure and what could have caused that substructure, and then trace out, the broader substructure in the Milky Way halo. And an illustration of how crucial the theory-driven work, and this is sort of like the last short thing I want to say, an illustration of how crucial the theory-driven work on the stellar stream is comes from a paper by a different research group. These authors have re-examined GD1, and they sort of pose a different proposal. First, they actually reconstruct a substructure slightly differently from Bonaca et al., the paper I was citing before. And because they give a different reconstruction of what GD1, what its structure actually looks like, they also give a different explanation for the origins of that substructure, obviously, and therefore also different constraints on Milky Way subhalos and the potential of detecting Milky Way subhalos. So let me just briefly sum up what have I been talking about so far. So just like there are exploratory experiments, there are exploratory observations, and I've tried to give you an example, or I've been trying to show you that the stellar stream research is an example of this. But what I've been also trying to stress is that in order to fulfill this exploratory role, the stellar stream observations require stringent constraints on or require successful theory-driven research on the stellar streams themselves. And as I've shown at the end, because of the challenges with distinguishing stream members from Milky Way stars, this is a non-trivial exercise. But we also see here that we get sort of a single research project which has this dual purpose, where the same sets of observations is acting as this kind of dual purpose, both for the theory-driven and the exploratory functions. So far, this has remained broadly descriptive and just trying to understand how these observations are supposed to work, what they can teach us. But it helps also, I think, to understand how scientists can make progress on research that isn't just situated in a historical science, but that is moreover researching genuinely novel phenomena like dark matter. Here are some references, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And does anybody have some questions? Adrian?
Thanks, Siska. I really enjoyed that. I guess I'm kind of wondering about how to situate this stuff, right? So one of the things that's going on in the exploratory experiment literature is it's really in a lot of ways coming out of the new experimentalists in the 80s, right? So there's this whole thing about the decoupling of the theory from the experiments, which is one of the things that makes the sort of thing you're trying to point out quite exciting, right? And me and a few other people have said things like, oh, actually, phenomena-led research is really important and really, really exploratory because it's not constrained by theory in this way. And so it sounds like I think you were right to say that the kind of really juicy part of this case seems to be that on the one hand, it's legitimately exploratory, but I mean, I don't even know if I'd call it exploratory observations, because it's really this intimate interrelation between this very, very abstract sort of, mathematical modeling, if you want, or theorizing, with these incredibly weird measurements taken by these instruments. So I suppose, I mean, so it's quite interesting where I agree with you that it's exploratory. It's not obvious to me that I'd call it an exploratory observation, though, because that makes it sound as if you're contrasting it with theory. Where the juicy thing seems to be is that this is exploratory, but it does not have a life of its own. It's intimately connected with theorizing. So I wonder if there's another way of putting it.
Yeah, so I think that's a good point. And I think this was sort of the brief shout out I gave to the work on the dark galaxy hypothesis. I don't know if you're familiar with this. But I think there's sort of I'm still trying to find my way a little bit in this, in like how these two literatures are connected, but you have like the exploratory experiment literature on the one hand, and then you also have this work on exploratory modeling, right? And Melissa Jacquard recently in her paper on the dark galaxy hypothesis said something about, you know, the use of simulations to sort of explore the space of possible explanations, which this is where I think just as some background for everyone else, right? Basically, that work is trying to find a galaxy that's sort of completely made out of dark matter. And it's slightly different from what these scientists are doing. And the way they're doing it is by similarly also trying to look at the effects of what such a dark galaxy would have on a visible, like a galaxy that has stars. And part of how this happens is they run simulations for like, well, if we find weird structure, what are all of the possible weird ways? Like, what are all of the possible explanations that could cause this? And under what circumstances could a dark galaxy be the cause of this structure? And so I think you're right that there is sort of a similarity in that sense with there is this like the modeling part that's a crucial part of it. However, I think that the exploratory modeling sort of does play a crucial role in this particular step. At the same time, I don't think it quite suffices to capture that we're also getting genuinely novel evidence here, right? There's genuinely novel empirical constraints that are coming out of these stellar stream like models and like this research on stellar streams. And so one thing I'm sort of trying to figure out is like, how can I maintain this, like, this is genuine novel empirical constraints while also recognizing, as you're absolutely right to point out, the modeling aspect and how this plays a huge role in generating these new empirical constraints. And so maybe you're right that the word observation is not the right one to use. I try to sort of stress from the beginning that I don't think it's where like I didn't want to put a lot of weight on it, but if you have better suggestions, I'd very much welcome them.
I'll think.
Sorry?
I'll have a think and see if anything comes to me.
But I hope that, I don't know if that clarifies a little bit, but yeah.
Craig?
All right, thanks for the talk. I really loved it.
Thank you.
So sort of brought up touched on a lot of really cool issues, one of which being that a lot of what you're talking about is what drives me to want to really reject the claim that astrophysics is an observational science and not an experimental science. I just think that doesn't work real well here, that kind of distinction. The other thing that's really cool about this particular case is that these kinds of, this kind of stellar stream is actually a phenomenon occurring in a regime on which the core theories have not been well tested, right? So this is something that Smolin has been pointing out recently, that this kind of edge of galaxies is actually shockingly strange in terms of that it's this ultra low energy, these stars are moving so slowly. And so it's sort of the perfect place where we should be looking to test our theories of dark matter, but it's also a test of putting, the core of sort of general relativity to the test. And
yeah, so I have about the first point about astrophysics being an observational science and like that not necessarily being the most interesting thing. I kind of agree with you. I think Nora Boyd has at several points given talks where she's like, the observation intervention distinction, I don't know, like is not the most useful one to think about what's happening in astrophysics, where she also talks about lab astrophysics. And I think that's
right. Yeah.
On the right, like definitely I agree. With
maybe
regards
maybe the one thing you have to say there is that there are experiments where you lack control over the initial conditions, but
right, but even that doesn't seem to fully cover the full range of what happens in astrophysics necessarily.
Yeah, I agree.
But on the second point, yes, one thing I didn't talk about is that these stellar streams are also being used in a slightly different way, which is to constrain the halo of just like the over, not substructure, but the gravitational potential of the halo in itself. Right. And so this is like a different way in which these streams are being used. And this is something that from what I gather, is that within, I don't want to say a number for the risk of being wrong, but there is a certain sort of limit where scientists have, where physicists think they have a pretty good grip on the gravitational potential of the halo, but beyond that, it's a bit unclear. And I don't know, I think GD1 actually is sort of like, I'm not sure whether it's in the regime where we have good track on it or not. Like I said, I'm still sort of learning a lot of it about it. But yes, you're absolutely right that there is sort of like an additional challenge of potentially underdetermination, I guess, that comes in here. Or like an additional, maybe it's not underdetermination, but rather sort of an additional source of systematic error. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. That comes in with this, these concerns. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And last question, Slobodan.
In terms of exploratory experiments, I think what Adrian said is actually correct. That sort of a distinction initially was devised to emphasize the sort of that experiments have a life of their own, and to sort of decouple them from a theory, in contrast to sort of more traditional understanding of sort of experiments, just kind of a tool to confirm or disconfirm theories, to test theories. But I think if you look, and that's what's sort of interesting about the talk, I think, if you look at the cases when there is exploratory experimentation or observation, it's really when scientists do not really have the other options, right? So usually it's when there is no foundational theory that they have and that they could actually somehow use to generate models based on this foundational theory to test sort of individual models, perhaps. I don't know, things like Faraday didn't have a grand theory of electromagnetism, right? So he did like all sorts of different experiments and came up with that's, if anything, that's an explorative kind of research. In this case, and I mean, it seems to me that very rarely, if ever, we will see the scientists do the exploratory experimentation unless they have this grand sort of a lack of grand theory. And I think that's sort of one sense. So we could talk about the exploratory sort of situation in a field or with respect to a certain sort of set of phenomena. That might be one sense in which it makes sense actually to talk about exploratory experimentation and observations as opposed to this sort of early way of understanding them. Maybe, I mean, that's
on the question of like, does it make sense to talk about exploratory research more generally? So I think to a certain extent, it's true that there is like, because there is this lack of a foundational theory, or like, well, let me say lambda CDM is sort of a background theory, right? The problem is that scaling it down to galaxies, for example, is a challenge. There is at the same time no fundamental theory, or like no agreement on a fundamental constituent of dark matter. And so, yes, I think I agree, and I tried to sort of point this out, that this is what it makes sense to do exploratory research. I don't think that I'm going to say something sort of very preliminary, and I might change my mind about it in 5 minutes, but I'm still going to say it and just point it out. I don't necessarily think that every single kind of dark matter research right now is exploratory, despite the fact that we don't have a fundamental sort of like agreed upon like particle or whatever that constitutes dark matter. I think, and again, this is the point where I might change my mind. I think that it might be plausible, or possible at least, to construct some of these experiments that are looking for specific dark matter candidates in a certain way as much more theory driven, right? Where there is a proposed model for a dark matter candidate. Where the experiment, like different, I mean, there's lots of kinds of dark matter searches, but where these searches to some extent try to like sweep out parameter space, and so they are very broad, but there seems to be a much more like precise hypothesis that's driving it.
So
but
like
I think that's different from what's currently happening. Sorry?
So it's more like exploratory theoretical, sort of a theoretical / experimental.
So my name is Kristina, and I'm an archaeologist, and I'll be talking about the scientific fluency today. When I look at the title of my presentation, I have to say it's a little bit tensions to talk about examples from archaeology. It will be examples from specific archaeologists, myself here. So luckily today you already had the opportunity to hear about archaeology, its basic principles, and the multidisciplinary way in which archaeology actually operates, as well as the importance of the multi, inter, and transdisciplinary research. So I won't go into details about that here now in the introductory part, but would come to that a little bit later. As I said, I'm an archaeologist, so my background is purely in archaeology. I've never had any formal training in any other scientific discipline. And basically only through collaboration with other scientists from other disciplines, I was involved and drawn into the multidisciplinary approach. Now, the scientific methods and approaches and generally disciplines that you can see right now are not like the general overview of the disciplines that could be intertangled with archaeology. Those are something that come from my own background and from my own archaeological research. And I would like to draw attention to a specific aspect of multidisciplinary research, and that is the way we communicate and how do we use language between us, such as a working group with different members of a team member coming from different disciplines, as well as how do we communicate with the broader scientific public or the circle of scientists, as well as to general public. Couple of formative experiences for me in this multidisciplinary collaboration were, one example of that is my work with the physical geographers, basically, in the realm of fluvial landscapes and the reconstruction of fluvial landscapes. As an example, I will use a collaborative work about a specific one prehistoric site that's surrounded by several old river channels. So we wanted to know which one was the one actually, where did the river flow in the time of life of that specific settlement, because the modern day position of the river is kilometers away from the prehistoric site. So we did some field work, we did the lab analysis, we did different approaches, and after months and months, and when I say months and months, I actually mean years, of lab work, field work, you know, communicating, discussing, and actually bringing together all the methodological and analytical parts. We finally had some results, and the results basically are showing that the channel closest to the archaeological site is the one that was active in the time of that settlement. So, for me as an archaeologist, so now having actually data that confirms the river flow in the specific moment of prehistory was pretty important, because instead of that flat land flowing river, now we're actually talking about a settlement right on the river bank, which influences a lot of other things. So finally, when we had these results, I thought it was a good time to actually talk about catchment. Now that we know that the settlements on the river bank, how can we use that information? So there were obviously resources available in the immediate vicinity of the site, from food, water, communication lines, etc. And that brings to our understanding and knowledge in the reconstruction of the imminent environment and the area that surrounds the site, from which we could now conclude the amount of resources available to that prehistoric community. So with that in mind, I started the talk with my colleagues who are, as said, physical geographers, and I received a big no. No, we cannot talk about it. No, we do not know enough. No, that is not relevant data. No, it's really small scale. And no, that's not something that could be implied or used in our further knowledge. A long, heated discussion later, what we actually realized is that we're talking about two different things. I was talking about the site catchment and the imminent surrounding of that specific settlement. They were talking about the fluvial catchment of a major European river. So basically, we're talking at different scales, but using the same terminology and using the same words. Which was, that was my first big influential moment in multidisciplinary work, where I realized that with talking from scientists and colleagues from different disciplines, we sometimes do need to take a step back, go back to the definitions, to dictionaries, basically to know what terms mean what, although we both in archaeology and physical geography use the same terminology. I have to say that also my work, for my own experiences in multidisciplinary work, are usually with people that do come from, let's say, natural hard sciences instead of humanities and social sciences, where I feel there's a bigger gap in communication and interpretation. For my down the road, I continued my multidisciplinary work and I started working on the analysis of biomarkers. So for that opportunity, I was more ready. I was prepared that we're talking different languages, different definitions, different issues. So I did my homework. I went back to the basics, read what, basically went to dictionary to be able to talk and to discuss and to gather knowledge and interpret that with people from the area of organic chemistry and geology. So with that in mind, we had a pretty fruitful collaboration. We were pretty successful with integration of those results and the interpretation and what does it mean. The samples originated from an archaeological site, but the analytical and the methodological part was originating from geology and organic chemistry. And then it came to the point that we have to pack those results somehow and present them to first a bigger cluster of scientists, a scientific group, but then also to a wider public. So the focus of that were biomarkers, and to present those, we prepared several presentations as part of our collaborative work. So what are actually biomarkers? Basically, those are organic molecules who serve as precursors to certain other compounds. And here you have a list of the most common biomarkers that could be applied in the archaeological research, such as the alkanes, and meaning the number of C molecules, isoprenoids, porphyrins, sterins, triterpenes, diterpenes, and petroleum aromatics, who are specific, who have their own specific precursors and actually imply a certain organic compound that could be found or detected. There are ranging from everything from rare and chemical compounds to something that is specific for animals, plants, fungi, etc., etc. As such, here you can see some of the examples of the most common ones that could be used in the reconstruction of environment and certain precursors derived from archaeological samples or soil samples in general, but we are here talking about specific archaeological samples such as the beeswax ester, and represented here are the copper strenal structures, arraign structures, or Hopane structural formulas. What's also interesting or should be drawn attention to when it comes to biomarkers, they're through different ways of reduction and oxidation, they actually do not change that all. So through reduction, this is a schematic of the processes from sterols that do actually go through different processes of reduction and oxidation. With reduction, they are turned into sterines or desterines, and with oxidation, they could be actually derived to the certain levels of sterols. Then further oxidation goes to monoaromatic steroids, then further oxidation to triaromatic steroids, etc., etc., etc. My point is that if you could actually grasp the whole idea of biomarkers, kudos to you. I myself do not get it. And I would draw attention here that I'm actually a co-author of a paper dealing with biomarkers. My point here is that these 3 slides and those couple of minutes that I've spent talking about the biomarkers and going into details are not something that I find useful in any context. In my collaborative work with organic chemists, this is something that's more than basic for them. But on the other side, for archaeologists, this is not something that brings anything to my knowledge, or it could be something to a couple of important references, a couple of important sentences, such as biomarkers are important because they do not change majorly over time. Therefore, prehistoric or historic periods or samples derived from archaeological layers do represent their original actually properties. Having that in mind, I will also draw attention to the ways we communicate between ourselves, but also present it to the public and the multidisciplinary work. And I think that is something that we do see more and more often also in papers where we are not actually exchanging our ideas and presenting a unified results to that. Rather, we're having blogs such as this one, where we have 3 slides dedicated to really specific one area of a specific discipline, a couple of slides of the other, and then only in that discussion and integration part, we're actually integrating and discussing what we do know. So what I also realized that this change of information is also not, it's necessary, and it also influenced me from my personal example. Something that I realized while preparing this presentation is that my collaborative work with scientists from different disciplines who are majorly coming from the hard sciences and the natural sciences influenced me, that my way of presentation was more strictly, let's say, natural sciences, where we have introduction, methodology part, results, and then the discussion, rather than coming back to asking questions and discussing certain specific points that actually do come to my mind. So my own structure of presentation is heavily influenced by my multidisciplinary work, which is, again, something probably that I should have to question myself. Is it always the real way of presentation? And I think that not that often we are using some kind of interlanguage when talking to fellow scientists from different disciplines, where we're actually employing a certain foreign language, if you wish, that's actually representative of those combination of our native language with the ones that it's more often used in different disciplines. And after years of experience of communicating with scientists from other disciplines, what recently is happening to me is that I'm invited to participate on collaborative approaches, also as a person who's going to translate. As a translator between soil scientists, in my case, and their results and their methods, and archaeologists, and how these actually intertwine, so to help actually help interpret the results or formulate the archaeological or soil science questions to people coming from different disciplines. And this is also something that could be seen in the way, how do we communicate when we're between us, between scientists of specific discipline, because another thing is that people do not get into details about other disciplines, although multidisciplinarity is everywhere, especially when we're talking about archaeology. And there's so many papers and discussions and forums and groups about that, but majority of archaeologists do not comprehend all the analytical methods actually that do stand behind different other different disciplines, and they're usually all labeled as an analysis of something, whether it is material or soil or not, and not to go into that discussion what's actually archaeological source of information. The only thing I could suggest at this point in terms of what could be done is the same thing as with any other foreign language that we actually can see. We can learn it, there's online courses, but actually you do not get fluent in a specific or any foreign language if you do not use it. So the only thing I could say is let's keep talking and let's keep learning and borrowing the different definitions from different disciplines and different sciences, but just keeping in mind that sometimes, although we're using the same words, catchment in my example is that maybe sometimes we're talking about completely different things. So thank you.
I wonder if fluency is the right term, right? At the end, there was this sort of idea that we can learn to speak each other's language. And when I collaborate with people with really different skills to me, like sometimes I work with people who do, who program computer simulations and this kind of stuff. I do not speak their language. So I wonder if instead of sort of using these ideas of like speaking each other's language and fluency, there's more sort of notions of like having enough of an understanding of the relevant aspects of that work that allows you, I like this sort of, the translation isn't quite right either, but the way you're talking, Kristina, that you're probably in a good position to go, well, here's the basic way that soil science works. Here's a thing that would be really weird. Here's a thing that would make sense, right? You're able to understand it well enough for your purposes. And it strikes me that that sort of notion, I don't know how to talk about that notion other than waving my hands and saying appropriate understanding or something. That seems like a better way of talking than fluency, because part of the whole point of your talk was you do not need, nor is there any point in you understanding soil science as a soil scientist. So you don't need to be fluent in soil science in order to collaborate with them.
Yes, that's true. That's exactly my point with that part of, showing off with biomarkers and, what's the point of, 3 slides of formula where you're having a slot of 10 minutes at a conference. It doesn't bring anything to anybody. But the thing is also that I have to notice that the more you are a specialist in a certain discipline, so the further on in your career you are, the more PhDs and titles and papers you have, basically, the more you kind of misunderstand and forget what common knowledge is, especially common knowledge for the people coming from different disciplines. And that's something that I see when I said the heated argument about catchment is like, oh, of course, catchment is something, a geographical term, although it's an archaeological term for the past couple of decades, but just not known to specialists in certain fields. So I think that, yes, there needs, we all speak the same language here, of course. So maybe fluency is not the best, but as a metaphor for actually the language we do use until we find something better, maybe. The thing is that what I actually did occur to me is often that something that also from my work with, everybody from people from, computer science or architecture or organic chemistry. If the further away you're a specialist in your own field, you kind of tend to, also with archaeologists, I have to say, you tend to forget what beginners or not experts in your field actually do know or consider general knowledge. Liv, please, yes.
Hi, thank you so much, Kristina. I think this is such an important point of discussion, and I think archaeology is really entering into a particularly sensitive period, right? Or we're in the midst of one, because we are also competing in many ways with other sciences, in particular genomics, with the writing about the past. And I think it's an exciting time, but it's also challenging for that reason. And I have used the term literacy across disciplines as a way to kind of underscore that what we need to have is some kind of basic way to decode and understand, not only kind of use each other for data generation, but really thinking through both limitation and possibilities, but having like a little bit above just kind of like what can you do for me, but not necessarily as was pointed out in the discussion here, like a fluency, because that might be too much to ask. I like the term literacy there. I think it's
more appropriate, definitely, yes.
Well, it might hit that kind of goalposts that we should be aiming for. But thank you so much for your work. I thought that your case study was really on point, so thanks.
Yes, thank you. So yes, literacy is maybe a better term for this, because I do think that what's considered basic knowledge, or the basic knowledge of other disciplines, is something that also needs to be incorporated into archaeology. And generally, ADNA is a good example. We do not need to go into details about molecular biology that are often too complicated, or so for people coming from general biological or molecular, background. That's true. Our part there, as archaeologists, is more on the interpretation and giving that additional value of what a certain formula or ADNA formula cannot do. But it's also on us archaeologists to get informed a little bit about the possibilities and the analytical possibilities, because other things from my experiences are when I work with colleagues who are only archaeologists, so without a certain specialization, they usually do come and ask me, hey, I have a bag of soil, what can we do with it? Mm-hmm. We can do whatever you want or nothing. It depends on what do you want to know. So it's about formulating the research questions, and then let's go from that. What do you want to know? And then let's talk what would be appropriate sample, analytical method, et cetera, and then get the other disciplines involved into it. But as long as we approach with, hey, I have this or that, what can I do with it? Then it's not really a good starting point, in my view. You have to have an idea of what you're doing, actually.
Yeah, but I think it should go deeper. I think it should go to a point of where you collaborate to the level where you create a research design collaboratively, and that requires to go beyond, as you say, that what can you do for me thing.
Yeah.
And also engaging with more interests in the other disciplines, possibilities and limitations. So that's interesting. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Hello, it is a great pleasure to participate in this conference. And I'd like to talk about an important and famous case of rejection of the Big Bang idea, despite the experimental observations. It is the case of Fred Hoyle. Big Bang cosmology which is commonly known as the Big Bang Theory, has dominated all modern cosmology for more than 50 years. Indeed, after a strong dispute between the Big Bang cosmology and its big rival, the steady-state cosmology, some important experimental observations in the 1960s, such as the observation of a great abundance of helium in the universe and the discovery of the cosmic background radiation, were decisive for the progressive and wide acceptance of the Big Bang cosmology and forgetting of the steady-state cosmology. But despite those solid experimental observations favorable to the Big Bang cosmology, Fred Hoyle, one of the proponents of the steady-state cosmology and the main opponent of the Big Bang idea, which curiously he baptized, never gave up and continued to fight this idea, the Big Bang idea, until the end of his life, even after decades of widespread consensus around the Big Bang cosmology. Ironically, Hoyle was one of the scientists who most contributed to establish one of the strongest evidence in favor of the Big Bang cosmology, the great abundance of helium in the universe. Words from Hoyle. Helium makes up about a quarter of the mass of the visible universe. Would the stars alone be responsible for producing such a huge amount of material? Working on this problem, in 1964, R.G. Tyler and I reluctantly decided that the answer was no, by a considerable margin.
الان باید دیسکشن باشه ولی الان
that all the matter in the universe must have emerged from a state of high density and high pressure, as George Gamow had always maintained.
بس که نیم ساعت بریک داشتیم واسه
Even then, the case of the Big Bang was by no means proven. It seemed that matter had passed through an unusually concentrated state, but this might well have happened within the universe. The material we see in the stars of our galaxy and in other galaxies could have originated in events which did not have to call an origin of the whole universe. Quasars seem to be a pointer in that direction. It is now widely believed that variations from quasars have a family relationship to the explosions which sometimes occur at the centers of galaxies, explosions which clearly involve matter at high densities and temperatures, just as in the early moments of the proposed Big Bang itself. On account of this similarity, as a group they are often referred to as little Big Bangs. End of quote. Continuing to reject the idea of a single Big Bang at the origin of the universe and responsible for the formation of chemical elements such as helium, we see that Hoyle here suggests the idea of multiple small Big Bangs, explosions associated with quasars, as an alternative to explain the great abundance of the helium. We see that Hoyle surrenders to the explosive logic of the Big Bang cosmology, but without surrendering to Big Bang cosmology itself, because in his idea, the small and multiple Big Bangs scattered throughout the universe dispense a big, single and primordial Big Bang, that is, dispense a beginning of the whole universe. Hoyle also refused to accept the cosmic background radiation discovered by Penezić and Wilson in 1965 as an echo of the Big Bang, arguing that it was too weak for that and proposing an alternative explanation in line with the steady-state theory. Let's see. In his alternative explanation, or even proposed that cosmic background radiation could be produced by microorganisms scattered throughout cosmic space. We can read his own words. To many astronomers, it may seem a fantasy to suggest that microorganisms are responsible for microwave background, but it is not a fantasy that the required particles exist. One can read about them in any textbook or handbook on bacteria. If bacteria really have the universal presence which astronomical observations suggest, I would consider it likely that they are responsible for the microwave background. End of quote. Why this Foibles' obstinate rejection of the Big Bang idea? Let's see these words from Foibles. This idea of the Big Bang seemed unsatisfactory to me even before a detailed examination. This is very significant because, as Merleau-Ponty said, the physicist's preference for antithesis to the idea of unique origin of the universe does not therefore have a very solid justification. It is not even epistemological, properly speaking. It comes almost from a mental hygiene. It's curious. This obstinate rejection is a typical thematic attitude. The acceptance or rejection of a certain idea may be conditioned by personal themata, and something which is accepted by a scientist as a proof of that idea may be considered by another scientist who defends different or even opposite themata as something that may or should be interpreted in other way. But what is a thematic attitude, and what are themata? Physicist and historian of science Gerald Holton identified in the scientific activity a dimension that even unconscious and not assumed is nevertheless very important in the work of scientists, in articulation with the experimental and the theoretical dimensions of science. This is the thematic dimension constituted by themata, concepts, methodologies, and hypotheses with a metaphysical, aesthetic, logical, or epistemological nature associated to the cultural context and also to the individual psychology of scientists. In practice, themata can be expressed through personal preferences and choices which guide the individual and collective work of scientists. At an individual level, themata can function as guides, deep convictions, preferences, prejudices, presuppositions, beliefs, which can be obstinate, fascinations, elements that establish a conceptual and even emotional basis in Holton's works, and capable of strongly determining the scientific work, usually through a lifelong personal commitment, although they are often unconscious for scientists themselves. Well, the Big Bang cosmology is mainly based on a set of themata consisting of life cycle, with a beginning, evolution, finitude, and change. On the other side, the steady-state cosmology is based on opposite themata: continuous existence, steady state, infinity, and constancy. The passionate controversy that these cosmological views carry out is part of an old cosmological opposition, the thematic opposition between an evolutionary view of the world, traditionally associated to Heraclitus, and the stationary view, traditionally associated to Parmenides. Personal preference seem to have been important in this controversy. Foil's struggle against the Big Bang idea was strongly based on philosophical and even religious reasons that led him to refuse that the universe had a beginning. Therefore, in his personal and persistent struggle, Foil refused the way how some experimental observations were considered decisive in favor of the Big Bang idea, always looking for alternative explanations for those observations. From a thematic point of view, we can say that those observations were difficult to fit or even seem to contradict the themata to which Foil was faithful, especially the continuous existence, which dispenses a beginning of the whole universe. This refusal is a thematic attitude that expresses a thematic preference. Thematic preferences of scientists can influence the personal assessment of certain scientific elements. Such preferences can compel a scientist to overvalue elements that fit well in his thematic matrix and to devalue or even to ignore elements that are difficult to explain by a theory belonging to his thematic matrix. In other words, from Foil, most astronomers and physicists do not like the idea of attributing such great significance to little Big Bangs, even though there are evidently very many of them. The majority of astronomers and physicists seem to prefer to commit themselves to the idea of the Big Bang, although by doing so, a number of serious difficulties have to be ignored, swept under the rug, difficulties which indeed it may never be possible to resolve from within this particular theory. End of quote. From Foil's point of view, we could say that the acceptance of the Big Bang cosmology is, after all, a problem of selection effects and biases concerning some cosmological observations. You can see again to ignore serious difficulties swept under the rug. But the defenders of the Big Bang cosmology could legitimately say the same thing about Foil concerning his interpretations and alternative explanations about the experimental observations that seem to be the most important evidences of the Big Bang idea. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, as Karl Popper famously said, the only way an oral talk can be superior to a written text is that you can quicker and more efficiently provoke your audience. So I don't really believe that Popper was ever in a Zoom meeting, but let's check whether it's true. So I wish to provoke both audience and the organizers. Let me just check a moment. Now, one thing which has irritated me straight from the beginning is the assumption, which you can see in Call for Abstracts and in the program as well, is that the sciences of the origin are solely about the past. I don't think, I mean, both as a physicist by training and in general as a sort of seeker for an Archimedean point, I don't think that there is necessary such a great temporal asymmetry between the past and the future, and there are many ways in which we can talk about origins in the future tense as well. If we define origins as processes, whatever leads to emergence and evolution of various classes of complex systems, like life, mind, language, human culture, etc. Why stop there? Of course, we can stop there if we are following the doctrine or the belief which was called chronocentrism by Foibles in an important early paper on the futures studies, as the belief that one's own times are paramount. But chronocentrism is a bias. We should actually emancipate from it. We should try to overcome it. There are many reasons why we should talk about origins in the future as well. Perhaps the most obvious is that physical science clearly tells us that future is way many orders of magnitude larger than the past. These are just a bunch of numbers which I'm giving you here as a sort of examples or instances. Future lifetime of our sun is larger than 7 billion years. Star formation in our galaxy will continue for dozens, if not 100 billion years from now. The longest living stars existing today will exist until flabbergasting 6.5 trillion years in the future. And the future of the galaxy in general, our stellar system, is fascinating about on the order of 10 to the 19 years into the future. So we are living in essentially what is the first millionth of the 1% of the history of our stellar system. And this is not some very fancy astrophysics. This is a straightforward prediction from our understanding of the local astrophysics in the Milky Way, not some very speculative and very bizarre cosmological stuff, which also exists within the realm of the nascent discipline of physical eschatology. So actually, this is really, in my opinion, worth repeating. We are in the first 0.000001% of the total galactic history. So we don't mention anything very bizarre, very speculative, dealing about cosmological futures, future phase transitions, perturbations entering our horizon, proton decay, everything of that sort is much way farther in the future. So that answers also the issue which was posed in the discussion yesterday, if I remember correctly, which is that we cannot really speak about value-centric selection within a real or hypothetical multiverse because the heat death will occur soon. No, it won't. Heat death will occur at unbelievably long time scales. These are dozens and hundreds of the orders of magnitude in the future before we can really reach a state which can be characterized as heat death was in the 19th century. So I think just that shows that chronocentrism is ridiculous. I mean, it's nonsensical and ridiculous on the face of it. I mean, to believe that our 0.0001% of history is really the most important or even characteristic of the history of the universe as a whole is nonsense. And of course, it is a kind of nonsense which actually tried to keep us in Middle Ages and prevented the Copernican revolution and the Darwinian revolution and other great revolutions in history of science, which broadened and widened our conceptual, well, both literally spatio-temporal and, of course, more importantly, spatio-temporal horizons. Or as one applied philosopher would say, I think we can agree that the past is over. So actually, there are some reasons to go into the future. So let's see what we can say about future origins. The first out of probably many of future origins, because there are for sure classes of complex systems whose emergence and evolution we cannot really conceive at this moment. So there is no reason to doubt their existence. The fact that we impose some categories like living systems and intelligent systems and, I don't know, cognitive systems and cultural systems on the world, I mean, that has to do only with us, not with the world itself. So first, this future origin, which is almost upon us or is currently upon us, depending on your perspective, is obviously post-biological evolution. Post-biological evolution is defined differently in different contexts. People often talk about something which is called NBIC convergence, which is an acronym from nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, and cognitive science as a kind of new cultural macroevolutionary trend which brings about a transition to the new post-biological realm. In any case, whatever the author and whatever approach to post-biological evolution we are dealing with, the key role of artificial intelligence is almost universally and undoubtedly accepted. And so this could be the end of my talk, actually, if not that we are living in a kind of a cultural trend which can be named a century of fear-mongering. That was actually my original idea for the title, A Century of Fear-Mongering. But I decided against it in the end. A century of anthropocentric fear-mongering, which exactly started in its modern way a century ago in 1921. But you understand what is what I'm talking about. You know, they are watching us, and obviously there are some like evil machines which are threatening us. You know, we are surrounded by a kind of cultural paranoia about artificial intelligence, about machine minds, about artificial minds, etc. And we often feel kind of compulsion. We obviously have to do something about it. There is a threat of machine revolt or AI revolt or human extinction in face of AI, blah, 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 blah. It actually dated exactly 100 years ago. In 1921, this guy, Karel Čapek, the great Czech novelist and playwright, published, and there was a theatrical premiere of his famous drama RUR, or Razum's Universal Robots, where he actually not only introduced the very word robot into all languages, but also actually offered a very disturbing, very persuasive, very literally sophisticated discussion of the possibility of humanity being supplanted by our creations, by artificial people. In Čapek's drama, they were like more like androids because they are entirely humanoid characters, and actually, as it turns out, it is harder and harder to distinguish between robots and people. But the general idea of a robot revolt in modern times originates with Čapek exactly a century ago. And of course, some philosophers recently were happily joined in the cultural fear-mongering, and there are many discussions about the dangers of AI, revolt, AI risk, or the sudden takeoff, etc., etc., etc. Now, in the spirit, perhaps, of the next talk of Predrag's talk, we can imagine if bacteria were to think and speak, we may imagine a debate in some pond, say 2 billion years ago, that, you know, the appearance of new organisms at that time, completely new and completely strange as eukaryotes, they were like, they would have been perceived as threats if bacteria could talk about it and maybe published some open letters about artificial intelligence, open letters about eukaryotes or eukaryote risk or all other kinds of stuff which were associated with this great macroevolutionary transition and appearance of a new form of life, which is eukaryote life, we heard about 2 billion years ago. So, in risk analysis, we often use a distinction between substantive and instrumental risk as far as anthropogenic or technogenic risks are concerned. Substantive risk is present in those artifacts which are obviously that their very existence poses a risk, and instrumental risk is obviously something which can be misused or abused. Now, the existence of a hydrogen bomb, for instance, is obviously a substantive risk. It's very existence is a kind of threat, and on the other hand, the existence of this strange and at a point in time new and untested technology of the wheel, it obviously presents instrumental risk. Since we have begun this talk about maybe like 50 people around the world died as a consequence of technology of wheel in various traffic accidents and other accidents connected with technology of wheel. So actually there is a risk which is inherent in that technology, but obviously it requires malevolent actors or some unlucky circumstance to bring the adverse consequence about. Now, my main thesis in the rest of this talk, as far as I compress it in a extremely rudimentary and cartoonish way, is that the AI risk is 100% instrumental. We don't have reasons to a priori believe that the technology of AI is more inherently, more substantively risky than the technology of the wheel. Now, the one kind of argument comes from very consideration of what post-biological evolution is. Now, let us observe what biological evolution is. Our biological evolutionary baggage, so to speak, consists in those traits like aggression, territoriality, tribalism, and everything which is derived from it. From tribalism, we have all kinds of religious intolerance, in-group preference, nationalism, blah, 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 blah. I would estimate about 99% of the problematic features of human culture and history stems from this kind of evolutionary baggage coming from biological evolution. No biological evolution, no such baggage. So I don't see any reason a priori to think that post-biological based ethics would be superior in any kind of intelligible sense to biological based ethics. And even within, I mean, as we have seen in this nice tree of life in Arsham's talk, for instance, this afternoon, even within, when you look at the tree of life, even within purely biological evolution, the emergence of new taxa, even super high ones like new kingdoms and even new domains of life, did not mean the removal of the old ones. Bacteria and other organisms which lived 2 billion years ago are still with us, and nothing really dangerous happened to them. So there is a normal species turn and even faunal overturns from time to time, but this is just something which we don't expect. There is no such kind of catastrophic fear-mongering about the faunal overturns and other things which occur within purely biological evolution. Obviously, we can discuss the nature of the design space or design space versus biological morphospace. Now, this illustration is from the work of Adam Frank and Woody Sullivan back in 2014, if I remember correctly, which actually discusses sustainability of various kinds of civilizations, including extraterrestrial. I mean, their emphasis was on extraterrestrial civilizations and the necessity of navigating over this large parameter space along some sustainable trajectory. Now, sustainable trajectory is very difficult to find exactly for technological civilizations because the design space is so huge and so obviously non-ergodic. So the thing is that it has some attractors, it has some very dangerous and other less dangerous areas. So post-biological minds, AI minds, are likelier to navigate the sustainability trajectories. It is questionable whether purely biological, and Frank and Sullivan even admitted a bit tacitly that whether purely biologically evolved minds could actually navigate through sustainable and that trajectory which leads to fulfillment of their creative potential. There is also another thing. We are talking in almost all cultures in the world about something, or about the wisdom of the ages, about how with time we accumulate wisdom and we become more advanced in terms of both cognition and of ethics as well. Now, interesting thing about AI and in general post-biological minds is that the age is not necessarily a function of external physical time. It is a function of internal time, basically, say, processor clock rate, and similar in internal measures of information processing. So actually, we can imagine that almost all really intelligent, not only super intelligent, for instance, AIs, will actually be effectively much older than any human alive, because you can just crank up the clock rate, and you can also imagine creating many hundreds, many thousands, many millions internal simulations which investigate all aspects of a possible situation and which can bring sophisticated insight into all kinds of dilemma, and especially moral dilemmas. So actually, again, I don't think that that we cannot really, as Freeman Dyson pointed out in his famous paper in 1979 about, which was actually the first in physical eschatology, or like investigating the long distance future of the universe and of beings inhabited the universe, we cannot really speed up time very much. I mean, we can slow down to account for, say, like expansion and cooling of the universe. On the other hand, with artificial intelligence and with post-biological entities, we can imagine speeding up or slowing down time as necessary to achieve a desired multi-dimensional analysis of any problem. And of course, there is something which is perhaps most interesting from a philosophical point of view, and that is that we gradually, with the advent of more and more elements of artificial intelligence and more elements of post-biological evolution, we actually begin to perceive the dysfunction of dividing things into natural and artificial kinds. And in a sense, if we wish to radicalize that conclusion, whoever really accepts physicalism and is still afraid of artificial intelligence is a bit of a hypocrite, because there is a tension there. If we accept on the basis of physicalism that we are a kind of machines, as, say, like Baron Holbach famously first proclaimed during the Enlightenment, then there is no reason why we shouldn't actually strive all the time to become better machines than we really are. And that is exactly actually the point of Čapek's drama RUR, in which actually is not, which regards supplanting of present-day humans with androids, with superior machines, as not something which is entirely undesirable and not something which is entirely catastrophic or bad. And even if you wish, if you watch the famous movie of Ridley Scott, Blade Runner, especially this near the last and poignant scene on the roof in the rain with the great late Rutger Hauer in the main role, you see that actually the point of that great movie is actually transcending the false administrative, bureaucratic, if you wish, division into natural and artificial. Okay, notice before the end, notice the absent argument, which I did not invoke, and I don't want to invoke, although many do, that AI risk is not really risk because even the adverse outcome will have net positive value, this is, in my view, this is nonsense, although there are many authors who subscribe to this. I mean, this is what I call the utilitarian Stockholm syndrome, and which is actually not something we should really waste much time on. Okay, so in conclusion, I don't see any reason to doubt that the so-called AI risk is instrumental like the risk from, I don't know, wheels or steam engine or electrical current or something like this. A large amount, I don't say all, but a large amount of cultural discussion of the AI risk is due to philosophical failure to put the relevant concepts in truly non-anthropocentric, or even if you wish, anti-anthropocentric, non-chronocentric and Copernican context, where they properly belong, if we wish to have a consistent scientific view of the world at large. That doesn't mean the transition to a post-biological realm is not risky. Of course it is, as all other macroevolutionary transitions were in the history of the universe and in the history of life on Earth and in the history of Earth as a planet. But there are risks which are directly following from the instrumental AI risk. There are other risks which are following from the existence of bad actors, but those bad actors are squarely human ones. And whoever finds discussions in scientific context and in philosophical context boring, she or he should read some nice literature about the post-biological evolution. These are some of my favorite examples. A great novel, Permutation City, by the Australian contemporary author Greg Egan, published back in 1994, and yet extremely pertinent and becoming more pertinent by the day and by the week. And of course, a great anthology of short stories about robots, the Siberia, as it is translated in English, by Stanislav Lem, whose centennial we celebrate this year. He was born in 1921 as well. And he offered some of the deepest, although the Siberia was written back in 1950s, it is still one of the most beautiful and the best representation of AIs and representation of robots in the literature. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Milan, so much. This is really a food for thought and for the discussion. So I see Predrag raised hand and Mr. Ford. So Predrag, please.
Milan, excellent talk. Thank you very much. Very stimulating. But I would like to play a bit of a devil advocate here. What if we turn post-biological into post-human thing and then look back at the past? Would bacteria then, or bacteriosphere, be a form of AI because we don't understand it? We don't understand bacterial intelligence. And therefore, the argument is that AI started 3 billion years ago, and we are just in one episode of AI. So,
okay, this is interesting, but this goes a little bit outside of the, how to say, of the physicalist framework. Actually, I usually accept. In order to have something like that, I guess you need to have some sort of panpsychism or some similar way of thinking. So that goes beyond physicalism. Of course, I don't really know whether physicalism is true, of course. So actually, this is something which is a subject of much talk, obviously, as our philosophical colleagues will surely testify. So it is possible. But of course, you know, I mean, there is something which is unavoidably lost, I guess, in any great change. I mean, any great change, suppose, I mean, you are in the course of individual life, I mean, you just like grow up, you stop being a child, for instance, or you like, I don't know, you move somewhere else, or you go and like marry someone and stuff like this. I mean, there is obviously in each of these transitions, and I guess per analogiam in any transitions in any history of whatever entity we are discussing on, there is something which can be lost. So we don't know. Actually, there is something which actually makes discussions such as this and such multidisciplinary gatherings of mind such as this one very worthwhile, exactly because to highlight these opportunities that none of us will individually reach.
Thank you. Great. Thanks very much.
Next question, please.
Yeah, that was great. I really enjoyed that talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
I basically agree with it. I mean, I think evolutionary biologists actually have to decide whether the loyalty is to Homo sapiens or it is to the evolutionary process. And arguably, I'd say that biological evolution has already been replaced by cultural evolution, insofar as you believe in that, and it could well be replaced by machine evolution in the future. And I mean, I think we have to decide what's our loyalty. Is it to life as a whole, or is it to evolution as a whole, or is it simply to Homo sapiens that happens to be the temporary species that we occupy? And I would also agree that it's risky, you know, particularly, let's say machines take over and then and the people die before machines learn how to reproduce themselves. That would be a problem, I think. But it probably won't happen all at once, just as the eukaryogenesis didn't happen all at once, and not all prokaryotes became eukaryotes. So I think you're probably right that there will still be some humans hanging around until the machines actually have learned how to replicate themselves, and then we're not really necessary, probably.
Thank you. This is a very insightful comment, and let me tell you, I mean, let me admit from the beginning that I am very honored to have you, Professor Doolittle, here with us. I mean, so it was really a kind of like an honor to talk in front of you about anything. So actually, I think that you posed the question excellently, because the kind of loyalty issue which you mentioned is actually something which goes hand in hand with the overall expansion of our horizon. Because if we consider human evolution, for instance, and especially human history, in which we have some specific data, I mean, for a long time, our ancestors, I mean, they even didn't consider people from other villages to be really human or to be part of a same family or same group. And unfortunately, we have problems with remnants of this tribalism still around us. I mean, it's enough to look into news media. So actually, I think that we should try to broaden our horizons as much as possible, and therefore to use the opportunities which are offered, especially in the domain of information technology recently and in other advanced technologies. There are obviously we should be cautious. I mean, nobody really says we should go like headlong right into some strange experiments about like cyborgization or like mind uploading and stuff like this. But these things should not be rejected out of hand, and we should approach them cautiously, as we have approached all previous technologies, including those like agriculture, which was surely perceived as immensely risky, dangerous, and upsetting thing, as our archaeologist colleagues surely can testify. And of course, industrial revolution, everybody knows, from arts and literature and all testimonies, how much it upset people and how much it disturbed people and how much problems did it cause. So actually, we can expect the same thing, but we should go into it with some sort of open-minded and, I guess, positive attitude.
Yep, I agree with all that. It's fun.
Thanks.
Slobodan, you raised your hand.
Yes. Thank you very much for an inspiring talk and for correcting me on the heat death. Now I agree with the general argument, and I also agree with the assessment that you gave on sort of possible trajectories that artificial intelligence, as opposed to the sort of biological continuation of biological intelligence, will take it. The first ones will be more sustainable, and it's a good argument. It's a convincing argument for me. The problem is most people will not really take these somewhat technocratic sort of arguments as a kind of a motivating factor. And I think that's the missing sort of a part in this sort of a grand kind of analysis. And goes back to what Professor Doolittle said, there is a cultural evolution, right? Evolution going on for a while now, as far as Homo sapiens goes. And it seems to me that's the sort of a battlefield where this sort of allegiance will be sort of decided, either Homo sapiens or something sort of further step in the evolution. So one thing that really has to be thought out, and I don't really see that, is what sort of, very broadly speaking, values will be offered to Homo sapiens and individuals to attract them to go towards sort of a particular goal. One example, very interesting example, I mean, it's within the domain of sort of religion or kind of a scientific kind of interface between science and religion, were Russian cosmists, for example, who thought in advance how the evolution of human life can actually go on in order to fulfill sort of a Christian, broadly speaking, goals. I'm not advocating that at all, but it's one of the models how people can actually think really in advance and kind of within the cultural domain to provide a further argument to this sort of a push of the. So it's something I think to really think about in this sort of a grand scheme of things. So it was more of a sort of comment or addition.
Oh yes, and it's very useful comment, and actually that is something, if we had more time, that actually I would have considered talking about, because actually this old Russian cosmism which emerged at near the end of 19th century and the beginning of 20th century was one of the most interesting future-oriented movements, and in many ways a precursor to future studies, generally speaking, as we conceive them now. The fact that they had some kind of very weakly or broadly, if you wish, theist perspective does not actually, in my view, distract much from the main from their main message, which basically their founder, Nikolai Fyodorov, actually argued that what was written, say, in the Bible about resurrection of the dead is actually just a kind of a metaphor of a pre-scientific age for what will come to be achieved using science and technology. And he argued that actually the basic technological goal for the future of humanity is to find a way to resurrect long dead people. And which is, and of course, actually his followers, among which were some of most important names, for instance, in the development of a space program in the former Soviet Union. So we actually developed this idea in various directions, and many other visionaries in the West, like Olaf Stapledon, and through him many others like Bernal and even Richard Buckminster Fuller and some others were influenced by the thought of the early cosmists. And so actually the interest for them from both historical and also from a kind of space technology and a visionary point of view and future studies point of view has actually increased a lot in the last couple of decades. If you look, there are several recent books by Jung, by some others, published in the last like 20 years on the subject of Russian cosmism. So actually, yes, there is. That is very pertinent for all future origins discussion, and obviously very pertinent from the point of view of post-biological evolution. Actually, they were among the first, although later there were some, like Barrow and Tipler, for instance, they ascribed to Thomas Aquinas this idea that the immortality of the soul should be actually based on construal of soul as an algorithm. So actually this was, okay, maybe that was some kind of poetic figure or a metaphor, but actually the first people also who thought about mind uploading in the contemporary sense were also Russian cosmists. And then later, subsequently, other people took it in some sort of equally mystical direction, but still it is important to understand that during the entire 20th century, there was this tension about those speculations which were like purely physicalist and naturalist, and those speculations about the future, which were also kind of optimistic bent, but which included some mystical elements, like say in like Tipler and in some other speculative authors.
First of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present this talk. As a way of introduction, I'm a bioscientist doing some experimental work in cell and molecular biology, but I also have some interest in philosophy of biology. So this talk is the sort of combination of the two, with perhaps greater emphasis on science. So from the title, you can see that the talk is about SETI, that's the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. But probably a short version of the title could read SETI without humans, or perhaps more accurately, microbial SETI. So what I'll do in sort of towards the end of the talk will present a model that is entirely based on microbial SETI without any human interference. But before I do that, I need to outline 3 lines of research that are instrumental to this model, and they are listed here. So the first one is what I call natural intelligence. This is something that's wider than human intelligence, as you will see. Then the next thing is the panspermia hypothesis, a very controversial but very old hypothesis. Controversial because we don't have any empirical evidence that microbes exist in space. But last year there were some publications that perhaps give some credence to that hypothesis. You will see that. And finally, the Fermi's paradox. Millen has written an excellent book about that, but perhaps Fermi's paradox is an argument of great silence, explanation as to why we cannot detect extraterrestrial intelligence or civilizations. But I would like to frame it in the biological context, and you will see later how. So let's start with this notion of natural intelligence. So this is, for me, a type of intelligence that's wider than human consciousness-based cognition augmented by AI. So the key message from this slide is that all organisms are cognitive agents. And this is based on 4 areas of biology: relational biology, evolutionary epistemology, biosemiotics, and the systems view of life. So what it means, organisms, cognitive agents, essentially all organisms are natural learners. So natural learning is a process of sensing the information from the environment, processing that information, and then learning how to change the environment. So the key message here is that cognition is actually a biological universal. But SETI actually sees that, the human SETI, in more narrow terms. Here's a famous Drake's equation, a sort of probabilistic argument or probabilistic model as to how we should search for extraterrestrial intelligence. And from this formula, so this was formulated by Frank Drake in 1960s, I think. And you can see in the formula there is a distinction between life and intelligent life. But if we take the notion of cognition as a biological universal, then this term, expression intelligent life, becomes a tautology. And many microbiologists actually argued in favor of bacterial intelligence. First thing to say, perhaps, is that most biologists misunderstand single cell microbes. The textbook view of microbes is these are single cell organisms, but Jim Shapiro from Chicago and some other microbiologists argued that bacteria or microbes are loosely organized multi-cell organisms, and they actually use the term organism. Eshel Ben Yaakov, physicist and microbiologist, taught that bacterial colonies, so these are bacterial organisms, are actually cybernetic entities. He called them super brains capable of solving environmental problems. And then the late Canadian microbiologist Sorin Sonia used the term the bacteriosphere. All bacterial colonies on Earth are united in one biological super system that he called World Wide Web of Genetic Information. So this is a kind of bacteriosphere is a kind of biological system that goes maybe 20 kilometers above the Earth into the atmosphere and maybe 10 kilometers and more deep underground. Something perhaps similar to what Fred Hoyle described in his novel Black Cloud, a kind of cloud, but this time planetary cloud. And one of the proponents of relational biology, Robert Rosen, argued that all biological systems are anticipatory systems. And then it turns out that bacteriosphere, actually all anticipatory systems create predictive models of themselves and their environments. And therefore bacteriosphere could be an intelligent system capable of cosmic communication. So that's take-home message number 1 from natural intelligence. And now the second line of research I want to pursue is the panspermia hypothesis. This is a very old hypothesis which we can trace back to Anaxagoras, one of the pre-Socratic philosophers. But then at the end of 19th century, some important names in science like Lord Kelvin or Svante Arrhenius, Swedish physicist and chemist, argued that perhaps panspermia hypothesis could work. And today we have 4 versions of panspermia. Panspermia hypothesis. One is cometary panspermia, that's Hall and Wickramasinghe. They argue that the origin of life is cosmic, not from Earth or abiogenesis, whereas lithopanspermia and transpermia, these are forms of rocky panspermia, where the main argument is that life emerged on Earth-like planets, abiogenesis, and then transferred to other planets. And finally, we have this directed panspermia, that's famous Crick and Orgel paper from 1970s. They argue that intelligent civilization could seed life on selected planets. The main problem of panspermia is the lack of empirical evidence. We don't have evidence that microbes live in space, but last year there was a very exciting paper. A group of Japanese scientists actually used a bacterium called Deinococcus radiodurans, placed the bacteria at the outside of the International Cosmic Station, and then monitor survival. And it turns out that these bacteria could survive between 2 and 8 years in space-like conditions. So this is probably the first empirical evidence that's strong enough to favor panspermia hypothesis. We published our model of microbial panspermia, and one of the reviewers actually said this is the first time that panspermia looks not only plausible, but perhaps even probable. And there was another paper, again from Japanese scientists showing that bacteria that exist in a dormant state for 100 million years can be revived in the laboratory. So microbes are quite resistant, and take home message of this is that perhaps panspermia could work. We don't have evidence yet, but perhaps we'll get it in the future. And here's the mathematical model, I think published 3 years ago, galactic panspermia. This is from the group of Abby Loeb, who published recently a book, Extraterrestrial. So this model suggests that microbes could travel not only solar scale systems, but actually the galactic systems. And the third line of research that I would like to present is Fermi's paradox. Milan is the expert on that, and perhaps he will correct me or criticize me later. So Fermi's paradox is an argument, say the great silence argument, explanation as to why we don't see human-like civilizations in the space. But the argument is Fermi's original argument is framed based on the astrophysical knowledge. What I've wanted here is to frame Fermi's paradox in biological context. And for me, Fermi's paradox is about typicalities of life forms in the evolution. In other words, the longer the timeline of a species, the more typical it is. And here's the timeline of evolution, say about 4 billion years. And here's a curve, bell-shaped curve, Gaussian distribution. And you can actually place various life forms on it. And here's also 3 sigma rule. This is one of the heuristic and empirical sciences. All the values are located within the 3 standard deviations of the mean. The implication is that any value located outside the 3 sigma is actually an atypical outlier. So when you place the human position on this curve, say 200 to 300,000 years of our evolutionary lifeline, we are actually an outlier. We are outside this 3 sigma domain. Of course, this is the normal distribution, and it's quite clear that the distribution of life forms in the evolution is not normal because of various evolutionary transitions. But even if you replace this normal distribution with various types of non-normal distribution, the basic picture does not change. So for me, this is the expression of Fermi's paradox in biological terms. In other words, if you use this model, this curve, as a model to search for extraterrestrial life, it's unlikely that we would find our extraterrestrial replicas in the outer cosmos. But there is one thing that's quite important. Microbial life covers the territory of 3 sigmas, and therefore that's the most typical life form in the evolution. And this kind of leads to the solution of Fermi's paradox. And that's on the next slide. I think Milan knows this better than I do. The problem of great silence, why we face the great silence, is perhaps because of the discrepancy between the timelines. Say, if the time required to colonize the galaxy by an intelligent civilization is estimated to be perhaps between few million to 100 million years, but that's too narrow for the age of the Earth, which is at least 1 order of magnitude greater, 4.5 billion years. So the great silence is about discrepancy between these two timelines. But the time scale of microbes is actually about 4 billion years. So it's very similar to the timeline of the Earth, and therefore solution to Fermi's paradox is basically this timeline of microbes. So that's one ground for solution. The other one is that SETI's take on intelligence is too narrow. If we assume that bacteriosphere is an intelligent anticipatory system, then we have basically a biological system capable of cosmic communication. So these are 3 lines of research I wanted to present before I present our model. But before that, just a reminder of 3 major steps in human SETI. Step 1 is our capacity to sense the cosmic scale information. That's telescopes, astrophysics, astrobiology, etc. Step 2 is developing technology for detecting extraterrestrial life. This is an ongoing process. And step 3 in some forms of SETI is what we call contact. If there is an extraterrestrial civilization, the point at which we establish a contact is a realization of SETI. But, and here's our model. In our model, basically microbes are capable of reproducing or recapitulating all 3 steps of human SETI. Step number 1, bacteria can read a portion of electromagnetic spectrum, that's phototropism, sensing light. Step number 2, and step number 1 is cyanobacteria, basically photosynthetic bacteria. Step number 2, the cyanobacteria, through their metabolic habit to carry out photosynthesis, were instrumental in the development of this bacteriosphere. Perhaps bacteriosphere is a primitive form of Gaia, a planetary system that sustains itself, control of biogeochemistry. And this bacteriosphere, now if you assume that it has a form of natural intelligence in the relational biology sense, a system that is capable of producing its own internal model and the model of its environment, we have basically a system capable of cosmic communication. So if there are microbes in space, this system could act as an attractor. Any microbe, any bacterium, any virus or archaea coming from space could seamlessly integrate into the bacteriosphere, provided they share the same chemistry, that's carbon-based chemistry. But the process actually works in the opposite direction as well. So microbes from Earth could travel to space through rocky ejecta and then seed perhaps life somewhere else. Also, we as cosmic travelers, and I think this is where perhaps Millen's argument come into place, if we travel into space or maybe some form of artificial intelligence, we in particular are microbial vectors because of the human microbiome. So whenever we travel to space, bacteria travel with us. And one important thing to realize here is that biological tropism, this is something that Robert Rosen and Aloysius Louis defined very well, is key to step 3. So this is the model that does not require any human input. And one practical implication of the model is that instead of looking for technological signatures like Dyson spheres, which perhaps are not very likely in the kind of great silence scenario, instead of this, we should be looking for biological signatures, and these are byproducts of microbial metabolism. There was an exciting story developing last year. A group of British scientists actually claimed to, being able to discover phosphine. Phosphine is a combination of phosphorus and sulfur in the atmosphere of Venus. And this phosphine we know is the byproduct of the microbial metabolism. However, the two papers published after that actually put some doubt on that story. So perhaps it seemed more likely that it wasn't phosphine, but sulfur dioxide. That's the process of that's the product of inorganic chemistry. So I think that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Predrag, for such an interesting talk. So I think we have time for a couple of questions. Professor Doolittle.
Well, what I was worried about was a paper actually that Milan published a couple of years ago, and which I would agree with, which is that likely life on this Earth has evolved a particular genetic code, for instance, and other kinds of biochemistry, which would make it fairly incompatible with life that evolves separately on other planets. So that the microbes in, microbes out kind of scenario that you're imagining with microbes communicating between planets seems to me to be pretty unlikely, because they would not get along with the local microbe biota. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's one argument, but when you take into account the fact that various, biomolecules that are very similar to carbon-based chemistry are found on, comets, asteroids, I think I agree with you that perhaps there are forms of life that couldn't be based on the carbon chemistry, but there are molecules on asteroids or comets, even nucleic acids, some amino acids, etc. So, but of course, this is, I mean, the entire field is speculative. If no one believed that microbes could survive in space, but now we have evidence that they could survive in space. Okay, so yes, I mean, the entire field is speculative, but perhaps we have time to test this hypothesis. So now I think there is a way to test it experimentally.
Milan has a question.
Okay, thanks for your kind words and for interesting talk. I'm not really persuaded, but I'll have to look at your paper. That sounds interesting. I was wondering whether we could actually kind of put some numbers into how long would genomes of bacteria diverge purely due to those mutations which come from being exposed to galactic cosmic ray background. We can actually calculate galactic cosmic ray background, and we could, I guess, experimentally put some numbers into rates of evolution. I guess somebody in, say, nuclear medicine or disciplines like that has already performed such kind of experiments. Due perhaps, I mean, in all experiments with nuclear safety and things like that. So we actually should try to check how big patches, if your hypothesis is correct, then this global galactic kind of bacterial panspermia would fragment into some patches in which they have compatible genomes within a patch, but they are not compatible with those other patches in other parts of the galaxy. So interesting thing would be to try to estimate how big a patch, how far can bacterial panspermia extend before becoming genetically incompatible with their neighbors, so to speak.
This is a great insight, Milan, and I think it goes quite deep. And it goes deep into the microbial evolution that is not Darwinian. I think microbial evolution is Lamarckian. And this is the conclusion of Eugene Koonin. Horizontal gene transfer is a Lamarckian event. So Darwinism in evolution didn't exist maybe for 2 or 3 billion years. And the argument of Sorin Sonia is that bacteria do not have species. Lynn Margulis argued a similar way. So when I say bacteriosphere, they don't have individual genomes. There is a pan genome. So one empirical argument in favor of what you're saying is what NASA is experiencing whenever you send, something to Cosmos, you have to do cleaning, and they call it deep cleaning. So they have clean rooms in NASA, and what they experience, they create sterile conditions there, and then they realize that those sterile conditions simply do positive selection for microbes that could survive those conditions. So whenever you take a sample of microbes, you will and put them in conditions, there will always be a group of microbes that will be positively selected by new conditions. And this works in favor of what you're saying. So it's not, bacteria are not single cell organisms. They are basically colonies. So whenever, if there is this space travel through rocky ejecta, what happens is not sending individual microbes in space, but sending ecologies into space. I think this is something that perhaps we need to think about, at least myself, because I want to pursue this kind of research. But I think your argument goes deep into, the galactic panspermia. Just to say one more thing, I have a colleague who does research. He's a microbiologist who does research for the British NHS. And the main problem is antimicrobial resistance of microbes to antibiotics. So he simply places a bacterial colony on a very sterile surface and leaves that colony in dry conditions, expecting that they will die in about 2 weeks. He returns back in a month, bacteria are still alive. So I think they could adapt to anything, and provided that we don't treat them as single cell organisms, but ecologies that then have spider web moving into various directions, various ecological directions.
I see. Do we have some questions more? Because we have one question in the chat that says the citation to Robert Rosen is grossly unclear. Can you clarify the text that supports this conjuncture?
Robert Rosen was he was a mathematician and philosopher of science, basically, who was a proponent of relational biology, and his argument outlined in several books and many papers is that all biological systems, all organisms, all ecologies are anticipatory systems. And he used the mathematical category theory to prove that basically organisms are sort of cognitive systems, and that are sort of causally closed. I think there is a clash between what Rosen presented in his books, and I think some of more people who think of cybernetics. I mean, the main take for Rosen is that life was not cybernetic phenomenon, but rather ecological phenomenon. And he's very similar in that to Maturana and Varela autopoiesis, whereas, say, the argument that life is computation is more cybernetic metaphor of life, and there is a clash between the two. Now, I'm not sure who's winning, but there are very strong arguments on both sides.
If this sounds fictional, it's because it is, but nevertheless, I try to point out some on this topic. First, I want to...
Sorry, Peter. There is an echo from your side, and it's breaking the sound.
Nitrogen and phosphorus are fundamental elements for creation of life. Nitrogen can be found in proteins, enzymes, ribozymes, energy transfer like ATP, informational storage, RNA and DNA. In atmospheric and planetary models, there is a suggestion that nitrogen is abundant in the early atmospheres of Earth and Mars as dinitrogen in N2. That was a gas, and to be suitable dinitrogen for prebiotic synthesis, it must be converted into hydrogen cyanide or ammonia or nitrate process that will make for prebiotic synthesis is nitrogen fixation. In atmosphere dominated by methane, dinitrogen, thunderstroke lightning efficiently produces the hydrogen cyanide and ammonia. Nevertheless, photochemical and geochemical constraints strongly suggest that the early atmosphere was weakly reducing, dominated by carbon dioxide and methane, with traces of methane and hydrogen. Under this condition, hydrogen cyanide is no longer, and instead nitrogen oxide is formed, implied in the synthesis of amino acids, or I don't know, pyrines and pyrimidines under prebiotic conditions. The lack of formation of hydrogen cyanide by lightning, by thunderstroke lightning, introduces serious barriers to the process of chemical evolution in the early Earth. Phosphorus, from the other hand, is also presented in ribosomes, ATP, RNA, and DNA. We can find phosphorus naturally as mineral apatite, and we can see the formula of apatite here. And to be suitable for prebiotic synthesis, phosphorus must be reduced to hydrophosphates or phosphates. I think a promising environment for the synthesis of organic molecules and their rapid removal from reaction zone is volcanic ash and volcanic gas clouds. They are all the gases or vaporous compounds necessary for formation of prebiotic compounds are present under sharp pressure. Also, at the same time, ash particles are represented by minerals possessing large surface area and catalytic properties. Ash and gas clouds are also characterized by presence of various temperatures as well as powerful electrical discharges, which can serve as an efficient energy source. Recent experiments conducted in labs and elsewhere, like, I don't know, volcanoes, shows that lightning formed in volcanic clouds during highly explosive eruptions may be an important source of reactive nitrogen and phosphorus. In this presentation, I want to sort the available knowledge on the role of volcanic lightning in chemical evolution, the available data on this environment, and the important chemicals and physical parameters relevant to the early Earth conditions. Tadej Kotnik wrote about lightning-triggered electroporation, electrofusion as possible contributors to horizontal gene transfer. The possibility that lightning mediated horizontal gene transfer has contributed to evolution has been raised before, but not pursued as Kotnik did. He suggests that estimating the significance of lightning contribution to AGT in microbial evolution is fundamentally a quantitative issue. And for this reason, I want to comment shortly on electroporation, BP, and Drake equation. Drake equation, in this figure below, this figure is based on experimentally exposure condition, mainly for mammalian cells, and indicate both supra-electroporation and conventional electroporation. The former involves creation of about 100-fold more pores during nanoseconds pulse electric field than conventional EP, where pulse duration is less, but pores are mostly small. Lightning-induced electric fields in the soil or sea lie within this strength duration space, with smaller bacteria requiring 10-fold larger strength for pulse duration. The most relevant feature of lightning is generation of electrical current density, J, and also it could be in sea or in soil. Spatially distributed electrical current density leads to electric field that can electroporate prokaryote membranes. With this field pulse strength, duration, and repetition, we can see here 3 zones. One of them is lethal, other is AGT possible, and third has no EP electroporation effect. And we will focus on our discussion on DNA delivery by electroporation without electrofusion, because this seems to be a more general possibility, and it requires neither bacteria protoplasts nor membrane contact. Experiments with lab electric fields have offered some positive results. Future experiment could use lightning current waveforms for creating electroporating pulses, assuming that lightning has not changed significantly over evolutionary time. Actual waveforms and multiple lightning strokes are important for this discussion. Consider electroporation mediated horizontal gene transfer between 2 living cells. Within sea waters, charged molecules move electrophoretically without binding or unbinding to particles. In vitro experiments, we can see that in vitro experiments support this process with DNA moving electrophoretically within extracellular medium into electroporated cells directly through pores. Within soil, small particles and macromolecules can be present so that released DNA is more likely to bind before reaching a recipient cell. Related situation occurs in laboratory protocols, where DNA is allowed is more likely to bound before reaching a recipient cell. In soil, dead bacteria may provide a suitable plasmid reservoir, and in soil, DNA released from dead cells remains localized until degraded, but in sea, DNA would spread by diffusion and convection. Lightning-mediated horizontal gene transfer are different in soil and in sea. In addition to basic biophysical mechanism of EP and DNA transport, large-scale considerations should include global lightning and evolutionary time frame. Then electrical horizontal gene transfer is important. Kourki also suggests an approach that is guided by Drake equation, and this approach may help identify the process important to lightning-mediated horizontal gene transfer. We saw that the Drake equation was proposed for a rather different evolutionary problem. I don't want to repeat what is Drake equation. Everybody knows. Some of us even hate it. And I will identify why I think Drake equation have some interesting impact, because Drake equation is way of noting that what parameters are important, and also can highlight the source of uncertainty of the phenomenon, and consistent with this uncertainty, this n can change its values. For lightning-mediated horizontal gene transfer, a similar predicted quantity could be a total number of lightning-mediated AGT events that are significant during an appropriate evolutionary time frame. We can see this. And we here NHDT is total number of evolutionary significant changes due to lightning. RLST is the rate of lightning strokes on Earth. MBAC is bacterial concentration or number density in soil. WEPS is the volume of the zone with successful electroporation. FEPT is the fraction of successful electroporated bacteria, and FSIG is test value for the fraction of cells that experience evolutionary significant AGT. Finally, LAGT is the time over which evolutionary significant changes were created, and accumulation time. This shows where a lot of uncertainty resides. SSIG has to be extremely small for only a few significant horizontal gene transfers to be possible, unless one or more of these parameters are very different from what is assumed. Equation is consistent with significant horizontal gene transfer having occurred due to lightning. If we come back to volcanic lightning again, we can present another use of Drake equation. In addition to general quantitative elements of Drake equation, the essential parameters that we can instantiate are temperature and pressure of eruptive materials, soil heat dissipation rate, energy yield of nitrogen fixation, and phosphate saturation in volcanic minerals. And I hope that the work described by Kourki and may motivate additional research on volcanic lightning. For instance, it is essential a thorough characterization of some intraclouds, cloud to ground, ground to cloud, and air discharges, and we can explore in terms of frequency and the number of return strokes, discharge lengths, and good lab simulation should be designed to evaluate, to calculate the possible contribution of volcanic lightning to the origin on life on Earth. And thank you.
So we are now open for questions, if we have some from the audience.
Oh, okay, just briefly. Okay, that was nice, interesting, but I don't really think it's I mean, it should be formulated in terms of Drake equation, because after all, I mean, that's every kind of multi-factor probability. This is more like Bayesian inference or whatever similar, which includes probabilities. That's like, after all, Fermi was known for those famous questions: how many piano tuners do you need in the city of Chicago, for instance, or things like this? And so he actually just like decomposed it into various sub-questions. How many people in Chicago do possess a piano, and how often do you need to tune a piano, or blah, blah, blah. So actually this is not something which should be, I mean, this is a basic way of estimating various numbers, or arriving at various numerical estimates. I mean, it doesn't need to be connected, and I think that Drake's equation actually has been overused and maybe more misused over time than really used. So maybe we should retire it. Just a comment. I mean, this is entirely friendly. Of course, your work is very interesting, and I mean, the substance of it is much more interesting than the label we attach to it.
Thank you. I agree totally. My presentation was a bit parodic because really Tadej Kotnik tried to use Drake equation in calculating the probability of horizontal gene transfer as a possibility of lightning. And I was reading something about volcanic lightning that is really interesting. Volcanic gas clouds that have electrical discharge and all the kinds of chemical processes like nitrogen fixation and so on. And if it could be used in I don't know, calculating the probability of horizontal gene transfer, why not in volcanic lightning?
So if we have no more questions for this talk, then we can proceed to general discussions. So I would like to call the panelists if they have something to propose. We have one question in a chat, so bear that in mind. So please, first for the panelists, if you have something to propose for the discussion. So if not, let me first read the question. Just a second. Question was for Predrag. And question was if he finds much in the work on so-called ecological approaches to cognitive neuroscience.
I've seen that that question in the chat, and I already answered that was great. But let me just repeat. Let me cite Gregory Bateson, a biologist who was one of the founding fathers of cybernetics. So let me cite his sentence. He said, "Mind is the essence of being alive." And he very much used the ecological metaphor of life. In his book, Steps to an Ecology of Mind, is perhaps a very interesting read. It's a series of essays about his vision of first cybernetics, then cognition, and then application of those to various areas, including cognitive neuroscience, but some other disciplines, including psychology, etc. So, but I think he's in a sense, his line of thinking has been in a sense forgotten. But I think there is a revival, where I can see a revival of Bateson's talk is in the discipline of biosemiotics. There is a journal called Biosemiotics that was established more than 10 years ago, And I think they use Gregory Bateson line of thinking in quite a lot of their papers. So I think that's perhaps the answer, cognitive neuroscience and ecology. Please refer to Steps to an Ecology of Mind by Gregory Bateson.
Can I just ask a follow-up, or is that okay if I?
Yes, yes, of course.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had in mind, there's quite a lot of, recent work on sort of employing a lot of the work of Gibson on ecological approaches to cognition. And it strikes me as really kind of, I found what you said about bacteria not being an organism but an ecology, and I found it strikes me as there's a lot of parallel there to where so there's recent work on plant cognition, and it looks like
yes, I think that's. But I think I would also recommend reading James Shapiro's book, Evolution 21st Century Perspective. I mean, James Shapiro is a microbiologist who's been arguing for over 40 years that bacteria are not single-cell organisms. These are sort of ecological communities.
Yeah.
And I mean, life didn't start as a single-cell bacterium. It started as an ecological community. And, if we think about the origin of life and various theories there, I mean, there is quite a lot of fog there. And, if you think about the main, I think the main theory behind the origin of life, or the main framework, is the RNA world. But you also have Stuart Kauffman and their metabolism, metabolism first hypothesis. So, and if you talk to biologists, probably you will find that the large majority supports the RNA world as the origin of life framework. But Kauffman and perhaps Shapiro and the thinkers who think in the ecological terms support this metabolism first hypothesis. So the first cells could have existed without any genome. And it's quite likely that first cells didn't have genomes, and genomes or nucleic acids are perhaps, speculatively, of the viral origin. So Freeman Dyson had the double origin theory of life, information as DNA through viruses, and then primordial cells without genomes, and these two merged to produce what we call bacteria or archaea.
Thank you.
Slobodan?
I have a question which is sort of general, but mainly maybe for Milan. So as far as Peter's talk goes, I just realized he was actually trolling the Drake equation in a way, I think quite successfully. I didn't really realize that until now. So the question is, if we think about this transfer or sort of big transition point from biological to post-biological evolution that will take another sort of a chunk of time in the development or the evolution of the universe, what would be, I mean, the reasons for abandoning the biological sort of matter as the kind of a carrier of cognition, intelligence, life, and so on are sort of clear, but what would be sort of the properties that sort of evolved, like generally macro properties of evolutionary systems that you would sort of identify as irreplaceable, that you would actually then sort of transfer to the post-biological kind of a course of evolution, if you see what I mean. I mean, you don't have to answer on the spot, but just sort of a few starting thoughts on that.
That's a complicated issue. And obviously, I mean, if I knew that, I mean, I would have a kind of a crystal ball and, you know the future and stuff like that. So that's not, we can discuss that a lot, but the one thing to keep in mind is that in contrast to what is often irresponsibly portrayed in mass media, in various popular accounts, and this is those transitions, new phases, if you wish, key transitions in words of Minor Smith and Sainte-Marie, and whatever you choose to call it, this does not mean some kind of a destruction of old and, it's complete, establishing a blank slate and then substituting something new for it. We have just a kind of a divergence from the mean or from the median, if you wish, in Stephen Jay Gould's parlance. So in essence, evolution does all kinds of experiments. Now, whether you choose to call human beings and human scientists and human technologists agents of change, agents of evolution, or you could, as we have yesterday talked about a little bit, choose to invoke lesser deity, or like a programmer which programmed the universe as a kind of simulation in Bostrom simulation argument and other. That is, in essence, these labels are not so important. What is important is exactly the structure, the processes. I guess this comes close to endorsing some version of structural realism, or maybe even ontic structural realism in regarding evolutionary processes. So this is an interesting question in both in terms of both future studies, of course, but also and evolution understood in the most general way, but also in terms of philosophy, I would say even philosophical metaphysics.
Thank you.
And I would add just one as a sort of as a kind of a joke, but related to this. And as you well know, one of early communications announcement about this conference was actually misplaced in my mailbox due to similarity which existed between various spam emails which are issued by the Discovery Institute and their origins program and stuff, things like that. So actually the spam filter, which is a kind of a primitive AI, actually concluded that this is too suspicious and it is too close to creationism and or intelligent design or whatever you wish. So actually removed it from my mailbox, which actually made me think a little bit later about that. So of course we should try to wrestle back the concept of sciences of the origin from the creationists and ID bunch, but also in one sense, maybe along the lines which were suggested, for instance, yesterday in discussing this versions of value-centric selection. There is a kind of strategy which would include at least in the domain of public outreach, or at least in the domain of media sphere, which would include, how to say, a subversion of ID and creationism speak in order to promote new ideas, which are serious science and philosophy.
And so it works not with you, but with others. It works actually as an enlightenment sort of a vehicle, actually, to call it the origins, because we will convert the sort of ID types to the right way. Anyways, thank you.
Predrag, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, just to continue on to what Milan was saying, I think I see two ways of addressing these evolutionary changes, or whatever you call them, transitions, etc. One is the bottom up, the other one is top down, and we often forget the top down view. I mean, clearly we're talking here about AI and post-biological evolution, etc. This is probably the bottom up view of us as intelligent beings, but there is also a top-down view. I mean, when you look at the biosphere, the ecological system, Gaia, I mean, one interesting thought would be how Gaia meets AI. I mean, are there any because AI, in a sense, is something new, something original, machine-like intelligence or mind, mechanical mind type of thing, whereas Gaia as such is an ecological mind. I mean, Gregory Bateson called it that. So perhaps a question, how would, is AI compatible with Gaia, or friendly to Gaia, or maybe hostile to Gaia? I mean, that's one of the reasonable questions, at least from an ecological point of view. Or could AI integrate into Gaia and biosphere still exist as maybe kind of combination of a machine and biology?
I guess in a sense that's connected with another topic which I'd wish we had more time to discuss, which is directly related to biases in sciences of origins, and that is the whole debate about the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene was introduced exactly in order to somewhat bridge that gap between what we consider conventionally natural and what we consider conventionally artificial. So people for a long time ignored this issue, and subsequently it's in geosciences, of course, first, and gradually I think that the same kind of need for coming up with new concepts, like the concept of Anthropocene, which okay, it's not exactly new, but in this present day serious context in which the International Stratigraphic Commission accepted it after all these years and even decades of discussion, actually it is in a kind of it is a bit of a new concept, and I guess that we need more of such concepts in other fields, and I guess there is a sort of a missing philosophical analysis of the Anthropocene and of related issue, because the Anthropocene obviously touches upon several topics which were covered at this meeting, both yesterday and today. Obviously, anybody working in archaeology, for instance, is directly doing work in a context which can be labeled connected with the Anthropocene in one way. And people are talking, and you're in your talk, Predrag, which you mentioned about the distinction between biosignatures and technosignatures. Actually, this is also, technosignatures actually emerged from the Anthropocene concept. Actually, when people started discussing, there was this paper in 2011, I think, in the Anthropocene Review, one of the first issues, which argued that, I mean, even junk of human civilization becomes a kind of technosignature, which, especially if it pertains to some process like long-living radionuclides, which don't appear naturally or appear very rarely or appear only in some rare kind of red giant stars, blah, blah, blah. So actually there is an Anthropocene needs a kind of generalization, both in terms of space and time, in terms of the applicability to potential other biospheres, and in terms of its philosophical, semantic, even epistemological depth. So I guess that there is a lot of things to be done. There's a lot of work to be done in that area, which is exactly somewhere in the middle.
Just to say, one of the strongest Anthropocene signals is chicken, because we eat chicken. 8 billion people eat chickens.
So we have time for Professor Doolittle, just for comment or question, and then we will wrap up.
No, I just wanted to defend Gaia, I guess, trying to channel Lovelock here, I guess. I mean, I think he would have been happy with postbiotic evolution, postbiotic. I mean, Gaia just would morph into a machine or something like that, and it would be fine with him, I think, because he viewed Lovelock viewed Gaia as the whole planet, right? Basically life plus the abiotic components of the planet. So I think he would be okay with life being replaced by something postbiotic. Somehow this reminds me of, does anybody remember Teilhard de Chardin way back? I mean, was he saying the same thing as Milan is now saying? I don't know that. I don't remember that, but it was in my youth.
Can I just add to Lovelock's argument? I think it's probably, for me as a biologist, is Lovelock and Margulis. I mean, they both define Gaia, and Lovelock has more credit for it. But I think Lovelock would certainly go for this post-biological evolution, but I'm not sure whether Margulis.
I think Margulis would not have done so, but
yeah, we agree on that.
It was certifiable, in my opinion.
Oh yes, and I think this mentioning of Desjardins is interesting because yes, actually he used this this term noosphere or noosphere or however you wish to pronounce it as a kind of upgrade to biosphere. I mean, he actually I think that it was Vladimir Vernadsky who actually first coined the term noosphere, who was a cosmist and the pupil of Fyodorov, and Desjardins actually used it in exactly kind of. Some people say, okay, this is just like a sort of early prediction of the internet or of people becoming a super mind by being connected at all times, etc. So there is some link there.
He was righter than we thought at the time. Yeah. All right, so that picture says it all, really. In a way, I'm not an anti-Darwinian like Lynn Margulis, who was mentioned yesterday, was, or Carl Woese was in his latter days. So I'm trying to come up with a version of the Gaia hypothesis that Charles Darwin would like if he were alive today and had been through what we've been through in the last 150 years or so. So that's really what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to overthrow Darwin, but trying to come up with a formulation for the Gaia hypothesis, which would be satisfying to him. And here's the outline of my talk. It's really quite simple. First, I'm going to say that the Gaia hypothesis ran counter to the received view of natural selection, which is all about differential reproduction, and it's still counter to that received view of evolution by natural selection, I think, and that's why most Darwinians, other than me recently, have been opposed to it. However, there is a different formulation of evolution by natural selection, which entails differential persistence rather than differential reproduction, and that's a neglected alternative, I think, to understanding of what evolution by natural selection actually means. So I'm going to adopt that alternative explanation or formulation. And then I've got three ways, somewhat independent, to Darwinize Gaia involving differential persistence. All of them do, in fact, involve differential persistence. So that's what I'm going to talk about. The Gaia hypothesis, I first became aware of it in 1979 when I read Lovelock's first, I think, book, and charming little book. And previously he and Lynn Margulis sometimes, but mostly him, I think, his idea, were formulating what was called the Gaia hypothesis, and the quote there says what it is. The total ensemble of living organisms which constitute the biosphere can act as a single entity to regulate chemical composition, surface pH, and possibly also climate. The notion of the biosphere as an active adaptive control system able to maintain the Earth in homeostasis, we are calling the Gaia hypothesis. And elsewhere in that book and elsewhere more recently, Lovelock and or Margulis would sometimes refer to Gaia as if she were a living organism, therefore capable of having adaptations and evolving by natural selection as a unit, which is what the problem was. This ran counter to the received view of evolution by natural selection. Can you see this slide too? I can't see the top, but I guess maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Darwin is, yeah.
You can see it, okay. Yeah, Darwinists were opposed to the Gaia hypothesis, and in particular, Richard Dawkins, who was very vocal about it, said in 1982, 3 years after the book was published, the universe would have to be full of dead planets whose homeostatic regulation systems had failed, with dotted around a handful of successful, well-regulated planets, of which the Earth is one. Even this improbable scenario is not sufficient to lead to the evolution of planetary adaptations of the kind Lovelock proposes. In addition, we would have to postulate some kind of reproduction whereby successful planets spawn copies of their life forms on new planets. So basically, Dawkins was objecting, as did I object back in the early 1980s, that there was no population of Gaias that we could think of. And secondly, and more importantly, I think that Gaia as a whole did not reproduce as a whole. Of course, the individual species that make up Gaia do reproduce, but Gaia as a whole did not reproduce as a unit of selection, and therefore couldn't be an evolved creature in the sense that Lovelock and Margulis had meant. A much more formal statement of the received view, which entails evolution by natural selection, which entails what's called Lewontin's recipe for evolution by natural selection, and also multi-level selection theory, is has been articulated many times since, and probably most recently and most forcefully by Peter Godfrey Smith, a philosopher of biology. And Peter says that evolution by natural selection is a change in the population owing to variation, heredity, and differential reproductive success. That's basically Lewontin's recipe. Lewontin's recipe has three parts to it: variation, heredity, and fitness is generally cashed out in terms of differential reproductive success. Peter also embraces the multi-level selection theory, multi-MLST. The criteria required are abstract. Genes, cells, social groups, and species can all, in principle, enter into change of this kind. So this understanding, which has grown in cogency over the last several decades, I think, is that any entities which show heritable variation in fitness can evolve by natural selection, and thus aren't just organisms, but genes or cells or social groups or even species. However, Peter goes on, for any objects to be units of selection in this sense, however, they must be connected by parent-offspring relations. They must have the capacity to reproduce. And so what I'm submitting is that, according to the received view of evolution by natural selection, populations of differentially reproducing entities are basically baked into the understanding of, to the received view of evolution by natural selection. So that's fine. So where do we come in with differential persistence? How can we see this as an alternative to differential reproduction as a means of evolution by natural selection? And so here I would say, I'm not quite sure how to get rid of this thing at the top, which is obscuring my vision of the slides.
Actually, it looks fine as far as
Yeah, no, it looks fine for you, but I can't see part of it. That's all. Oh, there we go. Got it. All right. So Maynard Smith, who's one of my heroes, said somewhere that the major task of any evolutionary theory is to explain adaptive complexity, i.e. to explain the same set of facts which Paley used as evidence for a creator. And I would say that that was, in fact, Darwin's challenge, to explain adaptation in terms of something other than intelligent design, something other than the intent of God, who had created all living things according to standard thought at the time. So Darwin suggested that instead of intelligent design, random generation of possible solutions and environmental selection of what works, in other words, evolution by natural selection, was the alternative explanation and now the preferred explanation for many of us. That's fine, but relatively recently, some people like Frédéric Bouchard, who's a philosopher in Montreal, have been arguing that also differential persistence is a means of evolution by natural selection. And I think in some ways that we have overemphasized differential reproduction as the means of natural selection. And in fact, differential persistence is also always been there. Frédéric Bouchard said a differential reproductive success seems to be a continued strategy for a lineage to survive, and that's certainly true. So my understanding of evolution by natural selection is, in trying to number 4 there, what natural selection actually is an increase in the ratio of selected entities over total entities. Basically, that's all natural selection is an increase in that ratio. And there are 2 ways of accomplishing that. One is selection via differential reproduction, which is the standard received view of evolution by natural selection, which results in an increase in the numerator. The number of selected entities differentially grows. But you can also imagine that you might have selection via differential persistence with a decrease in the denominator. In other words, the number of total entities decreases. And amongst the relatively increasingly few entities that are left will be those which have adaptations for survival. I think that's sort of a no-brainer. The problem with it, of course, is that the population keeps decreasing in size, and there are ways of dealing with that, which I might answer in questions. And I would venture that had Darwin published his book in 1859 and had genetics not been rediscovered in about 1900, and had paleontologists been largely responsible for the elaboration of Darwinian thinking, then we might have a view of evolution by natural selection, which is more based on differential persistence than it is on differential reproduction, because it's population genetics that's partly, and genetics itself, that have forced us in that particular path, I think. So, next slide. So that's my arguments for differential persistence, and now I would like to go through 3 ways to Darwinize Gaia involving that notion of differential persistence. So it's the song, not the singer theory is the first one that I want to talk about. And that's based, it's occurred to us, I think, on the basis of a common observation in microbiomics. So I'll just read this. A common observation in microbiomics, which is, to my mind, microbial community genomics, is that genes for metabolic or community function are more conserved among sites with similar ecologies than are genes taken as indicative of the species which are present. In other words, what they are doing matters more than who they are. The quote on the right is just a statement. Well, I'll read that. The observation that we share a functional core microbiome, but not a core microbiota, can be related to macroecosystems. For instance, rainforests that look the same and have many of the same functions can be composed of different species that have independently evolved. So that's a general observation, I think, in microbiomics, and it's shown in this slide, which is a representation of taxonomic distribution and the functional distribution of genes present in fecal samples from 142 different individual humans. So on the left are the species distributions, and the color coding indicates what particular group those bacterial species belong to, and it's quite variable compared one person to another, or the same person over time. But if you look at the function, if you look at the genes, what they actually do, so that involves sequencing other than the phylogenetic marker, then you might conclude that pretty much the same kind of biochemistry, pretty much the same metabolism is going on in all of those different individuals, even though the taxa which are carrying it out do differ. So in other words, the singers are less stable than the songs, and I would regard the songs as being the metabolisms that they collectively carry out, and the singers being who they are, the taxonomic assignments. So that kind of observation motivated us to formulate "It's the song, not the singer" theory, which is sometimes abbreviated "It's Nuts," ITS, NTS. And we published a paper on this a while back. And I'm just going to read a little bit from the abstract. Few consider as units of selection in their own right the processes implemented by genes, cells, species, or communities. It's the song, not the singer. It's Nuts theory does that, also claiming that evolution by natural selection of processes is more easily understood and explained as differential persistence than as differential reproduction. And so the way that would work is shown in the upper right. Let's imagine that a multi-step process it already exists. Let's say it might be a biogeochemical cycle like the nitrogen cycle, or some kind of cycle that exists in our guts on a much smaller scale. Let's assume that it already exists. Then the existence of that pathway offers the opportunities of organisms, number two, to make a living by performing it. And therefore, evolution will happen. So there's a kind of evolutionary recruitment that goes on, giving rise to guilds comprising many species, thus evolved to take advantage of those, which have evolved to take advantage of those opportunities. Lateral gene transfer, my favorite genetic process, facilitates this evolution. So I would say that because there's a song, there are singers. Because the pathway exists, taxa, which have learned how to perform the steps of that pathway, have evolved because those are opportunities for them. However, the pathway, the pattern of interactions might temporarily stop. For instance, photosynthetic patterns stop every day in the nighttime, and yet they resume again in the morning because the taxa already know how to do their steps. They don't necessarily know how to do the whole thing. In fact, very few of them know how to do the whole thing, if any, but they know how to do their individual steps. So when members of different guilds reassemble, they implement the whole process again. They reproduce it. So each knows only its own part. So because there are singers, there's a song. And as a result, the taxa, the pattern of interactions, the biogeochemical cycle or whatever, persists. So processes do not differentially reproduce, but they do differentially persist. They are reproduced. And this just shows the continuing cycle of the existence of the song, the recruitment of singers, the existence of the song, recruitment of singers, et cetera, which doesn't actually have to be represented that way because the things occur simultaneously. So it's the song, not the singer theory, one of the three ways to Darwinized Gaia evolving differential persistence. The second would be clade selection. So I'm going to talk about that now. Basically, experts and received view of evolution by natural selection, both Peter Godfrey Smith and Semir Akasha, who's another exponent of the received view, I would say, deny that clades can evolve. And I've just underlined in an abstract in a recent paper by Semir Akasha, clades do not reproduce, so it makes no sense to talk about a clade's fitness. So clade selection is impossible. And I would agree with that if differential reproduction is the only basis by which evolution by natural selection can occur. Because a clade by definition is an ancestor and all its descendants, living or dead, it can have no descendants which are not automatically part of itself. So it doesn't reproduce in that sense. It just gets fatter. It grows, adds more species, it might, but it doesn't reproduce. So it can't evolve by natural selection if that entails only differential reproduction. And yet, differential persistence of clades is one of the things that I think paleontologists do study. The definitions of clades are always problematic, but people do seem to know how to do that, or at least they think they know how to do that. So different clades, different groups of organisms will survive for different periods of time in the fossil record, and that's what paleontologists examine, of course. So they do argue frequently about why particular clades have persisted longer than other clades, and there's disagreement over the properties that might be clade level specific that involve their differential persistence, but I think you can sort of generalize them. Clade level properties on the basis of which persistence could be differential include the number of species. The more species a clade has, the less likely, if extinction is random extinction of species, it is to be extinguished as a clade. The ecological diversity of species, the more different ecologies of the species of a clade occupy, the less likely it is that any single change in the environment will wipe all of them out. Geographical dispersal of species, the more widespread around the globe, but particular clade species are, the less likely they are to be wiped out by a meteorite or any other local extinction process. So, and then finally, intraclade cooperation, which is a sort of a Gaiaistic property, but I think is a realistic one, and it involves things like lateral gene transfer, which is more likely within a clade than it is between clades, even though it does occur between clades. None of those can be the property of any organism within a clade or any species within a clade. So they are definitely clade level properties, and clade level selection for persistence can affect them, I would argue. So in terms of Gaia, what is Gaia but the largest clade of all? We imagine, most of us now imagine, that the last universal common ancestor, or LUCA, existed. It was, in my view, a fairly advanced cell, or at least or possibly a fairly advanced species, but not more than that. And modern living things, archaea, bacteria, and eukaryotes, all derived from that single common ancestor. But again, following the logic of the points here, initially life was not very diverse, and there were many mass extinctions, as many of us would here agree. Clade selection favored ecologically diverse clades because they were less likely to go extinct, and I think that's probably true. 3, no sensible person thinks LUCA was alone on the planet at that time. Maybe some sensible people think that, but I think most of us don't. So that we would imagine that LUCA was one of many species that were present at the time of LUCA, and that many of those went on to found clades, their own clades, but that those clades have all gone extinct, so that LUCA is the last universal common ancestor of living organisms. So there was a population of potential clades with which the prevailing clade competed. And so Dawkins was wrong about that. There are competitors. There's a population consisting of the contemporaries of LUCA. So I would argue that clade selection has the advantage of clades can continually generate their populations, of which other members won't. I mean, in the future, some hard to explain. Maybe I'll do that in answers. So clade selection continues to favor diverse clades, especially now in the Anthropocene, I'd say. So some of the properties of LUCA that might have led to its differential survival as a clade have been summarized by Jeancolas and Cirkovic in a paper that I really liked, published 5 years ago now. The conclusion of the abstract was, we submit that whatever the actual prebiotic physical and chemical processes may have been on our home planet, or may in principle occur at some time and place in the universe, a particular coding concept with its respective potential to give rise to a biosphere or class of biospheres of a certain evolvability may itself be regarded as a unit, indeed the arch unit of natural selection. I would agree with that. I think that there are reasons why LUCA and its descendants survived as a clade, and the contemporaries of LUCA did not survive as clades. Sometimes it'll be chance, but sometimes there will be reasons for that, and those reasons are things which natural selection has impinged upon in order to affect that. So the last formulation of evolution by natural selection using differential persistence would be David Hall's replicator interactor framework. And in some ways, I think this is the most promising, but the least interesting. Hall's replicator interactor framework, to remind you, has always been a kind of a, well, since its formulation by David Hall in 1970 has been, or 1980, has been a alternative to evolution by natural selection as in the received view, or as in, for instance, Lewontin's recipe. So David Hall conceived that there were two entities involved in selection process: replicator, an entity that passes on its structure directly in replication, and the interactor, an entity that directly interacts as a cohesive whole with its environment in such a way that replication is differential. And then he would say that selection was a process in which the differential extinction and proliferation of interactors causes the differential perpetuation of the replicators that produce them. I think that that's another way to think about Gaia. And that's enshrined in this, or represented by this diagram, which is perhaps unnecessarily complicated. What those nested ellipses are meant to represent is the hierarchy of life. The pink ellipses, the inside pink ellipses, are things which replicate or at least reproduce. So sexual organisms reproduce, and the other things replicate, and species too replicate in the sense of speciating. So those are all entities which could evolve by natural selection by differential reproduction, according to Lewontin's recipe. And that's usually the way in which multi-level selection theory is cashed out. It doesn't go beyond species. But there are elements of the hierarchy of life which are larger than that. There's multi-species communities, and there's Gaia herself, and which is the community of multi-species communities. And these persist, and they definitely interact with the environment, but they don't actually reproduce. So those are the entities in question. And Gaia, to the upper right there, Gaia goes far beyond the pale and received view, because that view requires replication and reproduction. But it's consistent with the replicator interactor framework of David Hall. So if we regard everything as an interactor, but in particular those more inclusive entities as interactors but not replicators, I think we can work our way through this, and therefore say that genes, especially readily transferable genes, are replicators whose perpetuation, persistence, reproduction, or replication is caused by the differential proliferation and extinction of the interactors they produce. And these interactors can be organisms, ecosystems, biogeochemical cycles, processes, or indeed whole biospheres. So this is sort of a selfish gene view in terms of Richard Dawkins' initial book, but it views the vehicle that a gene makes as being sometimes more than just an organism. It's sometimes a whole biosphere, or at least a whole ecosystem, possibly a very complicated ecosystem. So that we need to understand genes in terms of their phenotypic expression at the community level, or even at a somewhat larger level, not just at the level of the organism. Fred Bouchard has been saying something like this along to, well, sorry. The picture on the right shows how reproduction and persistence meld, and I think Dawkins was quite vague about this in The Selfish Gene. He talked about genes as immortal coils, which is basically persister talk, not reproductive talk, not replicator talk, although they replicated themselves. And David Haig, I think, summarized what Dawkins was trying to say in The Selfish Gene very well. The bottom quote: material genes were physical objects, but informational genes were the abstract sequences of which material genes were temporary vehicles. Material genes were identified with gene tokens and informational genes with gene types. Continuity resides in the recursive representation of immortal pattern by ephemeral avatars. So this too is a kind of differential persistence of the informational genes. So that's it. What are the benefits of thinking this way? What are the benefits of persistence thinking? And I think they're mostly philosophical at the moment. The philosophical benefits are a fleshed out theory of evolution by natural selection, which embraces differential persistence and unites evolutionary biology and ecology, as well as micro and macro evolution through a common notion of through common notions of adaptation and function. What good is this way of thinking? I think it provides a rationale for microbial pangenomics and a renewed focus on higher levels of phenotype and community level adaptations. A construction of community level interaction maps at local and global scales relevant to climate change. And those things are already happening. It's just that there isn't an adequate evolutionary explanation for why they work. I've talked to biogeochemical modelers and they would say, well, it has to work that way. And I would say, well, what do you mean has to? And they would say, well, you know, that's the purpose of the nitrogen cycle, is to recycle the nitrogen. I'd say, well, whose purpose is that? And it's apparently Gaia's purpose. So we do need some kind of evolutionary theory to understand the purposiveness of the biosphere. And I want to thank various people who've been involved. Most of the people that are bracketed in yellow are philosophers, trained philosophers, and the three bracketed in red are modelers or statisticians or population geneticists. And that's it. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you very much for this great key to the rest of the session. Questions, maybe a few quick questions, and then we can have a sort of a more substantial discussion later on. Predrag was first.
Thank you for a very nice talk, really. I would like to focus on the song rather than the singer. Actually, I see quite a lot of parallels in that with Lamarckism. I mean, Gregory Bateson was more Lamarckian rather than Darwinian, and he taught that the unit of selection is the unit of mind. In other words, there is a cognitive relationship between the organisms and the environment, and only those organisms who understand the song survive. So the question I have is perhaps, is it a solution to understand Gaia to unify Lamarckism and Darwinism rather than try to separate them?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, I tend not to want to invoke Lamarck just because I don't really understand what he was actually saying, and I think there's been many critiques of modern invocations of Lamarckism, which, you know, Lamarck didn't actually say that. And I don't think I need to do that. So I am still dedicated to Darwinizing Gaia. So I am viewing evolution by natural selection as a heredity-based thing. It's just that I'm allowing differential persistence of entities to be the units rather than lateral transfer. But I mean, I accept that. I just don't accept. I have difficulty with those.
Actually, Lamarckism is more consistent with physiological views, and Darwin himself said that he liked, or he thought that perhaps Lamarck.
Okay, so maybe we can continue with this during the discussion period. Milan?
Okay. First, thanks for the great talk and thanks for your kind words about our paper. Just to check whether I understood you correctly, if it turned out that there is a mechanism, perhaps provided by astrobiology through a kind of panspermia, lithopanspermia, or some other, for an individual biosphere to, in a sense, procreate, or in a sense to create something similar to itself, whether in such a case all complaints of Dawkins and other Darwinians would be mollified, so to speak, and whether, in your opinion, they would be happy with the Gaia hypothesis entirely.
Well, I don't think they'd ever be happy with the Gaia hypothesis, but yes, I think you're right that if and some of the things that we heard yesterday, you know, if life itself can possibly replicate, and then it's then it's diversified. It's highly derived forms of it have evolved on different planets. Perhaps that would be one way of rationalizing those two things. I also quite like the paper by Charlie Lineweaver that appeared a couple of years ago about the guy the guy on bottleneck that he was referring to, and the notion that on many planets life has arisen, but that it's often stalled because it fails to invent some kind of Gaia-like homeostatic mechanisms and kills itself. I mean, that's another possibility, and which would involve differential persistence rather than differential reproduction.
Okay, so Paul Antoine, quick question, possible.
Just a short question. Since Maynard Smith was your hero, how you manage the concept of persistence, the relation between the concept of differential persistence and the fact that you have major transition in evolution? Because since you have major transition in evolution, you have growth of complexity. And since you have a growth of complexity, maybe it means that singers change, but the song is changing too. No?
Sure, no, but the song can change. I mean, the song doesn't evolve. It's just a unit of selection, but that doesn't mean it's frozen in time. I would kind of also hope that Maynard Smith would put his other arm around my other shoulder there in that picture. And I don't see, it's not that I'd say that differential persistence needs to replace differential reproduction. It's also a mode of evolution by natural selection, but it's not the only mode. So I have no real difficulty with major transitions. I think sometimes the major transition is singing the same song, and the metabolism of yeast isn't so different from the metabolism of E. coli, and so one could argue that the metabolic pathways have persisted over those transitions in levels of organization. So in some ways that confirms what I'm saying.
So maybe just one quick question by participant: which came first, song or singers?
Well, I think the song came first. I mean, I believe that there was, I mean, way back when I was first learning biochemistry, I learned that an enzyme can actually do something that doesn't exist chemically. It just speeds it up, and that's probably true. So that I'm imagining that there were prebiotic cycles, even the nitrogen cycle, but just wasn't very fast and wasn't very efficient, and then life evolved to perform its steps. So one of the advantages of this way of song versus singer thinking is that the singers came later, the song came first.
So yes, I'm going to talk about the theoretical definitions of biological objects. So this question is maybe an unusual one, especially in biology. And the question of this kind of theoretical definition is at the same time a speculative question in a sense, and an operational one, both for empirical and theoretical work. And basically in physics, what does it mean to define theoretically an object? It means, for example, saying that in classical mechanics, you can define the Earth or any kind of mobile as having a position in a specific mathematical space and following specific equations. In biology, though, the question is far less addressed. So I'm going to work a bit on that today. And my point is that in biology, origins play a key role to define theoretical objects. So how does it work in general and very quickly in physics? In physics, we start with the relations that different objects have with each other. That's the fundamental interactions, fundamental forces, depending on the specific framework that you're referring to. So, and the key point then is that these relations have a specific mathematical structure that is given by symmetries. So symmetries give the shape, the mathematical form of these relations. And this way, so theoretical objects can be defined in physics mathematically. And as a result, they are also generic objects. So for example, free fall is the same for any kind of object, right? It follows the same equation, gravity is universal, and so on. In biology, so my point today is that if we want to be accurate about the theoretical definition of objects, we have a mix of relations, a bit like in physics, and historical origins. And so that's the key point for my talk. So let's develop that a little bit, starting with symmetry breaking. In a sense, symmetry breaking is already already the idea that there is an origin to a specific shape of an object, because symmetry breaking can select between two or more possibilities, right? So you have an event, and this event can be seen as an origin. But symmetry breaking are not sufficient for biology, because symmetry breaking only selects between predefined possibilities. So if we want to understand evolution as symmetry breaking, then we need an initial space where all biological possibilities would be predefined. That's a big problem. So instead, what we introduced with Giuseppe Longo is the idea of symmetry changes. So change of the relevant symmetries, which in other words are changes of constraints or changes of the relevant regularities that are used to describe biological objects. The thing is that having unstable symmetries means that the virtuous circle that exists in physics between symmetries, equations, possibilities, space, and ultimately trajectories is broken. Then the possibility space changes, the equation change, and the symmetry change. This is something that we have called the principle of variation with Giuseppe Longo, Matteo Mosio, and several others. And in a sense, the idea that symmetry in biology can always change means then that all moments can be origins, right? But not origins chosen arbitrarily. They can be origin because something is really going on, novelties appear, and so on. So I'm saying things very quickly, but that's the overall picture. And this is a very practical notion, right? Because if we consider, for example, lab mice, they do not stop to evolve. Instead, they diversify, and the biologists have to follow their diversification and label them in a very proliferative way. So to the left, you have a phylogenetic tree of laboratory mice. And then to the right, you have a subtree of this tree concerning only two taxons that are labeled on the left. Those are the black 6 mice that I've worked a bit with. The point is that labeling here and this diversification has practical consequences because these different mice have different experimental properties. Not always. The narrower your definition of the mice is, the less differences you have, but still they can have different experimental properties. For example, for nociception, for example, for endocrine disrupting chemicals, and so on. It's the same with different laboratory animals. For example, for rats, you have rats that are very robust to carcinogens, and others that are very susceptible to them. So those have practical consequences for science. These have also practical consequences for public health also. So let us go back to the question of defining biological objects theoretically. On one side, we have the history and the context that define the objects, and at another level, you have also some regularities, some patterns that are relatively stable and that you can use also to define the object. The thing is that over time, these patterns can change, and so does the objects. So if we go back to physics, in physics, we can define objects on the basis of the objects having the same symmetries. So for example, electrons all follow the same symmetries. They follow the same equations. In biology, you could have, so on one side, some shared constraints, for example, the bone structure, for example, the structure of the vascular system, some molecules that can be the same, and so on. And on the other side, you also have a part of the definition that stems from having the shared origin and context over time. So a non-relational definition for a part. And sometimes the origin is not merely postulated, it's also constructed. For example, in cell culture, to have a recent common origin to a population of cells, what people do is a subculture that dilute the population of cells sufficiently so that you can have a single cell, and from this single cell you get a population that you can experiment on. So it's a way to construct a specific origin for your cell population, genealogical origin, and to have cells that are roughly the same. Moreover, in the case of cell culture, you can even freeze time by freezing the samples. So stopping time by freezing the samples. And this way, you get cells that are more close, that are closer to their origin, so that are supposedly more like the original cell, and are more alike between each other. So, and of course, in the phylogenetic classification, biologists build on this idea of having a common origin, which is the common ancestor of a group. And the idea in the phylogenetic classification is that classes are all the descent of a common ancestor. The common ancestor is not identified. It's a theoretical construct in a sense. And still, because you need an empirical anchor, the empirical anchor is a specific specimen called a type. So, and here the contrast with the physics is very important. So origin is the invariant of a class in a sense, because the relations are always changing in biology. So the only thing that is invariant is the past. That's an interesting epistemological move. And at the same time, a singular specimen that is frozen, typically, because it's dead or because it's genuinely frozen in the case of a unicellular organism. Singular specimen is the invariant of a name, so that the name keeps the same meaning, even though the classification can change. And in this context, relations, symmetries can change freely, and the classification remains robust. So again, this is really to be contrasted with physics, where objects can be defined theoretically by their relationship. So for example, we can define the speed of light as being the speed of any photon in the vacuum. That's and the key point is any, and you don't need to point any specific photon to talk about the speed of light. Here, by contrast, there is an articulation between a theoretical object, the common ancestor, and a concrete object, the type, that serves the purpose of defining a name in the classification. So it's a very different epistemological and theoretical situation by contrast with physics. So then we can look a little bit at the underlying structure of what a typical experiment in biology is. So biologists use the phylogenetic classification to say that they are working on mice, for example, which means that you have a type that serves as the definition of mice. And then you have a population that can be controlled in laboratory conditions, those defined experimental strains. And then you can pick some animals from these strains with more or less control, depending on your experimental purposes. And then you have the specific experimental context. I will not go in next to that, but my point is that here you have an historical definition of what you are working with experimentally. And that's a very big difference, again, with respect to physics. And it's irreducible in a sense. So then we have to think about the consequences of this very practical situation for mathematical modeling. And to do that, with Matteo Musholt, we introduced a new kind of symbol precisely to handle this kind of historical definition. And we are aiming to flesh out the properties, the symbolic properties, the formal properties of such a symbol. And in a sense, and I will use a very strong wording for that, in a sense, we think that this kind of symbol is necessary to have an accurate theoretical account of what biological objects are. And it's necessary if we want to articulate formalism precisely with concrete objects of the world that we aim to understand in biology. So this diagram illustrates a little bit some of the things that we can do with this symbol. And one property is that so the C's are constraints. Chi represents history and is defined by having a shared origin. The key point is that the constraints, so the invariants, the relations, can still change even in control context. So that's something that this symbol enables to work with. So let us conclude. Biological objects cannot be defined like in physics because they never stop producing functional novelties on one side, and also they are the outcome of a long process of evolution, where they are, and as a result, their organization are complex and singular, packed with the novelties stemming from the past. So as a result, they are largely unknown. They are the result of former symmetry changes. Then a rigorous definition of objects built on the notion of having a common historical origin and not just on relationships like in physics. But to be relevant for mathematical and experimental work, relational properties are also required. So for example, again, constraints, symmetries, local invariants. And the key theoretical difficulties is to articulate these very different, very heterogeneous epistemological framework and to articulate them to bring about new experimental and mathematical possibilities to investigate biological objects. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. Maybe one or two questions. Adrian?
Thanks, that was really clearly put. It was really nice. I wonder whether you think that biological objects have to be defined in this kind of historical way, right? So we'll keep with the whole theme of the day, you know, as he famously talked about the idea of thinking about biology in terms of genealogical actors and ecological roles. And I think there are pretty good reasons to really emphasize the genealogical historical case, but also at least some sort of people, particularly people who are interested in sort of very, very large scale questions about evolution, do think that really emphasizing the roles rather than the actor and thinking about biology in terms of these sort of very, very broad scale categorizing in terms of these broad scale functions. So people who think about, you know, convergence writ large, for instance, those sorts of folks do seem to want to think about biological objects in ways which are, in a sense, decoupled from genealogy. And I was wondering, does your system provide a way of doing that, or would they need to think about biological objects in just a different way?
That's a very good question. Here I emphasized genealogy, but it's not the only way to define objects by their origin and by their history. So for now, I work mostly on the case where there is something like a genealogy, also to have a strong argument when discussing with physicists, for example, with biophysicists. But I think there is something like that, for example, when working with ecosystems, where genealogy is not really a concept. But having a history and having a past is key. And there is what is important is articulation between considering a specific material object and the definition of the theoretical definition of what you are working with. And for ecosystem, for example, you have this point, that is to say, you use a specific location, for example. And that's characteristic of situations where you cannot define entirely your object by relationship, but also by having a specific past, being a specific place. So there is an extension to do. It's not done yet, but I think it's necessary also for these domains to have this kind of articulation.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we should move on with Paul-Antoine Miquel from University of Toulouse, The Origin of Biological Individuation. Paul-Antoine, please.
Okay, so I will just focus here on the question of the origin of life, and I will just focus on 2 points. The first one is the idea that life is not a supranatural entity because it has a datation, it's an event. So as an event, it's the result of a physical and chemical succession of events. That's the first point. But now I also suggest that life is an emergent collective property, and that this emergent collective property is depending on an unknown theoretical condition, because life is not simply a phase transition like in physics or in chemistry. So the question is, what could this theoretical condition be? And in order to answer to this question, I suggested in several papers that life can be represented as a result of a certain class of recursive operation occurring in complex open thermodynamic systems far from equilibrium. And I also suggested that this class of operation is not closed on a function. It could be closed on 2 other operators, phi1, phi2 operators. And so that you have to deal with some kind of fixed point equation, R is equal to phi1, phi2 R. So I will not develop this today because it will take too much time. I just will focus on the result of this. The result is the suggestion that life is closed on a metastable antagonism in every living organism, every biological system or living organism, in a metastable antagonist between biological organization on one hand and differential reproduction on the other one. So I will be focused, sorry, on differential reproduction and not on differential persistence today. And so as a consequence, I will argue that the question, what is coming first, biological organization or differential reproduction, is just a misleading one. So that's the papers. And of course, I just suggest this, my language is a heuristic one. I just suggest what this theoretical condition could be and not what it is. I am not a scientist. It's important to say that. However, I will insist in this presentation on 2 steps that can lead to the emergence of such antagonists between biological organization and differential reproduction. The first step is the emergence of what I will call vis a tergo in complex open physical system. This expression is coming from a French philosopher, and this French philosopher is Henri Bergson. The harmony is not in front, but behind. So unity is derived from a vis a tergo. And I think that here, this vis a tergo can be symbolized by the fact that we have to find a new thermodynamic condition that was not explicitly described by Prigogine and Glanstoff in order to understand this first step. And maybe we can call this vis a tergo tailwind condition. That was Slobodan's expression. So I quote in this slide. So basically, in classical thermodynamics, the more a thermodynamic system works, the more it gets damaged, so that you have this very famous inequality between entropy and heat, so that entropy is always higher than the heat divided by temperature. That's a second principle of thermodynamic, of macroscopic thermodynamic. And the statistical explanation of entropy in closed system by Gibbs and Boltzmann is also very famous, expressed through a Z partition function as describing the system, how the system goes up to a thermal equilibrium, and the fact that at this thermal equilibrium, every physical state is also reversible and equiprobable. You see this just in the equation here. You can, going from I to G is equal from going to G to I. And so let's take now a specific class of thermodynamic system. They are open driver system, far from equilibrium, and they operate in a nonlinear response regime. That's a new condition. For instance, the sun understood as some kind of oven, and the earth turning around the sun and heated by the sun. The statistical behavior of such system cannot be easily described by this statistical explanation. And it cannot be easily described in terms of individual microstates. And so several physicists, Crookes and Jeremy England, proposed to express it by comparing the dynamical trajectory through a coarse-grained approach. I will not explain this here, but that's the main method. That's a methodology. And so a new extended characterization of entropy is presented by Jeremy England. And through this characterization of generalized entropy, you see something new. What you see is that in the equation, you have irreversibility, it's the left part of the equation, and you have exponential growth of entropy, it's the right part of the equation. So you have an equality between irreversibility and entropy. You see that, of course, if you take the classical formula in which entropy appears first, irreversibility is implicitly contained in the inequality that defines the formula, but it's not explicitly characterized in this equation. Irreversibility is explicitly characterized. But the meaning of the equation is not very clear, and that's my first point. What does it mean exactly? So here again, but with an image, you have irreversibility, that's the left part and of the equation, and you have the growth of entropy, that's just the right part of the equation. But the meaning of this is not very clear, because in a way, it can mean that the more irreversible a system is, and the more entropy increases. But in another way, it can also mean that the more entropy increases, and the more a system can be irreversible. So finally, and I think that this ambiguity describes what I will call the tailwind condition. Finally, the tailwind condition is nothing but some kind of recursive process of procedures through which more dissipation leads to more irreversibility, and more irreversibility leads to more dissipation. So that you will get more and more dissipation, and so that you would get more and more irreversibility. But how does it work? It's not very clear when you read Jeremy and Gant. It's not very clear. And I think that it's not very clear because in order to better understand this, you have to put this in relation with what is going on in complex chemical processes. And one way of doing this is to see how it is managed in autocatalytic sets, in collective autocatalytic sets. And it was done by Stuart Kaufman, and he showed first that under certain conditions, catalytic chemical reaction can be organized in an emergent collective autocatalytic set, so that the chemical system can achieve what he called a catalytic task closure. And as emphasized by Kaufman himself, sorry, organization seems to be self-maintained in such chemical systems by constant reconstitution of its physical elements and of its chemical catalytic constraints. So one could conclude that the self-maintenance is an important step to the emergence of life, and it certainly does. But on another hand, what is emphasized by Kaufman is something quite different, is the idea of a cycle of propagation and not simply a cycle of maintenance. And I will try to explain here the difference between propagation and maintenance. A cycle of propagation is what Kaufman calls a work and constraint cycle. And I claim that a work and constraint cycle is nothing but the result of a recursive procedure, so that it takes chemical constraint to get work, because with more work, more constraints can emerge. And as a consequence, organization here is not simply maintained in such a cycle, it is complicated. So the complexity of organization grows up during time, and we can measure it by the emergence of new constraints. So that you have this circle again, through which with more constraints, you will get more work, and through which with more work, you will get more constraints. But how such a system can make more work with more constraints? The first step is certainly the emergence of replication. Why and how? Because as you can see, I mentioned here a very famous experiment coming from von Kidrowski's work. As you can see here, you have some kind of collectively autocatalytic set, and in this with two strands of DNA, like two DNA hexamers. And by cross-catalysis, this system of two DNA hexamers is able to replicate itself. So that with one system, you will become two, and then four, and etc., etc. So in such a new propagative cycle, it is clear that work is amplified through this new constraint of replication. And as a matter of consequence, dissipation is also amplified, so that work and constraint cycle and tailwind condition are intimately entangled. But well, we can understand like that how the system can make more work, but the question now is how the system can make continuously more constraint with more work. Well, the question is then how the system can create new constraint, can create more complexity. And what could be the condition of such creation of more complexity? Well, the answer is unknown, but I will just suggest one point today. I could suggest the importance of history, for instance, like Meynell, but I will just suggest today that one very important point is the ability of a system to be closed at different levels entangled. I will call this compositional organization. And you see it exactly in Kaufman's representation of a protocell, because in Kaufman's representation of a protocell, you don't have simply a catalytic set, an autocatalytic set. You have an autocatalytic set coupled with a metabolism and coupled with the fact that the autocatalytic set and the metabolism are in a membrane, in a lipid membrane. And so what is important here is that you have three levels of organizations that are intertwined. And I think that the fact that you have different various levels of organization intertwined is such system is connected with the fact that complexity can grow. That's a suggestion that I make today. So that's the first property, entanglement of level. And that will be the second property, the growth of amplification and creation of new constraints during time. Of course, it's just a suggestion. Of course, propagation of constraint is not descent with modification, and compositional organization is not adaptability. But we can consider the emergence of propagation and constraint of compositional organization as some kind of critical transition from a non-living system to a living one. That's the suggestion that I propose today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul-Antoine. So maybe one or two quick questions.
Hi, Paul-Antoine. It was a great talk. I'm wondering if you, and this may be an obvious question, do you think that, in part, you mentioned that you're a philosopher, and you're talking about the natural sciences. I'm wondering if the natural scientific if the philosophical presuppositions of but Menard and Crick, who have been very critical of Bergson, they've been very critical of vitalism. In some ways, do you think they've limited research in this domain?
Well, they don't read Bergson.
Oh yeah, there you go. There you go.
The first point is read Bergson, and then after we can talk.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you so much.
It is really an honor to speak in front of such an audience. Slobodan and I started collaboration just a couple of years ago, but I have never imagined that in this time I will be speaking in front of such a great names like people that are present here. So I will immediately draw your attention to the active matter. Just tell me if you see my presentation.
Okay. Yes, we can see it.
Yeah. I will draw your attention to the active matter because definition of active matter is that it is composed of large number of units considered as active self-driven components or agents, each of which extracts or consumes energy from the surroundings in order to move or to exert mechanical forces to generate mechanical work. So for biologists, the idea that living matter is active is kind of self-sufficient, but active matter actually, life, as Paul-Antoine said, it's not a phase transition, but life is a physical system of biomolecules, and they are intrinsically out of thermal equilibrium, meaning that unlike closed microscopic systems that are relaxing toward the thermal equilibrium, or some systems that have boundary conditions that are imposing steady currents, the active matter systems break the time reversal symmetry, and also the energy is being continually dissipated by the individual constituents, and you heard something about it in the lectures today. So we know that all life forms spanning all the scales of the living are based on some kind of self-propelled entities that are uniting to create large-scale structures and movements like you see on this picture. So we all think about the flock of birds. But the question here is that from molecular motors to bacteria and molecules, then to systems of tissues and organs and organisms, and then the populations and the ecosystem and biosphere, all individual constituents or single particles that make these communities, they extract the energy and transform it to mechanical work. And if this didn't happen, cells would be limited to passive processes in order to move things around or create and maintain the shape or to divide. And many of the life complex structures would not be possible and could not evolve. So the field of active matter studies how internally driven motile components self-organize in large-scale dynamical states and patterns. And the first experiments with the active matter here, these were the first studies showing that if you connect the kinesin molecules and make kind of motor that can drive the microtubules, then you can get this kind of star shape. And here you can see the work of Stanislas Leibler. And what they did is in 1997, they showed the self-organization of microtubules and motors. And here on these pictures, you can see how the swirl, the vortex forms. And here you can see the two-dimensional computational model. And these images actually show the swirl, that is the vortex that is forming around the torus. And here you can see also the small clusters that are forming. And this active matter, what's interesting is a kind of phase transition. So they said that they noticed the marked structural rearrangements within the network. And around that time, Thomas Wissek and John Toner, they combined the discrete particle model and fluid model in order to start this field of active matter. And then after that, late 2000s, Andreas Bausch combined actin, myosin, and ATP. And they actually measured this kind of phase transition. When you increase the concentration of the constituents, at one point, they start to self-organize and make new kinds of structures and rearrange. And then Zvonimir Metedogic in 2012 combined microtubules and kinesin and ATP and put that cocktail in a oil, and they got the self-propelled particles. And then after that, in the work of Daniel Needleman and Han Brugues in 2014, they combined microtubule and kinesin, and they actually showed that interactions that are making the spindle, that they can get the spindle-like structures without some kind of complex mechanism. And it's interesting what Bausch said about their research is that he said that we didn't do anything. We just added the stuff and then they watched what happens. So why I started with this, the question is now, does this active matter theory can be applied to all levels of living matter organization? So from the molecules, and we talked about the dissipation of energy already, and then spanning to the cells and tissues, organs, organisms, and at the end to the communities of those organisms and biosphere. And Slobodan already mentioned our collaborations. So in a paper that we published last year, end of 2019 to 20, Slobodan, Milan, and Paul Anton we started to work on asymmetry breaking and incompleteness in biological systems. And here is a diagram that is similar to what you saw already in some presentations. And we actually proposed the functional incompleteness. So functional incompleteness means that structure and symmetries are continuously modified by the pathways and trajectories of system itself, similar to what Emile Monteville said in his lecture. So here you see that open environment puts some kind of circumstances, and that's actually a context in which the some process evolves. And then because of the functional incompleteness, these circumstances become constraints. And you now heard Professor Doolittle saying that because there is a song, there are singers. So basically, because there is song and symmetry breaking, then this persistence of symmetry breaking on a given scale, as you heard, the differential persistence, actually accumulates and amplifies, and then on the upper scale you have new symmetry breaking, which becomes new sets of circumstances in which a system has to evolve, which again contributes to this kind of open closed environment. So what Paul Anton said, it depends which part is closed and which part is open. Then the new circumstances can become new constraints, and then you have new symmetry breakings on the upper scales. So, as I said, in this conference, you heard a lot of things like I'm now mentioning symmetry breaking, and also Monteville and Paul Anton mentioned this. But this can be also a critical point and in some kind of phase transitions, or on the first day you heard about the scaffolds and thresholds, and also now you will hear about constraints. So these all terms are somehow related around the symmetry breaking, in my opinion. So when you look at, for example, amino acids, so what you have the L and D enantiomers, and we propose that, for example, there are several mechanisms that can make the racemic compound, or they can make an enantiomer selection from the racemic compound going to the solution phase. Then you can have the separation of these two enantiomers, and there are a lot of mechanisms that are explaining how this could happen. For example, autocatalytic reactions or polymerization on the rocks, or phase change models that are relying on some initial enantiomer imbalance. As you heard, for example, the changes in the cycles of rainfall and evaporation, or photochemical models, or mirror world, or biotic origins, for example, the oxidation and removal of the amino acids. So what caught our attention was the reversed information theory proposed in 2001 by Lin. And he actually proposed that in this reversed information theory, that based on the Gibbs-Shannon definition of the entropy, you can predict the tendency toward the highest possible dynamic symmetry here at higher temperatures, which he said that it's information registration, and the highest possible static symmetry or information loss at the lower temperatures. Actually, put it otherwise, although the static structure can be any of the microstates here, thermodynamic temperature is, when thermodynamic temperature is reduced, the entropy can be increased through the spontaneous separation of different components. And you will see why this is important, so keep this in mind. But with all of these mechanisms, there is a spoil for choice. So Blackman's wrote in 2010 that the burden of chiral selectivity might have been shared between abiotic and biotic factors as complexity increased. So where do we go from here? I'm now citing this paper from this year, which is bringing back the Gibbs paradox, and I will just briefly tell you what it's all about. So if you have the two gases, one blue and one red, and they are separated with a common wall, and then you let the mixing happens, the entropy of this gas, as you know, depends on the number of possible rearrangements of the atoms, so the microstates. And the sum of entropies of two component systems is bigger than the individual entropies of the individual systems. So the actual problem is how n differently colored balls could be distributed along the some number of boxes, for example. And the problem actually with the Gibbs paradox is that there is informed and ignorant observer. So for informed observer, the entropy change depends whether the gases are identical or indistinguishable. And if the observer knows which gas is which, for example, blue or red, and it can construct a system that can take the work from this system, for example, with a semi-permeable membrane, then the work can be extracted from this process. But if the observer is ignorant and doesn't know how to distinguish these gases, it will be the same as you combine the two purple gases and got this bigger box, right? So we know that it can be solved mathematically if you put in the equations that the volume increased and the number of particles increased, but I will not talk about this. This paper actually talks about the particles that have spin, and as they say here, the ignorant observer cannot tell the spin states, but describes microstates, schematically depicted here by different colors, as superposition of the cell configurations determined by decomposition. So what they mean is that the spin and spatial permutation symmetries must combine to give overall anti or symmetry, so that certain superpositions of spin configurations are distinguishable. More exactly, what they said is that in a microscopic limit, because you have particles that have wave functions and you can decompose and see what they make in a microscopic level, the lack of knowledge is no barrier. As much work can be extracted as if the particles were fully distinguishable. And they say that is already present. So we already have something similar. They say that this is a generalization of the famous Hongo-Mendel effect, two-photon interference effect in quantum optics. And you will see why this is also important. I will advocate here, so bear with me now, that when we ask a question, what are the processes that could separate enantiomers, and then that we have 100% pure selection, we are actually behaving like informed observer, and that we should drop that notion, and that we should look at the experiments as ignorant observers, and also we should model systems so as ignorant observers, because some work can be extracted, even everything can be extracted if you're an ignorant observer, and this system dissipates energy, and then you have a symmetry breaking. What I'm saying that we should look at the interactions between the molecules and what happens on the quantum level. So why I'm saying this, because are there some quantum effects in biological systems? Yes, we more and more begin to find quantum effects in biological systems. For example, proton tunneling is responsible for genetic mutations because protons here are not only transferred from one chain to the other, but they can jump with the process of proton tunneling. Then we have also this year's research about vibronic coupling in the green sulfur bacteria, steering the excessive energy where it can be quenched. And we also see that for some theories like panspermia, water and organic molecules can evolve in situ on surface, for example, of Itokawa, also this year's research. And we are back again to the story that DNA and RNA mixes can be knitted together with the inorganic compounds like diamidophosphate, so that the genetic code is actually an energy code.
Time.
Okay. So that's actually was my last slide about explaining the vibronic coupling. So, questions, please.
Thank you very much. Questions? Can you have few quick questions? Predrag?
Andrei, thank you very much for a very nice talk, very clear. I was just thinking about what you call active matter. Is there a difference between active and inactive matter? I mean, as far as I understand, active matter perhaps refers to what processual biologists call, I mean, life is a flow of matter through the process, regulated by certain constraints. So do you see any parallels between, I mean, there was a manifesto of processual biology published a couple of years ago. It's called Everything Flows, a group of philosophers from Oxford and other places. So to me, it seems very much like what you call active matter. That's very close to processual biology, and there is quantum effects there as well.
Well, why I took this term active matter and focused attention on this is because of the dissipation of the energy. So these were the first experiments to show that if you combine biomolecules out of the living organisms, that they can self-organize, they can increase the complexity, and they are actually dissipating energy. And what we try to advocate in our work is what also is present, I believe, in Monteville's arguments, and the argument of this guy, Lin, that published his revised information theory in 2001, that the evolution of the universe is the succession of symmetry breakings. And that actually every symmetry breaking increases complexity so that energy can be dissipated in more effective way. And that's the argument we have around the symmetry breaking and then active matter. In my personal opinion, active and passive matter is just a matter of how we look at what we consider alive. Okay, so what we consider living matter and non-living matter. So it's just a question of how the energy is dissipated. And yeah, what Professor Doolittle said, enzymes don't do anything that it's not already present in the nature, they just catalyze everything and increase the reactions rates.
Okay,
thank you, Andrew.
So Mel has a question?
Actually, it was a bit of a remark, but to go further in what you were saying about active matter, I think this term in physics, it's a very technical term. That is to say, the classical statistical mechanics look at a situation where elements do not dissipate energy by themselves. That is to say, an atom, for example. And in the case of active matters, the elements, so the elementary particles, can dissipate energy by themselves. So think about a little robot or a molecule that is out of equilibrium and so on. So it's very technical for physicists, this distinction. and it's about the complexity of the elements in a sense, and the fact that they are out of thermodynamic equilibrium in the system.
Yeah, I was out of time, unfortunately, but this paper that I cited about vibronic coupling is actually about the ways the green sulfur bacteria dissipate energy in case when they have oxygen in the surroundings. So they have a way to use the quantum process to steer the energy so that it can be quenched if they are, so that they don't suffer the oxidative damage. And that was my line. So active matter and dissipation of the energy, and then this on the level of interaction of molecules.
Yeah, I mean, I would just add, it is a technical term, seemingly very specific, but when you sort of start looking at particular examples, then you see that it is a sort of an operational definition of sorts, right? So it kind of bleeds into the, you know, fairly different phenomena in a way. Anyways, thank you very much to Andre and to those who asked questions.
Well, greetings to everybody. It is a privilege and an honor to be able to give this talk on behalf of the three of us who have an interesting, well, not yet a hypothesis, that would be too strong, but an interesting possible way of thinking about some parts of the possibility space of the taxonomy of the Gaia hypothesis. I will put it that way. Well, I will skip the introduction since the Gaia hypothesis is well known and also has been in the focus of much of the discussion today and yesterday. I think introduction is not needed. We already know that Wallach's and Margolis's Gaia have differences. We already know that the Earth's biosphere approaches some qualities of Gaia, but not all. We all agree that it is a question of superorganism and how we define it. And of course, having followed the papers and today's talk of Professor Doolittle, we already know that the greatest obstacle and also the battleground of scientific acceptance of Gaia hypothesis, and for the unscientific one, I would not comment today. We have no time for that. So we are concerned here just with the scientific versions of the Gaia hypothesis, not the popular, mystical or whatever ones. So the greatest obstacle is difficulty to Darwinize it or reconcile it with evolution by natural selection, and that is in the focus of this work also. First of all, there is not just a single Gaia hypothesis. We can divide it broadly into strong versions, which somehow speak about entities endowed with consciousness in some sort, even though consciousness also needs definition. But anyway, intentional activity is the dividing line between strong and weak Gaia. Strong Gaias can intend something. However, well, this is the slide that was supposed to be covering the beginning of my talk, but I don't think we have lost much for not having it. Anyway, to reiterate, the greatest obstacle is to reconcile Gaia with principles of evolution by natural selection. And we speak of strong and weak Gaia hypothesis, and we'll see very soon that among weak Gaias, there can be also some strong assumptions that need testing. Also, it's very important, as Professor Doolittle reminded us, whether Gaia is supposed to have arisen accidentally, which is not a virtue in terms of explanatory value, although a possibility certainly. Just like with abiogenesis and continuity thesis, we are more happy if we can prove the high probability of certain types of Gaia arising under certain conditions, or to have a probable Gaia. And of course, a precise taxonomy will be outside the scope of this talk. But I started about this taxonomy in order to introduce a metaphor coming from art or literature, in this case, art and literature, the novel by Stanislav Lem, and the film, one of the 3 versions of the film made according to that novel by Andrei Arsenievich Tarkovsky. Of course, Solaris here is something between a thought experiment and a potential model or a potential way to visualize the strongest possible versions of Gaia in terms of integration. Of course, both Lem and Tarkovsky left open the ending for us to conclude whether Solaris is a sentient entity, but whatever we choose as the answer to that question, we have a planet where something we might call a biosphere has reached the level of integration and symbiosis that goes beyond even the traditional, even the popular mystical Gaia hypothesis starting from Lovelock's original one. So we are using this Solaris in the same way that Italo Calvino's Count of Monte Cristo used an idealized fortress he tried to imagine while being imprisoned in a real fortress, contrary to his mate, who kept digging and digging, trying to find, that is the explanatory approach, trying to find the way out and failing. Calvino's Monte Cristo tried the constraints approach. He tried to visualize in his mind the perfect fortress and then find, by subtraction from it, a way out of the real fortress. So we are trying to present the Solaris case as the perfect case of Gaia-like integration of all subsystems of an inhabited planet. Indeed, whether Solaris is an inhabited planet or a live planet-wide entity is open to debate. But it is not enough for us to consider the possibility of such entity existing. That may be enough for great fiction and great art, and certainly has been, obviously. But for us, for our purposes, we need to make it an attractor in the morphospace or in the space of some parameters that determine the fate of Gaias and their selectability in terms of some natural selection if we are to Darwinize it. So our working question, not even a working hypothesis, but working question is whether Gaia, you know, the regular Gaia, the garden variety Gaia, is the default outcome or the attractor for protobiospheres, and then, if so, could we in any way try or have any chance of succeeding to think of Solaris as an attractor, if not a default outcome, in the evolution of Gaias, if we have a set of different Gaias with different levels of integration and some kind of Gaia space of all possible Gaias. And of course, where would be our, as locally evolved Terran beings, place, not in the galaxy that we already know, owing to literally hundreds of years of research, but where would be our place in that parameter space? And there we return to our considerations of the coding concept mentioned by Professor Dewitt earlier today, where my colleagues and I have tried to analyze our concept of storing information and also the physical mechanisms that make that information have a causal role in living systems, and this is important, considering that all biosphere of Earth, even though RNA has one letter different than DNA, etc., prokaryotes have different ways of organizing their genomes from eukaryotes, but the language, the syntax, semantics, and the grammar of life are the same for the whole biosphere. And of course, as we heard on the previous talk, there are other possibilities. There are other nucleotides, there are other sugars, there are pentoses or hexoses, there are other possibly organic molecules. And of course, if we want to be really exotic and explore the far reaches of the parameter space, we can also think about non-organic chemistry-based entities of carbohydrate lakes on Titan and similar bodies, of Hoyle's dark clouds, but always some information carrier that is physical, because this consideration is bound to physicalism, remains. And this, of course, is tightly connected with the informational definition of life. Life does not differ, as even Carl Gustav Jung noticed 100 years ago, not different from non-living matter by some properties or force, as thought in the earlier times, that are different, but by different ways of information flow and different causal role of information in the system. So this is also the point to say that the word information and informational definition and information in biology has been corrupted a lot by low quality work and some hypotheses very little related to what I'm saying. So I'm asking particularly those from social sciences who are listening, but anybody essentially who has developed an allergy or allergic sensitivity toward information, to withhold the nausea for a minute. We are talking about very, very well defined and definite and not nebulous things that allow anything goes approaches, which informatics too often comes to represent. And of course, if you are considering, I'm skipping the introduction of evolvability, which is part of our earlier work, because it has now become mainstream. The ability of the system to evolve in different directions in morphospace can also be mapped into a space, and the likelihood that a given population evolves in a given direction, of course, is influenced by many factors, some ecological, some intrinsic, but it is at least subdetermined by genetic basis and regulatory networks, i.e. the coding concept. And this corresponds to a term canalization, which existed in the original modern synthesis, but today is not very popular. And of course, it is not the same as canalization because theoretical framework was not yet developed at that time to accommodate the full meaning of evolutionary path in this evolutionary space approach, but it roughly corresponds. It also corresponds to Waddington's genetic assimilation as a mechanism of evolving a new species or taxa, but that is beyond the scope of today's work. So in a way, we can think that since we divide morphospace, anytime something new evolves from the existing species, regardless of whether part of the population remains as the original species, so that is, whether we are talking of anagenesis or cladogenesis in old terms, this could be a complementary metaphor to Dennett's climbing Mount Improbable. We called it walking down evolvability alley. And of course, the space or the constraints are given also by the coding concept, whereas natural selection provides the motor force for moving the system down the alley, not up the mountain in this our case. And we tried to visualize this by the chess metaphor, and very conveniently the play of Bergman's hero Antonius' block against death strengthens the metaphor, makes it more artistic. Of course, black side symbolizes extinction of a given protobiosphere, whereas white symbolizes continuation of life and its further evolving. What is important in this metaphor, why we brought the chessboard, is that chess movements are irreversible. Of course, not completely. Some chess games are well known, where the same position repeated itself, but the probability exponentially decreases, and once some pieces are taken, it becomes impossible to revert to the same position, or when the pawn advances, of course. So usually this has a direction. It is related also, you can explain that thermodynamically, but not needed for this consideration, really, fortunately for me, to go into that kind of technical explanatory work. What is important is that evolution is like a chess player thinking only the next move and not reverting any moves. And so each move sections the parameter space into moves that are still possible in the future and those that are no longer possible in that game. And of course, the chessboard, the pieces, the rules of chess are all given by the coding concept. The chess is a game, similar to our biosphere, has a coding concept. And there have been chess variants in history with different concepts. So even chess has evolved by natural selection because it was more playable, obviously, or people like to play it more than the variants, which is also not random. And as Jorge Luis Borges asked in his famous poem, is there something behind that? If God moves the player, God here should be understood purely philosophically, of course, as the highest principle or the totality of all we know and all we do not know. Can something be behind that which is behind every move? And of course, when we think now of Gaia hypothesis, we can return to first attempts to model the evolvability of Gaia and the regulatory networks. Since daisy worlds, models of homeostatic regulation evolving within a biosphere, or rather, shall we say, an ensemble of the biotic and abiotic components of a system, say an inhabiting planet, can become incredibly more complex, but they share all with the daisy world the same tendency to focus on the achievement of homeostasis, the constraints on maintaining homeostasis, and then, if we are to Darwinize Gaia, of course, in terms of differential persistence, as we heard, we proceed to look for properties that make some Gaias more survivable than other Gaias, which are also given in the coding concept. Every successful coding concept may not be a Gaia, and that claim would actually spoil the whole analysis. We are not making it. But every successful Gaia is certain to be an example of a successful coding concept, because if not, it would not be there. And of course, we might go a bit further and try to take the rare earth hypothesis, which see the evolutionary bottleneck at the level of abiogenesis, and try to move it a step forward to the establishment of first biofeedback systems that make a biosphere a proto-Gaia. Probably on Earth, that would correspond to growth of cyanobacteria and exchange of nutrients and gases between this part and parts using different metabolic pathways. But even at the level of hydrothermal vents, there might have been such closed metabolic loops and feedback systems. And I think there are already experiments and theoretical works dealing with that. So we are closing in on the possibility to analyze not just when and where life became on Earth, which is subject to historic contingency, but when did it first become an entity capable of self-regulation and capable of regulating the environment. And then, if we think that there is a random generation of protobiotic entities in the universe, we might say that some make this step better than others, and they survive. And we may extend this through difficult times that any planet passes through, even in our case to the present, and say that some proto-Gaias were inherently more survivable, and that it concerns also the capability of integrating feedback loops and establishing auto-regulation. In this, in part, is given by the concept. Well, one of the principal works dealing with this is by Chopra and Aviezer, who analyzed the Gaian window, the time when incipient life on Earth simply had to master some biofeedback mechanisms in order not to become extinct. And they proved that there was a relatively short time, several 100 million years at most, that life had to become adaptable enough to be able to adapt later to changes of planetary conditions or to have a chance to adapt further. So in a way, life very early, in our case, and probably that can be generalized, to all variants of life, not entering the definition of life issue itself, but all entities satisfying the elementary informational definition of life. That's why we needed it, sorry. We could generalize the rules that all those versions of life needed to have the ability to acquire abilities or evolve ability. An evolved ability, unintended, to acquire all other abilities or the toolbox necessary to make toolboxes. And I'm nearing the end of the talk, which is good because I don't think there is much time left. Milan and myself envisioned this as the Tower of Babel, where each tire symbolizes an evolutionary transition. We may say that. And of course, it's supported by all preceding tires and supports all following. And success of the nth tire, in fact, selects the foundation, because if any tire fails, there is no more building. And there is nothing predetermined in the historical contingency. It stopped right there where Bruegel painted it, stopping. But there is almost a necessity, as the biblical metaphor goes, that the tower will stop growing once the coding concept becomes sufficiently degenerated, or biblically, when there is no longer a common language. All this is to show that in our reasoning, we use nothing whatsoever teleological. And this is one tower, and we cannot, standing at, well, not at the summit, it has no summit, and very, very emphatically has no summit, but standing at the point where the tower has reached, looking down, we can reconstruct what happened, but can form no conclusion because it is obscured by the anthropic shadow. The fact that we are there, that we are thinking this, that we are asking questions and trying to answer, makes any conclusion that is based on the structure of our tower very uncertain, even impossible, because if the tower failed earlier, we would not be standing on it, or it would be incompatible with our ever having risen into existence. So we need to see other towers that may or may not be around. And of course, this selection process, if we assume frequent abiogenesis, may lead to galaxy inhabited by more or less successful biospheres or Gaias, or even Solarises, which are based on slightly different or widely different coding concepts. And of course, evolvability is required for long-term survival through drastic changes of planetary conditions that the astrophysical environment is more than happy to bestow on any prospective biosphere or Gaia. So in a way, after emphatically distancing myself from teleology, I can still quote T.S. Eliot when he said that the end, in a way, precedes the beginning, or better, that the end and the beginning were always there, before the beginning and after the end. Corollaries to this and importance for further work, of course, may include rethinking the concept of habitability, may give us basis for new numerical simulations and models, distinction between life with small and with big L, which is also important, universal aspects of life being seen and compared to particular aspects of life with big L, the life of Earth as an individual. This could counterbalance perfectly the rare Earth arguments without invoking anything in the way of lucky accident, which is very important. And of course, it should help us devise a multidisciplinary research program to deal with these issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, questions? Predrag.
Hi, thank you for a very provocative talk. Quite a lot of information to process, but I have two comments. One is about different versions of Gaia. You talk about different Gaias. I think, as I mentioned yesterday, the first form of Gaia was entirely microbial, prokaryotic microbes Gaia that existed 2 billion years ago. And that one was the most resilient form of Gaia because it survived all the evolutionary catastrophes. But then we had Gaia with prokaryotic plus eukaryotic microbes, then plus multicell organisms like plants and animals. So essentially, that's the evolvability of Gaia from the simple version with prokaryotic microbes to the form of Gaia that we inhabit. And my second comment is related to Solaris. Actually, if you search for parallels between Gaia and Solaris, you can probably find it in the microbial Gaia. Solaris you can visualize, microbial or prokaryotic Gaia you can't, because we still don't understand bacteria, but they do exist. I mean, but as I said yesterday, the bacteriosphere is basically a simple form of Gaia that existed as a planetary scale system, existed for billions of years. And the last thing I would like to mention is that I think both Lovelock and Margulis probably misinterpreted Gaia, calling it a kind of superorganism. I think Margulis later said that Gaia is not a form of organism, it's just a system. And the difference between Gaia and organisms cannot recycle their own waste, whereas Gaia as a system can. So,
okay, so I think we had quite a bit in that question.
Thank you very much for the questions and comments. Yes, we are aware that the connection between evolvability and the ability of biosphere to integrate into a Gaia, and also the complexity, whether that integration is achieved with increased complexification of life or further evolutionary transitions, or at the level of prokaryotes, those are not resolved issues. Those are working issues, each and every one of them, and we do not feel capable of giving a definite answer to any of that. However, our choice of the Tower of Babel with those tires clearly betrays, if you will, our inclination towards believing that transitions are necessary, that there is something emergent to be achieved after further evolutionary transitions inaccessible at the level of foundation tires. That being said, I could reiterate Milan's answer yesterday, a similar point in discussion, that if we are to think of Solaris as something like a sentient entity made by bacteria, then you would have to open the possibility for some sort of collective intelligence of bacteria, which is an interesting issue, but one that we are not yet quite prepared to go into. For all other points, I perfectly agree, and I think this is a perfect basis for a philosophical and scientific research program to try to delve deeper into those issues.
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Ford, please.
I don't think I have questions. I mostly have comments, but I really like that talk. I think it is important, and you said that, to distinguish the kind of probabilistic, probable Gaia that emerges out of cybernetics. And I mean, that's always been Tim Linton's approach, I think. And I've been talking to Tim often, and he's always baffled by the objection of Darwinists to the Gaia hypothesis, because for him, it's sort of a no-brainer, but it's a cybernetic no-brainer. It's not an evolutionary no-brainer. And I think that's true of Lovelock too, that he was coming at it from as an engineer rather than as a biologist, and he had quite a different perspective about what was probable. That was one comment. I also, secondly, agree with you that the relationship between the anthropic principle and natural selection really needs to be worked out somehow. I mean, I kind of regard them as alternatives, but maybe in some ways they're the same thing, and I just don't understand how that could be. And finally, my third comment was about life, and I think maybe we just don't even need that concept. I mean, certainly people like Jack Szostak who work on the evolution of life, you know, they can explain the whole thing from the first ribosome to Mozart, and then you ask him, well, where does life come in? And they say, well, I don't have any need of that concept. So it's interesting. I think that probably when we're done with all this, we will get rid of the concept of life. So those are comments, not questions, but certainly I would welcome comments on the comment.
Well, thank you very much. All this, of course, all those comments reflect the very core of this whole program of research and way of thinking. What I would emphasize at the end as the most important, if you will, projected legacy of this for further research is to remind us, if nothing comes out of it, if it turns to be a blind alley intellectually, it still, I think, is worthwhile doing this work, if only to remind people of the obvious, but obviously too often neglected fact that we are dealing and being part of a complex phenomenon like life, not being able to compare it with any phenomenon of similar class, because we are empirically the only accessible example, and not knowing where in a possible space of a projected class of such phenomena do we come in. Is this, as teleologists claim, or religious claim, the only possibility, something devised to be just like this for metaphysical reasons? I think we all reject such hypothesis here out of hand. Or is it a part of a larger ensemble where there are many other possibilities, and as in the shopping mall, we are looking at a post sign, "You are here." Currently, we are in need of some way to discern where we are in that larger ensemble. Thank
you. Milan?
Okay, very briefly, just as a kind of amusing response to this last comment of Professor Doolittle, namely that I mean, there has been similar processes occurring in physics and mathematics as well. I mean, they are nowadays talking about, for instance, string theory as physics of elementary particles without particles, for instance, and you know, like for thousands of years, mathematics was all about numbers, and nowadays, I mean, I guess all theoretical mathematicians would agree that numbers are actually unimportant and they have much more interesting and deeper and complex structures which they are working with in day in and day out research work. So I guess it might be the case that all sciences, even life sciences, will go the same way.
Thank you. Suja may have something to add to this, I guess.
Well, I think I have only brief time to look at the comments in chat, but I think I saw a very, very important remark that this way of thinking attaches great importance to the coding concept. So I need to say we never devised it as a monistic explanation. Coding concept does interact with ecological factors and with constraints outside of the coding concept, the extrinsic likelihood of negotiating steps. However, we think that life in its seed, this does remind of some earlier theories which are refuted, but that by means of the coding concept, proto-life, prebiotic ensembles going to become proto-biospheres do carry some predisposition which is worthy of being acknowledged as one of determinants of long-term survival. That would be the frame of our